face of this war. There's a quote which says, if you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not to fear the result of 100 battles. But if you know yourself but not the enemy, for every victory gained, you will also suffer defeat. So let me just encourage you guys. Let's not fear. Of 8th of Nane, of which you shall hold a major
And then we'll have let's have Karani, and then Les Brown will be next. Let us just be ready for speaking. If you're a speaker, kindly.
Mnanipata?
Vizuri sana. Go ahead.
Yeah, first of all, condolences kutoka kwangu hapa Texas, Diaspora. KOT, kama kawaida, thank you so much for setting up this and many other guys ambao mnatengeneza hizi spaces for people to share. My condolences to the comrades ambao wamepoteza maisha and their families. Kumekuwa na issues nyingi since yesterday. I was at work, but I was just listening in. And some people have suggested about the party. I want to give an example. If you look at Usman, Senegal, alafu President Faye, those are the guys that were persecuted, but because they had a plan and they had a structure and they were organized politically, those guys are now ruling Senegal, and they have policies that will bring to pass the dreams that they had for generations and generations. So we can make our voices heard, especially if we have people ambao unaona zile sehemu zenye watu watakuwa naenda watu wenye wamekuwa appointed kukuwa ministers, those seats are going to be vacant. If they have very strong candidates ambao tunaona kwamba wako na values zenye tunataka, let's start learning those things. It's very, very important for us, because there's no way we are going to fight these guys if they keep on hijacking the movement the way and opportunities the way they are hijacking like this. There is a song by Banuela. It's called Liberation. And if I can just quote one of the verses that he says, like, if you're living in a marketplace and you are a buyer and you are not a buyer or a seller, you'll find yourself left in space, subject to be bought or sold. So we are living in a country thinking that we actually own the land, but we don't. People have mentioned about imperialists taking over. Guys, we have to make them understand that we know what is going on. It is high time Africans say no to foreign military bases in our countries. We are not gaining anything. In fact, we are selling our birthright with all these people around. So we need to make them know that we do not need them in our countries. That is why our leaders can't even control anything. They are being controlled because they can't make their own decisions. Look at what is going on right now. Have we even, known where our money was taken to? Have we known our national debt and how our revenue was spent? We haven't. So we have not solved the core issues that we wanted to solve. And our fight must continue. We need to know how our revenue was spent. We need to know our national debt. And we need to know where our taxes are going. Like, those are very important things if we want to liberate ourselves. And we should not walk away from that. We need to push those buttons every time. Because 6 trillion, can you imagine 6 trillion? We can't even account for 6 trillion up to this point. So that is an area that, as on the political side and on like right now, economic emancipation is the biggest thing that we need to have. So politically, we need to be organized, and at the same time, we need to press. We need to continue pressing on this thing about where 6 trillion was taken to and whose pocket did that money end up in. I just want to take back the mic. Thank you so much.
Asante sana Karani. Let's have Les Brown. Les Brown, are you in? And then we have IAB. Okay, let's have IAB. I don't know whether that's the correct pronunciation. Go ahead, and then Nation. Oh Lord. Are we present? Nation, are you in? Nation?
Yes, I'm in.
Go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. I'm quite privileged this evening because I've been wishing to talk to the young generation of our country. I'm slightly older. I'm now headed to my 50s. And I feel I've witnessed firsthand some historical developments in our country, which I would want to share with the young generation. First and foremost, I want to say I'm quite impressed because for once, you've come out and you are saying you want people will be leading this country in the next 40 years. Unfortunately, you've not had the benefit of mentorship like what people like Mike Kibaki had. He was lucky that Jaramogi fetched him from the classroom at Makerere University and they brought him, nurtured him up until he finally became the president. Unfortunately, the young people now, the kind of leadership in this country is all tailored on selfishness. And therefore, you are not going to have that privilege of someone who is going to hold you people. So that even long after they have left, there will still be a crisis in this country where we will not be having people who take over to lead this country in the next generation. And that is why I'm addressing you. I'm addressing you first and foremost to tell you, don't fear. Because I have a feeling when I'm listening to you for the last 3 weeks, you are developing some sense of fear. Please don't be fearful. This is your motherland. You are not begging anybody to live in your motherland. You just have to live here without any fear or any kind of intimidation. That having said that, why am I saying that there is an element of fear I'm seeing in the young people? It is because that element of leaderless that element of leaderless, where that's where fear, tripless, good. But leaderless, I want to tell you, you are not going to achieve much. Because this is a very vast country. You must have a mechanism to coordinate yourself from the grassroots. Because once you have a mechanism to connect yourself properly across the country, that's when your impact will be felt. And I was there as a young boy in school, in primary, in 1992 when Ford started. Ford started in the similar manner, the way these 3 weeks have happened. They were agitating for multipartyism. And that's when we had people like Paul Mite, James Sorengo, they were being called young Turks, Itobi Manyara. Those people, they were your age. And they caused an impact in this country. And eventually the Ford transited into a political party. That is a bullet you must be able to bite. And as you go about it, you need now to start developing your think tanks. People will now be thinking, as people will be doing the other activities, there should be a group of people who are walking around behind the curtains to develop some blueprint on what you want for your generation, what political system you want to bring in as a new generation, and that's when you would make a major impact, and so that you can now start developing structures for the future generation of our country. So I wish you well, and may God bless you. We will talk, we'll keep on talking, and when you need advice, have intergenerational allies. Don't think that there are people in other generations whom you cannot work with. Please start identifying those people who can work with you so that you move forward. I wish you well. Thank you so much, and may God bless you people.
Asante sana Nation. That was great. Okonko, and then next will be Solo. Go ahead, Okonko. Are you in?
Yeah, yes, I'm here, but I think you had called Nation first, so I think Nation should go in all fairness.
Nation is done with speaking.
Okay. So thank you so much for having me here. And I think kidogo I'll try to stick to what you have said is the topic, to stop abducting us, even though I might digress from time to time. Now, when it comes to issues of abductions, you'll forgive me. I'm going to mix a lot of English and Kiswahili pamoja. My English is very good, but I prefer to use the language that we all understand. Ikifika issues of abductions, there's a lot that we can say about that. But for them to stop abducting us, I want you to do, hawa say wanatu abduct kwa sababu wanajua hiyo ndo weak point yetu. Hapo ndo penye watatuuzia uoga. Lakini ndo hawa say waache kutu abduct. Me, the first thing yenye nitasema ni obviously tunafaa tukuwe pamoja. Msee mmoja akiabductiwa, the level of noise yenye inatoka, whether ni msee anajulikana ama si mtu anajulikana, inafaa ikuwe the same. But discrepancy yenye imeonekana huku sahi ni utakuta kuna msee mwenye akiabductiwa, noise itakuwa made kushinda ule mwingine. So hiyo discrepancy ndio yenye inafanya hawa wase wana abduct wase. And then unaona wase wenye hawajulikani, unaona msee mwenye unajua hauna page ya X ama hauna followers, unajua ukienda kwa streets hawa wase wakushike utateseka peke yako. But then there are other guys wenye unajua msee hata polisi wakifika tu kwa gate yake akitweet already LSK imeshafika huko, tutakuwa tushachanga do, lawyers wanamngoja mpaka judge ashapatiwa kabi ya kumfikisha mpaka kwa koti angoje hiyo kesi imfikie. But guys, I think that we need to have this togetherness na hii mentality ya msee mmoja akichukuliwa, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. Msee mmoja akichukuliwa inafaa to affect sisi wote. So hata ukipitia TL uone kuna msee mwenye ameandikwa missing, ni repost, quote that thing, at least ikai kijulikana. Kuna jamaa mwenye alichukuliwa na haikuwa imesemekana, the moment TL ilianza kupiga kelele huyo chali aliachiliwa. I think 3 weeks later alikuwa hapa Inda. But kuna wase wengine wenye akichukuliwa kelele inapigwa wanaachiliwa sayo. So our say they respond to noise. Wakiona kelele inapigwa wana react. The other thing ni kuna page yenye ilianza ya wase wenye wako missing. I don't know the owner of that page, si ati namuadvertise, but that was a very good idea. Na naweza nikasuggest wote to follow hiyo page. Saa ingine pitia tu hiyo page. Ukiona wanasema msee hajapatikana, repost that thing. So that page was a very good idea. And hiyo ndo inaweza kuwa epicenter, and I understand there's also a website ya missing people. So we should focus on those things. Hizo areas, we should make noise about them na tuzipublicize. The other thing that I would want to say ni, wase, tunafaa tukue pamoja. History ya tuko kwa TL, lakini unaona kama msee amenunuliwa, let those who've been bought, them with their peanut brains na hiyo propaganda yao, wache wakae kando. Wenye wamenunuliwa wasonge kando. Sisi wenye tuko kwa TL and we know the cause and we know the mission, we stick to it. So we should be together, tukuwe na unity. History ati sijui nani ana attack nani tuache. Utakuta sijui mwingine anasema twende tu occupy kwa Cairo, mwingine anasema sijui twende tufanye nini, vitu zenye hazi make sense because we are not united. Na hizo divisions ndogo ndogo ndo these guys are going to seek to exploit. So those small divisions, let's take care of them. If you see somebody, hata kwa Bible, there's a place yenye Paul anasemanga, wase wengine wana preach gospel different, but as long as they are preaching Jesus, wachana nao. Usiseme ati whether Boni amelipwa ama hajalipwa, kama kosi yake ina align na kosi yetu, kama yeye anataka kutoa nabii venye sisi tunataka kutoa nabii, we have the same target. However he approaches that target, as much as pia mimi na approach the same target, that should not be the issue. So tusiseme nani amelipwa, au tuseme ati wacha kwanza tuache kutoa nabii to focus na nani analipa huyu, ama ati ule kwa sababu walikuwa na different idea, hakuna tolerance, tunataka kwenda kumwattack. Tuache hiyo story. We should, the fact that tunasema tuko leaderless inamaanisha we should tolerate all points of view. So msee akikam na point of view yenye atu agree nayo, tuache kumbash, si tuendelee, tunajua target ni gani. We kama point of view yako inasema utatulia kwanza, sawa, we tulia, wachana na wenye wana match on wa match on. But si ati jumsia amesema akona different point of view, tayari tushaanza kumcastigate na kusema hizi akafanya anything. Tuachane na hiyo wase, we should be together. As long as sisi wote target yetu ni a better country, we should be together. Tuachane na story mob. So whether we agree with somebody's opinion or somebody's view of the next step or not, as long as ultimately all of us want to get rid of this guy, let us try and accommodate each other. And finally, wase,
0 seconds.
give me just 15 more I finish. KOT nini wase wote wenye tuko hapa, nataka tu amplify Nane as much as possible. To amplify Nane wase, ndo hii Nane happen. The same way we had a target the first time ya Occupy Parliament and that was the only thing. Tuache hizi side shows zingine zote, to focus on Nane and we will make this country what we want it to be. Thank you so much.
Asante sana Okonkwo. Solo the Wise, are you present? You're the next.
Yes, I'm here.
Sorry, Esther, this case. Before Solo, you go ahead. I would like to amplify your message on missing persons and abductions. Yeah. Okonkwo, that was a very nice and great submission over there. It's Victor. Yeah, Victor. I like that. History ya missing persons. Kuna watu wengi sana wana miss, a lot of them, and because hawana click or because they are not big on Twitter or because they don't have accounts or they are small wigs, message haifiki. People are not working on it. Let me tell you something. If somebody like Kesh was arrested today, people will make noise. If somebody like any other person, what wata make noise. But when it comes to people who are unknown on X, or to small wigs, ndio maana unapata when it comes to siku ya maandamano, small wigs wanauliza nyinyi big wigs muende, kwa sababu nyinyi mkishikwa LSK wanakimbia kuwatoa. Mkishikwa 1 minute, the next minute you are out. But sahi kuna mtu alishikwa last month 18th, hadi sasa hajaachiliwa, bado ako ndani. Tumejaribu kuita all lawyers, no one ameshughulika. Tunajaribu kupush missing persons, no one anashughulika. Pia nyinyi mkiona kuna mtu like they are ignoring someone mwenye ameshikwa, try and amplify the message, try and amplify all the tweets of missing persons. Ndio even that day of 8/8 ikifika, usiogope kutokea, because the more you make noise, the more they will release the person. If you ignore, you stop making noise, watamuua. Ama ndio maana unapata watu wametupwa kwa rai or sijui in dumps because mumenyamaza. Wataona kumbe huyu hajulikani, wanamuua, wanamtupa. But if you make noise, hata wao wenyewe wana tense. There was that girl Shalmith Nyawera mwenye alishikwa sijui Thika. She was found in Migori. Again, she was found in Uganda. Na ni kama alikuwa anamuoniwa, alikuwa anaambiwa waambie wache kukupost. Tell them to stop making noise. Walikuwa wana tense. So you can clearly see that how to abduct watu, they have an evil motive. There's something they want to do with those people. Juu kuambia huyu dem at don't call your mother, mwambie you are safe and tell people to stop posting you. That means they were up to something else. So mtu akishikwa, make noise as much as you can. If you have TikTok, if you have Facebook, if you have Instagram, post them there. We are trying to find them. Let's work together. Mimi, there's anyone who comes in my DM kuniambia mtu ameshikwa na post. I have not ignored anyone. Even in my tweets, in my comments, I will post and post and post. Even siku ya maandamano, we made placards of missing persons. Zitumike siku ya maandamano to see if we can find them. Luckily, like 5 were found. Still, like 13 more are missing. Those are people's children. Wazazi wanalia, wazazi hawalali. Wameenda mortuary, wameenda police station, wameenda kila pahali. The whole mtoi hayuko. Unajua, it's better you know that someone was killed. Ako hapa amelazwa. Instead of you living in fear, where is my child? Ako wapi sasa, you know? So whenever you find any post, any tweet about missing person, share as much as you can. Hata kama ni WhatsApp status, hata kama ni anywhere, just share. Share widely. Solo, you can go ahead. Okay, Black Obama, you can go ahead. Solo is not here. Solo, are you there? All right.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please. Go ahead.
I
Yes,
thank you for organizing this
good
forum and
evening.
giving me the opportunity.
Can you hear me? Yes, please. Go ahead.
Who's speaking right now?
I thank you for organizing this forum and giving me the opportunity. Can you hear me?
Yes, please. Go ahead. Kama kuna some connection issues, I don't know. Nyinyi mnaweza msikia. Can you hear Black Obama? Esther, unaweza msikia?
No, I cannot hear Black Obama.
So I think Black Obama, drop and come back again. Solo, you can go ahead, please.
Okay.
Esther, unaweza msikia?
Mnanisikia kweli?
No, I cannot hear Black Obama.
So I think Black Obama, drop and come back again. Solo, you can go ahead, please.
Okay.
Esther, unaweza msikia?
Mnanisikia kweli?
No, I cannot hear Black Obama.
Black Obama, drop
Kuna
and
a
come
lot of
back again.
confusion. Hello,
Yes, Solo.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I thank you for giving me the opportunity to participate today. And Makero Atuna, the kind of government we have nowadays. We have a beautiful country, Kenya, but the kind of leadership we have is really annoying, disappointing. And hata ukikumbuka the kelele za 2017 when Raila akilia about the high cost of living, watu walikuwa street, tulitolewa tuko street, tuna fight ili na masufuria ili maisha irudi chini. But what came after? Handshake. After handshake, maisha yetu iliendelea, vitu ziliendelea venye zilikuwa tu na bei kali. And wow, after handshake, everything went normal, like everything is sorted. And that is what is to happen now. Tukinyamaza, like the cabinet has already been appointed. The only part that is remaining ni vetting, of which they will pass, then vitu ziendelee kuwa harsh on us venye zimekuwa zikiendelea. If we just step behind and tuwachane nayo, wengi najua wame give up and wengi are giving up, and for those who are still soldiering on, niko na nyenye and I'm one of that person. Ningetaka kuona change even to the youth. We're living in a country like our leaders wanaona ni kama there is scarcity in leadership. Mtu amekuwa MP for 15 years, akakuwa governor for 10 years. That same person mwenye hakuna kitu analike kwa maisha yake, still ndo mtu anaona ana deserve kuwa a CS. Really disappointing. Mwingine tunaambiwa we are not even sure about the level of education ni CS. Na outside here tuko wenye graduates that have no jobs. Kuna graduates that are border riders wenye wanatupiwa tear gas like any other person, and we are living in a country that inasema like everyone is equal. The agenda we have today, like hii kukuwa leaderless, naona it's really costing us, and it's high time we come up with a strategy to kuna leaders that can never be compromised. At least a representative of us. We have a tool at our hands, and the tool is ni kuvote, maybe fighting until 2027.
0 seconds.
If thank you. If 2027 if tupate kama Ruto is still on power, then we have a tool to chukue votes. We have our leaders to specific to our leaders and vote them and change our country. Future yetu iko kwa leo. If we don't make today, we'll never make tomorrow. Thank you.
Asante sana Solo the Wise. Let's have Meshak. Meshak, are you present? Meshak? Meshak, are you present? Go ahead.
Hi guys, KOT vipi bro? Shukran sana for the platform and each and everyone. Mi niko Mombasa actually, and I've been shifting Nairobi, Mombasa, and I've been seeing venye watu venye hizi demonstrations tunaendelea kuzifanya. The cycle has been going. Actually Mombasa imeenda chini sana, like Tuesday tulikuwa like numbers. So unajua tukikuwa kidogo kwa barabara, hata tukitembea tukimarch, inakuwa easier polisi kutuattack. Walituattack tu like after 2 walk like 15 minutes, wakalob tear gas like tulikuwa watu kama hata more than 30, wakalob karibu tear gas 5. So ilikuwa like chaotic sana, na tulikuwa tu kidogo tu tunatembea. Tukauliza huyo commander, like seriously tunatembea tu, give us that security, because tulikuwa naye hapo. Hakuna kitu ya maana tujibu, alicheka tu. Then in the next day evening, ndio hiyo Joe alichaguliwa CS, we saw people in the streets Mombasa wanaenda wakienda kwa ofisi ya governor. So next week Tuesday nitamuuliza mbona hao watu wako juu ya claim sisi tupigwe tear gas kwa sababu hatuna permit ya kukuwa on streets on Tuesday. So Tuesday next week nitaenda nimuulize like those people, did they have any paper to show that they were supposed to be on the street? No, they didn't have anything, because the guys I know, they were paid to go wafanye hizo vitu kama kusherekea, but nothing was done to them, meaning the government has nothing to do with us. So guys, ukipata mtu unamtia tu moyo, tusione amebaki nyumbani tukasema tunamdharau ama nini. So ni kumtia tu more then arudi kwa site. Na hiyo mambo ya kujuliana hali, so like I have a circumference, lazima niwapigie masimu usiku nijue venye wanaendelea ama wako fresh, wako fit. Juu sasa hivi unakuwa na mwenzako anaenda missing hivi na hivi, unapata eti umempata moja. So ni hivyo tu, ni kutiana tu site na kusaidiana and najua much forward. Yeah. Mimi niko tunayo kwa leo. Then the next thing nilikuwa nimetext from next week on Wednesday and Friday I'll be in Huduma Center of Mombasa mobilizing youth wachukua ID, and I'll make sure I'll use my resources, hata nilipia wale ambao hawawezi kuchukua na kukulipia. I'll be paying for them, even if it's 5 people or 10 people. I'll be paying for them every Wednesday and Friday, and I'll be doing that with myself. Nawalipia, wanachukua ID na nafuatilizia like zimekuja ama hazijakaa. I think that will be another step. Itakuwa fiti. Tuna fight kwa field na tuna fight pia huku. Ndio hata kama tuta fight hivi mpaka 2027. Mavijana watakuwa na IDs na yeah, tutafaulu. Ndio tusirudi kwa ile same step. Tunafika 2027 na tuna IDs. Yeah. Asante.
Asante sana, Meshak. Let's have Frankie. Frankie, are you in? Frankie? Okay, Pauline, go ahead.
Thank you so much, KUT, Cash,
Sorry.
Esther, for this opportunity. Can you hear me? I think there's someone speaking right now.
That was Frankie, but it's okay. I can pick it up after you.
All right. So I see the topic of today says stopping abducting people, but naweza sema kwamba I think the government has taken this opportunity to like instill fear, and the moment people are fearful and intimidated, this entire thing will seem like we did nothing. I always say they strike where we are the weakest. And for me this time it's so I've been feeling very, very low, honestly. Even right now as I speak, I'm like all those people who lost their lives, all the things that been happening, all those people who got maimed during the protest, does that mean it will just go down the drain and people will do nothing? It's a question of, should we relent? Should we keep on pushing with the agenda? Should we re-strategize? Should we have leaders? Should we push for the agenda of IEBC? We saw these guys having the president electing this new cabinet secretaries. I'm like, is that really what we wanted? Instead of him actually speaking out on the atrocities his police have been doing to the Kenyan citizens, he goes ahead and brushes off whatever us as Gen Zs are calling out. And for me, I would think the best thing right now would be going back to Ndikule Vitongojini. We go to the villages, we go to the estates, we go deep down in the counties. We educate people about what's happening, because there is this narrative that says, maisha ni vile vile, maisha yanasonga tu. As Kenyans, we have the tendency to give up, and I think people are used to the suffering, so they don't see. Actually, the older generation, they don't see what we're fighting for. And that's why you see people being abducted left, right, and center, while others are just standing there watching. Why would someone watch another person being abducted and this person is actually fighting for your right, fighting for the betterment of the country? And I feel like Kenyans in general are not angry enough, and people give up very easily. And people don't realize that even these big democracies, I was speaking with a friend of mine who happens to be French, and they're like, you guys are going through it, but you don't realize what this country, France that is, went through. They had this big French Revolution. It was nasty. They attacked churches, they attacked the priests, they attacked the political class at the time, and they won. And that's why you see these leaders going back into churches, because they know that's where it all starts at. You brainwash people with Christianity, religion, whatever it is, and they use that against you, and you will be the devils now, quote unquote. But the point is, we have to go back, do the civic education in all parts of the country, whether irrespective of whether someone has a college degree or not. Because deep down there, the larger system, the larger population is those that cannot even access that education level that maybe most of us have been, some of us rather have been lucky to have. So we need to push these kwa wazazi wetu, the older generations wamezoea kuteseka. That's why you see them being so relaxed and yeah, you guys are doing a great thing. I'm like, yeah, we're doing a great thing, but you still entertain these faces everywhere. So for me, it's like, yeah, we can keep on pushing the agenda left, right, and center, but if that agenda does not reach that person in that village with no tarmac road, with no functioning dispensary, with no functioning police post, how do we even push the big agenda? So for me, it's like we have to push whatever really needs to be pushed. And this agenda is to stop all this bullshit with these politicians. And even if they come and buy, they cannot buy all of us. Even if you bought, get the money and continue with the movement, because at the end of the day, what will 500 shillings do for you? 1,000, 200, what will that do for you? You'll that money and you will continue going back. And that's why you see so many guns being used, because they have nothing and they go back and they forget, probably they're threatened. But people should not relent, because the only way
Zero
we can go.
seconds.
Yeah, thanks again, Esther. So the only thing I want to say is, let's keep on pushing this agenda, and after come out, someone is down there in that village. We have to push this in all the languages, irrespective of the tribe. We need to have our agenda and make people understand what's really going on. Thanks again. I'm sorry if I took much of the time. Thanks.
Okay. Frank, can I pick up? Hello?
Go ahead, Frankie.
Yes, Frank. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. Once again, I think I quickly want to thank the organizers of this platform. I am not a Gen Z. I am a millennial, but like somebody, a previous speaker alluded, before, I think we need all hands on the deck, as long as our mission is doing that which we are all fighting for. Now, I've had this conversation of people saying we are leaderless, we are rudderless, we are crewless, and I think that's not the reality. What I'm trying to think is, and I could be wrong, is that we need to come up with what I would call wings. We have the legal wing, and I think so far the Law Society of Kenya has been doing a decent job. We need to have all these influencers, these big influencers on social media, to be in charge of pushing our message out there. And there is nothing wrong with even pushing propaganda out there against the government. We want this wing to be in charge of mobilization. We can have another wing. We've seen Hanifa doing a very decent job when it comes to handling finances. We need to mobilize, we need to rally, we need to sponsor people to come to Nairobi on the 8th. And as is, the government is appearing like it's winning. And I think we need to remind them that they are not winning this. We are not letting them even have the slightest imagination of winning this. So my suggestion is, in as much as we do not have a leader right now, it does not mean that we cannot have some kind of organization within the movement. We can have wings. We can have those wings can have people who are directly in charge of coordinating that particular area, and I think that kind of organizations will keep us together as we wait for an opportune moment to probably raise a candidate and push our own when it comes to elections. But in the meantime, we need to keep pushing. We cannot let them imagine they are winning this. Thank you.
You had a good day, and for those who managed to join the sharing of mother to to protect those who have not been killed, but they've been abducted, so that God can do a miracle for them to be released, and they come back again and they join us together, so that together we can move as one. Yes, before I talk about the abductions, I would wish to talk about there's a previous speaker who was just speaking, and he was saying whoever is not against us is for us. And that's what I believe right now, because if you look at what Ruto did, he also he called those who he thinks they are salvating for whatever is ordering, regardless is doing wicked thing or not wicked. Anyone who can visit with him in the blood of the innocent Kenyans, those who do not care about taking the blood of the innocent Kenyans. And he just looked at them and he picked those who are thirsting for blood together with him, so that they can feast together. And we also need to uphold ourselves and ask ourselves, for how long are we also going to stay on our own divided, yet we are speaking the same language, we are fighting for the same cause, and it's only that we are not together, but we are in different groups speaking the same word. Personally, I would encourage, I don't know how it will feel to you guys, but I would encourage that I have ever since when I have known Mother Karua, I've ever seen this lady as a lady of great principles. Have ever seen her resign as a cabinet secretary because she was trying to be guided on what to do. I have seen her stand firm and fight for president in this country with no fear and trying to tell us what we deserve. We've seen her go to the East Africa court to sue once he sees things are not right for the country. We also have seen Kalonzo Musyoka in different avenues, but we also have other people who have been in the opposition. Can we join up our strengths together? And we also push together, because now we need to take the position of opposition, rasmi and officially, so that we stand firm together and push together, so that if it means instructing people from the offices, it's easier to do that, because we are not alone, we are all united and we are speaking the same voice. Right now, as we are divided, we are divided by singing the same song. Actually, we are wasting a lot of energy, and we are also attracting a lot of feeling and a feeling of defeat, which is not the right thing to feel. We are fighting, and when you are in a war, you cannot afford to take in a defeat. No matter how much you think you are going to be defeated, you always need somebody to pat your back and tell you, keep up. let's go. We are making it, and we will make it, and we shall all rejoice together. Can we think on a better strategy on how to join up the other people who have decided they do not want to feast on the blood of the innocent, and they are still fighting the same battle we are fighting, so that we come together and we create strategies in which we will be having different camps articulating different things, but all of us speaking with the same voice, because it's very possible. We know we are together. These are articulating this, these are articulating this, articulating this, and we are all making the same noise at the same time. That will not give Ruto and his opponents opportunity to even oppress us, because the noise will be too much. As you are looking, you've just seen him. He's just running up and about now in a campaign mood, forgetting that we are waiting him to work for us. He has forgotten he's supposed to be working for us, but now running up and down in the country, flying with a chopper from one place to the other in campaign. If he believes that it's campaign time, he needs to resign, get out of office, declare the seats open, and we go for elections so that he can campaign. Honestly, what are we doing? What are we doing, guys? That's my question. Because if time has come for campaign, let him just tool down, resign with his Gashakwa, and we declare the country is free and ready for elections. We do elections so that we can campaign properly. And if we cannot do that, then a time has come, we need to evict him from the state house even. The state house belongs to us. And we cannot sit and continue seeing him running up and about, trying to tell us nonsense, things which do not make sense, yet we are suffering day in, day out. He has started again his promises of, I will do to Metenga, to Meweka, like really? Like really? Yeah, he has forgotten it so fast. Guys, I don't think we deserve this. However, also in our capacity, I also want to pinpoint some of the weak points that we are misusing. They are strengths, but we are misusing them. The moment we are educated, we have our degrees, we have our master's degree, it doesn't mean that we do not know it all. You could be having these papers, but you don't know it all. So you need another person. There is a person who has never even been to class, and they can give you an input of something that you would never think that even you would have never learned it you have never learned it in class. So we need to treat everyone in unity and in agreement that they have something they can bring on the table, regardless of their level. But once we are carried by our pride, also telling ourselves we are educated, we are learned. It's true, we are educated and we are learned. But there are things that need wisdom, not education. There are things that you need to do, but they need wisdom, not education. So some of the things that can be done by wisdom, education cannot do them. Regardless of whichever level of education you have, we need to tell ourselves the truth and now move parallel, one against one. I don't know how to put it properly. Sako kwa mbako. Yaani sisi sote tunasema ya kwamba Ruto must go. Kwa hivyo sote tutembee kwa pamoja, kwa spidi moja, tukielegezana kwa njia mbalimbali, tukiwa tumeka different pillars. Because if we have like 7 different pillars that which are guiding us, when one is getting weak, is strengthened by the other. When one is getting weak, the other 6 are working, and we'll be moving and we'll be making a change that we want to see. I want also to talk about regarding the abductions. Many people have said that we need to work in groups, but that's not enough. Can we make sure that even that person who says that is a small wig? Can we look at it like we have some groups of wherever you come from? Which area do I come from? I come from Kawagware. How many people are from Kawagware? And we group ourselves in groups of 100, whereby among the 100, we know who is so that in case anyone is missing among my convoy of 100, I'm able to say Josephine is not with us, where could be Josephine be? It will be very easy to identify any person who is missing. But once we just walk up and we all move without direction, without guide, then eventually we'll be losing people and we fail to know whether we have lost somebody. So we need to come up with that strategy whereby every 100 people they have a group. Every 100 people they have a group, and those and any group that come those who come again, we keep on adding them so that everybody has an equal protection and equal security, so that everybody feels protected and well catered for. That's what I think we need to do. Let's consider that, and consider joining hands with everyone who is not against us. Whoever is not against us is for us. So we need to consider that. Thank you so much, and may God bless us. I hand over back the mic.
Okay, I'm having two.
Okay, hello, am I audible? You can just flash an emoji if I am audible, then I can continue.
Yes, you're okay.
So, talking of abductions, I can talk from experience, of which is a very sad thing. This is what watu wanatoa simu. This is what I believe should happen. Wakati mtu anaabductiwa, we should go there as people. Na kama ni ukweli ni askari, we can even demand. Kama mtu anashtakiwa, si ati mtu amekataa. Tunaweza demand tuambie nyinyi ni askari wa wapi? Yes, let's use for example Central. So you want to take this person to Central, we'll come along. You just go, tutamleta. Inakuwa ni kama warrant. Kwa sababu gani? Watu wanaabductiwa, tunaangalia, then tukisema we shout out to those people, nothing happens, and it becomes sad. Sad in what ways? Zile maswali watu wanaenda kuulizwa pale ni swali yenye haina jibu. Kama sasa mtu akuje akuulize who is funding maandamano, and yet wewe unatoka pale as you unatoka unaenda pale. So that person won't believe that hakuna jibu, atakufinya kama ni vidole
what goes on or how it is structured. But Azimio's Secretary General is Junet Mohammed, ODM. Chairman of the board, Wycliffe Oparanya, ODM. Party leader, Raila Odinga, ODM. Overall chairman, Uhuru Kenyatta, Jubilee. Now, in that kind of situation, when Azimio leadership, top leadership, is ODM heavy, and we have been seeking to restructure and have not managed to restructure since the elections ended. And ODM has a leg in government. I do not think, and the neck of Kenya does not think, that we should take our time trying to reorganize something we have attempted to and have not succeeded in the last 2 years. We better concentrate, utilize time better, building our party. In any event, since the NADCO report of November last year, we have not participated much in Azimio matters because we rejected NADCO. Differences over that report and over how we conducted the talks emerged, and therefore we have not been too much on the inside. So we think it is best to be out and to build the party. That does not mean that on matters where we agree, we would not stand with our opposition brothers and work together with them. Mock political class, yes, we belong to the political class. And I have belonged to the political class since I was first elected in 1992. Before then, I was active as a citizen before 30, seeking for multi-party. I can give the milestones that I have participated in bringing at every stage. And I don't think I'm done. And I don't think that the political class can be wholly excluded. We are Kenyans, and we too are entitled to participate in matters that affect us. But the electorate, as voters, you can exclude those you feel need to be excluded. Not being part of the political class does not make everyone suitable under Chapter 6. There are people who are not the political class and who are not suitable. And if you just blanket say it's the political class you are barring, you will end up getting unsuitable people coming into the political class. I think it is best to have a lens that applies Chapter 6 and look at those of us who have been in. If we have been part of the problem, not the solution, get us out. That is the work of a voter, to decide whom to give their vote and whom to withdraw the vote from. And I would encourage those who would want to know more about me. There is an interview I gave recently, a life story, Cleaning the Airwaves, CTA. Even if government and parliament were to resign at the same time, meaning that the speaker is not available, the people of Kenya can get a constituent assembly. We have 47 counties. And it is possible to say, let each county Yes, any money borrowed with the approval of Parliament and which has been paid into the consolidated fund, we are liable to pay. That is what is called a sovereign debt. But there are other debts which can be voided. If a regime borrows a debt without the approval of Parliament, it happened during Uhuru, it's also happening under Ruto, and that money is spent abroad without reaching the consolidated fund, that is a debt that can be voided. Mozambique and Singapore have been able, through the international court and negotiations, to avoid certain debts. So yes, it can be, but it takes quite some doing to get there. De Guanchiro, I agree with your comments. The last question I was asked is, what next after Kenya has left? We'll continue building our party, working with all progressive forces, including the Gen Z. But like I said, Gen Z should be led, and Kenyans at this stage should concentrate, not who is the leader, but on the values and the issues that we are tackling. And then there was the last question about the 1969 oath. I've actually talked about that oathing in past. So you can see even within the Mount Kenya, there was, people hiding behind an enclosure. I don't believe in oathing, in such oaths. That is why I was comfortable to be Raila's running mate. Otherwise, I would have been breaching the oath. And I don't think it's everybody who believes in the oath. Otherwise, Raila would not have gotten the highest number of votes he has ever gotten in Mount Kenya of 800 plus thousand. And I believe he got more if you count the diaspora. So I don't think that in the right thinking people, those oaths carry weight. What carried weight this time in Mount Kenya was propaganda that had been sold for so long. And that's why recently, because Mount Kenya was sort of like under lock and key, we had to bring people together for them to know, yes, they can come out and they can dissent, because as though dissent had been killed in that region. I think we have a duty, collective and individual again, in all the spaces we stand, to make, to ensure that we all claim our agency as people, as communities, and that we stand together on issues. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senior Counsel Martha. Yes, and thanks for really answering to those questions intensively, and for bringing in also the diaspora voting, which I had forgotten about. I would like to highlight that Mama Martha was on the Azimio ticket, and the diaspora delivered a win to the Azimio. So that is something that really is notable. Although we had small numbers because our voting, is not yet implemented, we are going to make sure we follow up with that. But we could bring in more than 2 to 3 million voters in, registered voters. So we're working on that. But yes, we delivered, the diaspora delivered a win to Mama Martha and Raila Amolo Odinga. That's on record there. So guys, as we continue, remember that Mama Martha committed 2 hours. So that means we have only 30 minutes left, not unless she's generous enough to others more. Please confirm with me and then we see how to queue in, because then the next people will just come in just to ask questions, and then we proceed.
I think you let me go after the half hour.
Okay. So that means that 15 minutes will be for questions. Just come in and ask your questions, and then we'll give the next 15 minutes for winding up. So Deborah has dropped again. This is crazy. She keeps dropping. So Hannah Ali kijana, yeah. Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you. As Martha coming, my mother, thank you again for coming to our spaces that we've been longing to host you as a diaspora team, and also as a legal counsel, and also the Azimia leadership. But I want to. This is a question that is being asked from the diaspora team. That you guys, diaspora team, the Azimio team, the team really helped you. I know Maj was in the committee and everything, really worked hard and everything. Somebody is asking, what plan do you have with the diaspora as Azimio? And you particularly, being that you were the deputy president in the last election, did you take your time to even talk to diaspora team, or when were you planning that to come? Mike, that's a question that somebody is asking. It's just he just DM me, but I would like to hear what Mata is saying
That's
about
all right.
that.
She will combine that question with the questions, the set of questions she's asked. So she's gonna answer. So Hannah, Kijana wa Uhuru, Odera, and then Josephine, in that order. Please, probably then a minute each just for the questions, so that we can have more questions here.
Thank you, Hillary.
I'm gonna take a go.
Maj. Yeah, thank you very much, Maj. To be honest, for me, I just wanted to come
anyone
up
hear
and.
Hannah? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We can hear her as well. So I think
once she's done, let me know.
Okay. Go ahead,
okay, touche. Maj, continue. No, I just wanted to actually say thank you to Mother Karua. And just give her my gratitude and say thank you. She's actually doing a lot, and thank you for giving us the time. That's all. Thank you.
She's done. She will just say thank you to Mata.
Okay, that's great. Kijana.
Maj, excuse me, Maj.
Yes.
Can I make just a quick comment before Mother leaves? It's not even a question or anything.
No, Mkenya, we're gonna give you that, but let Odera go. Let him go. I will give you that. Odera, go ahead.
Thank you, Maj and Hillary, for hosting the space, and thank you, Madam Karoa, for gracing us. And I want to compliment you for remaining consistent, a quality which lacks in our political leaders. I have 3 questions, quick questions. The Treasury is a tool of control in the hands of the executive, and that's why Ruto keeps dishing money anyhow. How can we separate the Treasury from the executive? How can we make the Treasury independent of the executive's wishes? My second question is, you've said, and I quote, political class cannot be wholly excluded. Per adventure, the General Z picks you as a leader. What will be your way forward for what they're trying to achieve? And my third question is, what is your political party's policies for we in the diaspora? Thank you very much.
Thanks, Odera. Kijana Uhuru, a minute each for questions, and Kenya, then Henry and Josephine.
Okay, thank you much, and thank you everyone. I wanted to ask a question about the Article 91 of the Constitution on basic requirement for political parties, which state that every political party shall have a democratically elected governing body, and went ahead and said, we shall promote and practice democracy through regular, fair, and free elections within the party. So my question is, and I want to be specific to NA Kenya, and I wanted to ask Mother Karua that if NA Kenya are there to this guidance of Article 91 of the Constitution. The second thing is, and my second question is, and right now we really want, another political party which we get an alternative of the current regime and what we were having. So most of the political parties and their campaign is mostly based on the cost of living and what is going on in the country at that particular time. So I want to ask, if Gen Z, I included, will choose Kenya, what will be the long term and vision of Kenya for Kenya, and including the transforming Kenya from a low income country to maybe upper middle country, and the issues of free healthcare and education, such things, because right now we are tired on how they will bring the price of unga down and such things. Yeah.
Thank you. Over to Deborah now. Deborah, Kenya, and Henry, a minute each for a question.
Hello, everybody. Can
Loud
you hear
and
me?
clear.
Okay, great. Thank you, Martha, for joining, and also thank you, Marge and Hillary, for hosting this. The only thing I want to talk about is changing the status quo. How can we change the status quo of IEBC when it comes to presidential counting of votes? This thing is very personal to me because, as we all know, Diaspora, we always take part in election. Somebody like me, I'm always in Kenya, being an observer, watching everything that goes on. Even the last election, I was in Bomas, sitting down, watching. We went to the polling stations. Everybody voted peacefully. When it comes to tallying, that's where the issue is. Now, my question to Martha is this: how can we change the status quo so that election is finished at the constituency? By the time they're announcing who has won that constituency, they also announce who has carried that constituency in terms of the presidential counting. Because a lot of rigging happens in Bomas. So how can we demolish Bomas and we take this election to the constituency level so that we know by the time Kenyans go to sleep, by the time they're announcing who the governors is, you know who has carried that county in terms of presidential votes, so that we don't have this long run, 7 days, people are still counting things in Bomas. We should have been counted in the constituency. So how can we change this status quo from counting election tallying in Bomas and take it back to constituency? That's where people can be more accountable. They can count these votes while everybody is seeing, and they say, okay, in this constituency, this presidential candidate carried the day.
Thank you so much,
Thank
Deborah.
you.
Kenya, Henry, and then 6,000.
Okay. Mine was a quick comment, and one thing is messaging is something that we should be very clear on, and how we put our message out. I just wanted to make a comment on Gen Zs is not exclusive. It's not excluding everyone else. So I wanted to.
Can I speak?
Hold on a little, Henry. Kenya is speaking. I think you can just not hear him. Yeah. Kindly wind up. Yes.
I can hear him. I can hear him.
Okay, fine. So I just wanted to say, like, we've changed how we are messaging. Gen Z right now, the Z stands for Generation Zote. So it is our burden as Kenyans. So Gen Z currently stands for Generation Zote. Please let it not be just about certain certain people. So it's Gen Z is Generation Zote za Kenya. Thank you.
Thanks, Henry.
Thank you for the chance, Matt. There's something I wanted to say as my opinion. Martha Karua has not folded her integrity so far as we know her. The one thing I wanted to ask her about Kenya or her party, we know that Gen Zs are young. Is she willing to hold the Gen Zs by the hand, or is she even willing to adapt new policies in the party to accommodate the Gen Zs? Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Peter, and then Peter, Josephine, and then Sam. Peter Makori, can you hear me? Okay. Josephine?
Yes, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Kindly proceed.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I want to allow me to call Mheshimiwa Mother Karua. I really appreciate her. She has been my role model. And anytime I want to face justice and reality, I always emulate her strength and the powers and her principles, because I've ever seen her march out as a cabinet secretary when she felt that she was being controlled on how she's supposed to run the ministry. And that always gives me a lot of strength. I have just talked about it in another group few minutes ago. Now, what I want to ask you, Mweshimiwa, is that whoever is not against us is for us, and that you and other people have just been left. You were in the opposition, you have just been left. You have chosen even to walk out of the Azimio. Are you together with us, and can we work together with you? That's one question I would request you to answer me. Also, I would also want to ask, is there any opportunity in which we can use? Because we have just seen the president now has gotten to the campaign mode, running up and about in the entire country, which we do, it's not acceptable. What can we do so that let him step down and we go back to campaign? If we want to campaign, so that we can elect a leader whom we want or who can work for us. Is there any way we can do that? Because we really feel pressed and stressed.
Yeah.
And again, what do you think about the new insurance which is being brought in place instead of actually empowering the former NHIF, which has been there ever since in memory and have been of great beneficial to many Kenyans? Thank you so much, and may God bless you.
Thank you. So let's go to Petra, then 6,000, then Eunice, then Sam and Eunice. Please, a minute each for a question. And what we'll do, because there are still over 100 people requesting to speak, once senior counsel has finalized, because she'd committed really 2 hours, we can proceed for probably 30 minutes to 1 hour. Take the question. She will come in and listen to those questions and probably just respond via tweet. So we will be tagging her, because otherwise it's really unfair to let over 100 people go without speaking. So who was next?
Ni mimi.
Yes, endelea.
Okay, Mheshimiwa Martha, asante sana kwa kujiunga na sisi leo. My question comes very close to what you have addressed, but I simply wanted to seek a clarification on when you say that Kenyans can pick representatives from the 47 counties so that they form a constituent assembly which will determine the next steps of forming a government or determining how Kenya will be restructured. What would be the mode of doing that? How are we going to determine that? For example, I come from Kisii. How do we pick, for example, if we say the 2 people, how are those to be determined? And number 2, because this question has been asked quite very many times, if the government were to resign today or pushed out by whatever means, and the speaker has gone, and somebody was arguing that we may not even need the judiciary. So how are we driving ourselves towards anarchy, or what will that look like? Just that is the clarification I wanted to make with you. Thank you.
Thank you
Hello.
so much. Yeah, Ben, just
Yeah,
a moment. You're gonna go. Yes.
yeah, this is Ben Srikal, and I wanted to say to our very respected council that it is a moment in Kenya, like Barack Obama said when he went to Washington, that it is time that change comes to our politics, but change is really not going to come from our politicians. And I think if we can try to harmonize that and bring on board our politicians who've been people who we can emulate, and then also listen to our Gen Z and millennials. I have taken my own responsibility as a citizen of Kenya. And if you follow me on TikTok, Ben Srikal, I'm involving the population, because I've realized that the biggest problem we have in Kenya is civic education. And you can see the president right now is targeting the weak in mind and the poor people in the villages. They have
Yeah.
now.
Can
They
you
have
please
now.
land, Ben? Because actually you skipped the line. Just
Yes,
land,
yes.
but we'll put you back in after she's gone. She's gonna listen to
Please,
the.
this is very important. This is very important. I'm asking.
Okay,
I'm asking. I'm asking.
Ben,
Yes.
you skipped the line. So when we tell you to be on time, you cannot tell us. You mean the other speakers are not important? Sam, Tom, and Six, and Eunice. We have only 4 minutes to go, so 4 minutes, a minute each, so that senior counsel can have 10 minutes to at least finalize. Yeah, and after that we'll bring you back in and you say more. Yeah.
So Marge, me, I'll go. May I have two concerns, and one concern comes from whereby some 2 hours ago I was having a conversation. I stay in Kiambu, so I was having a conversation with people based on whatever is happening in the country right now, and people or whatever they are saying is if the central region watakosa like wataachiliwa in the just concluded cabinet, Mkikuyu atainuka. So that is what I want Martha Karua to address. Secondly, I don't know whether this was addressed, but it's the issue of recycling of leaders. This has been a very, very big problem affecting Kenyans since independence, and it is happening. Because I saw somewhere Nuro Kanga say Oparanya has been in government for 25 years, and it keeps on happening. Because that is where our problem is. The moment we do away with all that chaff, that is where we are going to get a new beginning. We cannot even have our own leaders right now to accommodate them in parliament because they are going to be consumed with the same evil that is going on in that parliament, and they'll end up. And lastly, Martha Karua, I've seen a poster going on, Martha Karua for Attorney General, and that is Hustler Nation Intelligence Bureau, some poster. So kindly you can address that.
Thank you. Sam and Eunice, and then we let senior counsel go.
Thank you very much, Marge. Mine is very a short one. First, allow me to thank Mama Martha Karua for the great inspiration that she gave Kenyans in 2022. That campaign was robust, the first credible female candidate in the presidential ticket. Although the dream was not achieved, but I think the fruits planted will grow one day. And that dream ya itawezekana siku moja. I'll ask Mama about, there's a clause in the Kenyan constitution, which is really like the silent enemy for the diaspora, that makes us ineligible to have state jobs and become state officers should we have citizenship of other countries where we live. And other than just dwelling on this diaspora vote, which I think is hubris, diaspora vote actually is very negligent. It is negligible, less than 10,000. My biggest concern is there a possibility you could mobilize to have Kenyans qualified abroad, can work in their countries, return to where they are, just like Indians and Jewish. Right now, Netanyahu is in Washington, D.C. She could be an American citizen, but they're very actively building their country. So that's my request, that Kenyans can be allowed to have it both ways. Secondly, is it not time we can go back to the Bomas Constitution and bring back the original parliamentary system where people can negotiate, consensus is built, rather than this kind of ukora of presidential system. You go to an election, then I drop you down, throw you down and throw you down the bus, as we have seen it. Can you help Kenyans to go back to the original Bomas Constitution? And finally, without discussing people, is it also possible now that we can divorce presidential election from legislative elections? As some lady also mentioned here, there's a lot of things going on about presidential. Can we have them separately, the gubernatorial elections and presidential?
Last question, and then
Can you hear me?
loud and clear.
Okay. I want to thank Martha. She became an MP when I said I want to be like Martha Karua when I grow up. I haven't become yet, but it's still a journey. Martha, once time you see that leaders are a reflection of the society. And as a business person, we also say that culture eats strategy for breakfast. And this is just to say that, and I want to ask, is it that we don't have enough laws? Or is it that our culture is eating the laws for breakfast, for lunch, for dinner, such that we don't know who we are anymore? So that is my question, number one. Number two is, what can we do about restoring, creating a culture that makes, punishes people who do the wrong things? Because somebody also said that if you're not corrupt, if you're not a thief, it's either you haven't got an opportunity, or it is too expensive to steal, or you have deeply ingrained, consciousness that makes you not steal. So the question is, what can we do, as much as we are discussing the law, the legal issue, what can we do to engrave or, embed these behaviors in us so that then we transform completely? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Winnie. And with that, I hand over the mic to Senior Counsel Martha Karua for answering the last set of questions and then also giving the closing remarks. Over to you.
Thank you. I hope I'll remember all. May I begin by thanking the diaspora for the support, tremendous support you extended to us during the 2022 campaign. I accompanied Raila to Washington in March of 2022, and we attended 2 events organized by the diaspora. Some of you came here to campaign with us and have remained in touch. We may not have formally thanked you, but as you will recall, after the debacle at Bomas, we had the court case. And after that, hot on its heels, we started the mobilizing for to push the government to audit the elections from last year. So it is not that we are not grateful, it's just that everything has gone on too fast. Hassan Ali, thank you also for your welcome, and thank you. Odera, about separating treasury, or that treasury is a tool of control, how can we make it independent? An institution is as independent as the people who man it. Can you imagine that since 2010, the Electoral Commission is called Independent Electoral Commission? Has it been independent? In my view, it's been worse than the Kivoito Commission, because Kivoito, at least 202, was able to certify good elections. After that, we have not, even with the 2010 constitution, we've not had credible elections, although the body is called independent. So for Treasury, we have seen Treasury act in a manner that helped this country to grow the economy once again. Immediately Kibaki came in. Then we saw a decline when corruption reared its ugly head in the Kibaki government. So I would like to join that with the very last question, which is asking, how can we, I understood it to mean, how can we fight impunity? How can we make it expensive for people to indulge in corruption? And I think it's all about leadership. Leadership matters. If you have good leadership at the top, it affects every other office. And you saw during the first Kibaki era, we had not changed the constitution, but you saw members of public helping to apprehend or to force policemen to return bribes. You saw people queuing to pay taxes at the KRA. So it's all about leadership. Let us fix leadership, and let us make each individual, irrespective of their position, to be accountable. The higher the responsibility, the higher the bar of accountability, starting with the top leadership in the country. I would also, you asked again, Odera, about diaspora. For us in NAC Kenya, we would have a policy of inclusion. And inclusion for diaspora means having a person from diaspora appointed either to be a director of diaspora affairs or some other high office that deals with diaspora matters, because nobody can understand diaspora better than the diaspora itself. And recognizing the contribution of diaspora by ensuring that they also do participate in government and in other matters, affairs of the country. And there's nothing wrong even having a diaspora occupying an office as an ambassador. So it's a policy of inclusion. You asked about Article 91, basic requirements of political parties and whether NAC Kenya is compliant. Yes, NAC Kenya is compliant, largely. I would say largely because we did our national elections in January 2022 when we had our annual delegates convention. We are going to have, we are going to have our National Governing Council, where we hope to rebrand. We also hope to amend the Constitution. And one of the things we are going to bring in the Constitution is to put it in line with the country's Constitution, that as the top leadership, we must have a sell-by date, that a clause saying that you cannot buy beyond this point. So be expecting that from NAC Kenya very soon. And I'm happy that my deputy, Kabala, is listening in on this conversation. I believe I'm the oldest NEC member in NAC Kenya. The rest are much younger. I have a young NEC. And the current acting secretary general is a millennial. Not exactly a Gen Z, but a millennial. Long-term plan for the party. We are Social Democrats, and Article 43 of the Constitution is very dear to us. So our last manifesto included universal health care, universal education, and prioritizing agriculture and other basic needs like water, all those. But in Kenya today, a government that follows the Constitution is obligated by Article 43. Even if you'd call yourself capitalist, you'd still have to have a social market economy. Social in the sense that Article 43 brings in social welfare. And yes, NAC Kenya, since it's a party to serve the people, is willing to keep and always keeps reviewing its policies. When you become a member, you are welcome to come and inject new ideas into our policies. We are improving our website to be able to give you more information about us, to make it interactive so that some of these questions can also be answered real time online. Deborah, thank you because you always keep in touch and you have asked, and thank you for the work you did in the last elections and for encouraging us all the time. You asked about the IEBC and counting of votes. The law is very clear, the Constitution. Counting of votes takes place and ends at the polling station. Therefore, the votes of all the 6 candidates, the counting of those votes end at the polling station. The constituency level those votes that have been counted at the polling station are aggregated and announced. And therefore, the final say on the presidential vote is not the county tallying station. It is each of the 290 constituencies. The IEBC has been disobeying the law consistently to facilitate room for rigging. There is no such a thing as the returning officer for the presidential elections. There are no elections at the tallying center, whether at Bomas or any other place. The votes count ends at the polling station, aggregation ends at the constituency, and therefore at the National Tallying Center is actually aggregating the 290 constituencies, a job that should not take us more than 1 hour. And since the average polling station has only 700 votes, no polling station should take more than 3, maximum 4 hours counting. So by the end of the night of polling, by midnight, the National Tallying Center should have all the votes in it. And by midnight of that day, people should know who the president-elect is. This delay of 7 days is to facilitate manipulation, and that's what has been happening. So we don't need new laws. We just need to enforce the law as it is. And I like it that you have raised that issue, Deborah, because it's an issue that has brought a lot of problems in this country. You've also asked about, I've been in elective politics for 13 years. This was elicited by the comment of Kenya Daima, and thank you for your compliment. I've been out of elective politics now for 13 years because I last was elected as a member of parliament in the term that ended in December 2012. I have not ceased to stand up for Kenyans. My voice has not diminished. And if you allow me bragging rights, my voice has even been louder than most elected persons who are earning salaries. So yes, I'm willing to work with all progressive Kenyans, including millennials, including Gen Zs, so that we get a better Kenya. Josephine, you asked whether I'm supportive of the Gen Z. Yes, I am. And as I've said, I'm also supportive of all progressive forces. Let's find a way to keep pressure on this regime to do what is right. Let's find ways of putting pressure so that they can hear the wish of the people for them to exit. How do governments in the West resign? How do individuals resign? We can do it. The Gen Zs have made us realize our agency again, and I know this can happen. We all have a duty to think individually and then together on how this can happen. Now the one to head this the company that is going to control this new insurance scheme, and there will be gatekeepers who will determine who gets paid and at what. It actually diminishes access to health rather than makes it bigger. It's one of the things that are totally opaque and one which we must keep the pressure on. How do we choose representatives for a constituency assembly? Would it lead to anarchy? It is not something I can say I have thought through completely, but I was quickly thinking, how are the Gen Zs communicating? Even so that Ruto could pick it up, or Kenyans everywhere could keep it up, pick it up and act on it. How did they communicate with Ruto so that he recalls the Finance Act or sacks his cabinet? It was through social media. And I was imagining that if my home county is asked to bring 5 people, there would be debate among the Gen Z and among people, and a consensus would be arrived at, especially if we begin not by the names, by discussing the criteria in chapter 6. And if we are clear that if we are asking 6 people, we want, let me assume 10 so that I'm able to do the math quickly. If we want 10 people, then we say 6 are youth and 3 must be women, 3 men. And among them, let them find a person, maybe with disability or a marginalized person. And then we say the other 4 are women, mature women, and men. They are going then to apply this criteria of chapter 6, and they'll be able to get those people. If it is a constituency which has it's a county with 4 constituencies like Kirinyaga, they will have, in accordance with the constitution, locate those people within the 4 constituencies. It is clumsy because it's not something that is defined, but this is our time to think through those things, so that tomorrow we might even want to have regulations on how to activate those sections. So your guess is as good as mine. And I do not believe that resigning of a government or running it out of town would necessarily bring anarchy. Our constitution is clear. The army remains in the barracks. The police continue policing. But everybody brought in politically, like the principal secretaries, when a regime goes, it goes with its entire complement. Anybody appointed politically comes to an end. And in the ministry, they are civil servants. The highest ranking civil servant will be the acting. But these are things to think through. Very quickly, why should we be recycling leaders? My answer is simple. It's not the number of years somebody has served. That's why you are seeing Bernie Sanders in the US, a very old man, or the 2 presidential candidates before Biden left were both over 70. So it's not the number of years. You can have a Gen Z who is as corrupt as they come, and an octogenarian who is upright. So let us apply the criteria given by the Constitution on good leadership, and let's get leadership, quality leadership. The problem is not whether one has served before. The problem is the quality of a leader. We have Gen Zs who are now in leadership, then right now, and millennials, and some of them have done so badly. Yet we have Gen Zs who have done this country proud, who have done Africa and the world proud, and who are being emulated because they are so patriotic, they are so focused, they are so informed, and they are so progressive. So it's not only about age, it is about the quality of leadership that we get. Ochola, dual citizenship. Yes, I know currently not eligible for state jobs. That's a question to discuss the next time we are going into review. For people who are natural citizens of this country, I think those who are born, it is a question whether it is possible, even if one acquires citizenship elsewhere, to allow such people to also be in leadership, or do we open it to any citizen? It's a question that ought to be discussed and not taken lightly, because the diaspora, wherever you are, irrespective of the citizenship you have acquired, you have continued to support this. We are asking the Chinese to build our roads and railway. Yet out there, our diaspora are building great highways in America, in parts of Africa, in Europe, and many other great things that are being done by diasporas, professionals in all fields. I think it's a time we opened and we deliberately even went out to look for diaspora who can help us do certain things that are beneficial to the country. Can we have separate elections for presidential and also for the other elections? This again is something that should be looked into, as well as the issue I talked about first of proportional representation. Now, Eunice, my own handwriting, which I'm not able to read, but you have said, I said, leaders are a reflection of society. Yes. I remember when I became a member of parliament, opposition areas were electing leaders, not based on money. I had no money to get elected. I was elected because of what I stood for and my manifesto, what I was telling the people I would do. So our people have not always been transactional and electing people because of what they give. But since 2007, our society has embraced money, transactional politics, and the leadership, the poor quality of leadership from that time is evident. So we need to have an open discussion with ourselves, and I'm hoping that the Gen Z will lead us into this also, that we must drop money politics and we must elect people on merit only. Like I said, that change will begin with your county and your ward. This is something we can do. Kenya is big, but if we band ourselves around our wards and our counties, it is possible to begin this conversation and to transform and to also mobilize our Gen Z and everybody, not only to pick the vote, but to participate in voting. We should also be able to mobilize ourselves to reject impunity and to recognize that leadership matters. And the type of leaders we choose, that is the type of life and country that we choose. No wonder then, 13 years later, we have not realized the dream of the Constitution, largely. We now have an opportunity to do something about it. Let each one of us contribute. Nobody has a monopoly of ideas. I'll be richer for hearing you and hearing your ideas, and we all will enrich each other by discussing these things together. Thank you, and I would now beg leave.
Thank you so much, Senior Counsel Martha Karua. I see that Kip is raising his hand. I don't know if he can. Kip, can you hear me?
Madge, I also have one question for Mother before she leaves. Thank you.
No, Abdi, Mother has to leave. We're going to do 30 minutes of Q&A. That the questions that she can take later, but she has to leave for now. Keep just a minute, and then I close for her. She leaves, and then we continue. Abdi, it's okay. We'll take those questions here.
Thank you.
And also,
Keep, kindly proceed. I cannot hear Keep. Can somebody hear him? Okay, I cannot hear him. So let me just close by thanking Martha. Martha, thank you so much for coming to speak. Hosting you again once things have settled so that you can come over and share with us the diaspora, more about what the NAC, party has in store for diaspora. So since you've extended by 35, by more minutes, I'll just let you go, and then we'll communicate again as you and sleep well. So now, guys, as you've seen, there's still over 100 people waiting. I added you to the mic, but you are Not hear you. Can you say something? I still cannot hear you. So guys, let's have the rest of the session run as a Q&A for Martha. You come in 2 minutes. Continue building the network by following each other, follow the host, the co-host, the speakers, look left and right and follow each other. So we go to Salah. Web is not picking.
Yes, Maj, and thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for the space. Good evening, all. And tonight, I don't have so much to say or to ask. Probably in the next Q&A, I'll participate. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Web, can you hear us? What's your question for Martha?
Yes, mine was not actually it like that. And my question that I would like extended to her is, we are working basically on a platform to prevent corruption before it happens. To what extent would she be willing to look at the solutions that we are putting together? We are a forum, and these solutions involve basically technology. Like we've seen, technology can solve a lot of problems where we monitor transactions, projects live, and the citizenry is involved. And the extent to that can be discussed later. But what, because I mean, we are trying to do the status quo change, and one of the ways is to prevent corruption before it happens. The forum that I'm in, we are working on that. We'll also be compiling the contributions that were given, because we hosted a transparency forum last week. And we also continue to invite people to kind of add to that, because before any technology is adopted or even proposed to the public, there needs to be really a lot of inclusive discussion. But this will be mostly focused on prevention of corruption, because as we know, with asset recovery, less than 20% success rate. So we gotta prevent it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We go to Alice and then Abdi and Rosaline in that order. 2 minutes, your question or comments for Mother.
Okay, I can go first, yeah?
Please proceed.
For me, thank you, Martha, for joining us on this space. My name is Alice Mwango. Mine is to ask you guys, how can we support the current education system? Many people are dropping out of uni due to lack of school fees, especially considering the current funding model, which means now unemployment is not going to be an issue, education is going to be an issue. How can we revive ourselves? Yeah.
Thank you so much, Alice. The question is noted. We go to Rosaline and then Abdi.
Thank you much for hosting the space, and thank you for the opportunity just to make a contribution. My question is, in light of the fiscal abuse and financial irresponsibility we've seen at large in the executive, what measures are there in the Constitution to limit the, the fiscal right or ability of the executive? Because, for example, with the loan, or rather the debt situation, we've seen it going from 2 trillion to 11 trillion, and that's because the executive took over the right of parliament to borrow or to limit or govern how much is borrowed in the country. Then again, we've seen MPs, vote for unconstitutional offices to retain their budgets instead of
Thanks, Rosaline. Abdi and then Maura.
Thank you much, and Hillary again. Can you hear me? Thank you for hosting this space again. You can hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
My question to Martha was regarding the appointment of the opposition MPs to the cabinet. Does the appointment of these opposition MPs to the cabinet violate the principle of separation of powers and checks and balance as outlined in the Constitution? Can the appointment of these opposition MPs to the cabinet establish the current constitutional framework? What are the constitutional implications of appointing these oppositional MPs to executive positions, and how does this appointed to the cabinet? Can the people themselves assume the role of official opposition? And if so, what are the mechanism or legal framework that support this arrangement under the Kenyan Constitution? That was one of the questions I had for Martha. The second question I had for Martha was the removal of the president through people-driven referendum. Is there any constitutional basis for the removal of a sitting president through a people-driven referendum under the 2010 Constitution? What are the legal avenues available for initiating such process, if any? And how does the current Constitution framework ensure accountability and provide mechanism of removal of a president if deemed necessary by the public?
Let's go to Maura, then K.D. Lee, and then Tom.
Okay, thank you, Maj, for hosting the space, and Hilary. I only have two questions. One for Mheshimiwa Mother Wangari Karua. One, how can we make sure that our parliament is completely independent of the executive as envisioned in the constitution? Because that is what is bringing problem in our country. That's the first question. The second question, since a government is minority employer, how can we make sure that there are good and conducive climate for investment in Kenya? Because all these people who are leaving universities and colleges needs employment. And number three, how will she make sure that she stamp out account?
KD, can somebody else hear him? I cannot hear him.
We can't hear him.
Okay, Tom? Tom Boya?
Well, thank you. I hope I'm audible. Thank you, Maj, and I greet you all Kenyans in the name of your ancestors. So I request to be given at least 3 or 4 minutes. The reason is this. As we are discussing changing the status quo, I wish you would have started by defining what is the status quo. I believe that Kenya is sick. The sickness is theft of public fund. Sickness is poverty, slavery. When you go for treatment, a focus is always based on treating the cause, the root cause of the problem. Then we are wasting time and we will not get everything right. This is so deep, this is so extreme. I wish someone who is more experienced like Martha would have been open enough to discuss the detailed issues on the root. Number one, colonialism, foreign interference, religion, cycle, democracy, and capitalism. When I just go ahead to illustrate a bit, this is evident.
So, Tom, can you please put those as questions, because those questions were not placed onto her, so we cannot say she wouldn't have responded.
Well, my question is this: how do we address the root cause? It is deep.
Okay.
I see an example. It is happening in Niger, and people are silent. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tom. I just wanted to ensure that more people also speak. So that is a question she can answer, and I think she's very competent to answer that. No worries, she's going to listen in. Matthew, and then Hannah. Matthew Etabo? He cannot hear me. And Wakili, should you want to speak, just open your mic. I'll see it, and then you can chime in, especially on the legal matters. Over to you.
Yes. 1 minute. Ndegwa, please don't make noise. Thank you very much. There were some substantive questions that were put. One was how a referendum can be structured to remove a sitting president. Let me begin by saying that we all have in mind the provisions of Article 1 of the Constitution. The second level is where they are participating directly in that process. The thinking behind the creation of Article 1 with those two levels was that all the executives fails, neglects, or refuses to adhere to the people's wishes, norms, and aspirations, then the people can exercise their sovereignty directly. Then you have to connect that with two aspects. The first aspect is where the Constitution is creating the means upon which the people will participate in electing their leaders, and therefore they create a constitutional tool called election. Number two, the Constitution also creates another tool called a referendum. Ordinarily, we have thought that referendums are only exclusive to questions of determining perhaps how many constituencies do you want to have, how many counties do you want to have, which do you want to do some review on the constitution. But we should also see a referendum as a means or as a constitutional tool of or tool where people can exercise their sovereign power under Article 1. Is that the court is for that the High Court can pronounce itself that referendums are not exclusively meant to determine administrative matters, but they should also be it should also be a tool to be used and applied by the people in the event the delegated democracy failed. That is the thinking behind the petition that we have filed with Kibe Mungai and my colleagues in court. We want the High Court to pronounce itself that a president who has failed to adhere and to live to the people's expectations can be removed through parliament. Why are we going through a referendum means? We are going through the referendum means because the Constitution has created an impeachment tool, but you need to resort to parliament for you to impeach the president. The Constitution has also created a tool where a president can be removed through parliament on ground of incapacity. But again, you have to go through parliament. Kenyans are sick of this parliament. The parliament has failed to live to their expectation, least followed, to ensure that we have other means where people can remove the president through constitutional mechanisms. That is the thinking behind the constitutional petition that we have filed in court. Had it not been for the failure of parliament, would have urged parliament to initiate an impeachment motion. This parliament has neglected its function. They have attempted to fuse their function with the function of executive, and therefore it's not possessed with the necessary constitutional tool to undertake the process of removing the president, and we therefore want the people to make that determination. On the question of ODM joining government, there is nothing as unconstitutional as that. Why? Because our constitution has created parliament, and parliament has been created to have two levels or two sides, the minority side and the majority side. Remember, the majority side and the minority side is a constitutional dictate and a constitutional provision determined through an election. It therefore presupposes that the only thing that can alter that preposition is a subsequent election. Individuals of the minority and therefore polarizing parliament, therefore obliterating parliament, changing the structure of parliament. There is no contemplation of the constitution that there could be a circumstances or a scenario where the minority join hands with the majority. There is no provision in the constitution. There is no one single article that says that at a particular time, the party in government can form a government of national unity. It's only the people of the Republic of Kenya who can make that determination. But William Ruto seems to have usurped all the powers that are the residual powers left for Kenyans, conferred himself the authority that is only vested with Kenyans, and decided that the majority should then merge or collaborate with the minority. Let me ask you one question, and I leave it for the people to ponder. What will happen to the people who are represented by Opiyo Wandayi? What will happen to the special interest group represented by John Badi? You cannot do this without involving the people. Number two, Mr. Opiyo Wandayi, or Honorable Opiyo Wandayi, is the leader of minority in parliament. It is not perceived that parliament can sit to vet the new cabinet secretaries when we have a vacuum for the seat of the leader of minority. Because that will not be a parliament that is fully constituted. And also remember that Opiyo Wandayi cannot appear before the vetting committee while he's still holding his position of MP. He has to relinquish that position. It therefore follows that relinquishing that position, he will be relinquishing the position of the member of parliament and the position that he holds for Azimio in parliament. It therefore follows, consequently, that parliament will therefore not be fully constituted for it to undertake the process of even vetting. Because there is no scenario that is contemplated by the Constitution that Parliament will operate when one wing of Parliament is not fully constituted. And that's why we are saying that William Ruto has taken it upon himself for the few remaining days that he'll be in office to mutilate the Constitution and abrogate the Constitution. And if there is anything that we are called upon to do, even under Article 3 of the Constitution, is to defend this Constitution from being violated, to defend the Constitution from being defiled by those people who never believed in it. Can Opiyo Wandayi cross over to government without a resolution being made by the constituent parties in Azimio? Remember, Azimio, under the Political Parties Act, is a coalition political party. It has its constituent political parties. who must resolve through the National Delegate Conference that we have agreed that one of our constituent parties can cross over and join hands with the government. That has not taken place. It therefore means that they have fully usurped the powers of all the members of the constituent parties. And that's why we are saying this is an illegality and a stinking illegality that Mr. William Ruto and his cabals have decided to undertake. To that effect, as we speak, I am preparing a petition again for the Constitutional Court to make that determination, whether or not the minority can cross over to join the majority in government, and what will happen to parliament at that particular time. Let us also look at the capacity of Mr. Joho and Mr. Paranya. Are they not leaders of political parties? Is their party not a member of the Azimio? Is Azimio not the minority in parliament? Can they therefore also join hands with the government when their political party has a position in parliament of the minority? All this, in my view, is a serious, stinking, unconstitutional illegalities that needs to be stopped ASP. Thank you much. Thank you everybody for listening to me. I'll still remain on call for purpose of any clarification.
Thank you
Thank you.
so much. So as we continue, thank you, Wakili. As we continue, the questions for Martha, each speaker has 2 minutes. If you have a question for Martha, pose it, and then if there are legal questions that still needs clarification, Wakili will be is very kind to clarify for us. Dr. Kasim, take a go.
Oh, thank you, Marge. I hope I'm loud and clear.
Yes, you are.
Okay, I have a question on Wakili. When the justice and something I was left wondering how is justice only the league of demonstrations, which being demonstrations, which is their right. Why are they arrested? So according to the president, they have been arrested legally and there's a favor he is doing to them. Then number two, a question I've been asking, this was, but I've not got a response. Most of them are people above 18 years. Most of them have ID cards, but a number of them are not willing to register as voters because of the kind of system we have. But they will be willing to register if we had a better way of managing our elections. If we are to amend the Constitution, my biggest question has been, why is there a clause that for us to amend our Constitution, it has to be signed by registered voters? Why should we limit Kenyans above 18 years from participating in amending the Constitution? Yet they are the majority of the people who are really suffering. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's take 4 sets of speakers. Ben, you're next. Then Ogwek, I'm Smart, Abdi, and then Hannah.
Okay. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I only wanted to we've been involved in these talks a lot, and as the people, we are trying to come up with way forward, and we are only asking people, our senior people like Martha Karua, who we really respect, to be able to help us in coming with the way forward as Gen Zs and the millennials. We have an opportunity to kick out this government in the next 2 to 3 months after the IEBC has been formed, by just kicking out the 200 or maybe 150 members of parliament who voted for yes. And these members of parliament that you can put into parliament can therefore do so many things with the parliamentary privileges and powers, even to change everything in this country. So how can her party and her herself as Martha Karua help us in terms of achieving this? Secondly, you can see that the president right now has run away from the urban people because he's realized that the billion lies that alikuwa ametenga cannot work anymore to the to the educated folks in Kenya and the diaspora. How can we have civic education in the villages that is now targeting with these lies? How can we then have civic education in those voting areas, so that we can inform our people to actually see through the lies that the president is trying to tell? You will find that I'm trying so much to come up with people that you can have civic education and inform our people on their voting rights, on the fact that they should not vote because of the handouts they're being given. How can the diaspora, because this is our home, I was with civic education, because IBC does not conduct the civic education, and it is the mandated constitutionally body to conduct educated and the rural folks against the educated and the urban communities. Thank you so much.
Thanks. And I see people writing on the comment section that they should follow each other. Yes, I would encourage that, because when you have a message that you need amplified, when you follow each other, that's when you're able to build more network, as you also are able to amplify those messages and are able to really also get the message that people are sharing out there. So now, allow me, I've added two ladies to the mic. Allow me to get them through, because we've had less ladies speaking. Carol and Rachel, in that order, and then you proceed with the next. 2 minutes each. Carol, sorry. Carol, I hope you're a lady. Rachel?
Hello, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I've just joined here. Actually, really, we are very, very passionate with the issues that are happening in Kenya, and are really, really interested in getting into like making changes and coming with our solutions and or suggestions, so to speak. But we don't know who to contact. If I should be sincere, I've been trying to write emails. I've been trying to inbox some of our leaders, but none of them is getting back. And if I have to be sincere, I even wrote to the First Lady. I was like, I mean, we are here, we need to be heard of. And they promised to call me back or somebody to contact me. Nobody has done that. Of course, we are trying to get into this platform just to be heard, because we really think we can come with one or two suggestions that can help build our country or bring the changes that we really want to see in that country. Thank you.
Thank you so much for dialing in from Sweden. Like we said, we're doing, I think we're going to end at the top of the hour while taking questions for Mother. She has been here for 2 hours with us, and she will be listening and responding. I see Professor Kivuta Kibwana. Thanks for coming, and feel free to pick the mic. I know it's late, but I've sent you the mic. Feel free to speak, to pick it. So let's proceed that way. And thanks to everyone who's still on. I think we're going to the third hour, and as you can hear, it's getting late from this end also. So let's go to Carlo. Carlo, are you able to speak now?
Thank you very much, Marge, for the opportunity. I can say that it's a wonderful discussion, and Ndegwa has dealt with it extensively, so he can actually answer the second question. But just before I go to the second question, while he was answering the question, I mean, I was agreeing with him. I was there nodding with the response that he gave until when he got to the point where he said, where I had the two words mutilate and abrogate. And the next thing he said is that he's going to petition the Constitutional Court. So I was left wondering whether, excuse me, whether what he said that there is nothing against the law in for the president, that the president, I mean, there was nothing wrong that he did in appointing the opposition members into his cabinet. But then again, he still came and said that what the president has done was to mutilate and abrogate the constitution, and hence is going to petition. So I would like just to clarify whether what the president has done. And my second question in regards to that was, from the moral point of view, working with with the regime, with the government that seems to be not doing the right thing, in the sense that of there's a lot of corruption in it. There's a lot of corruption going on. How would it appear now to the people appointed and basically the opposition come 2027? Can the failures of this current regime be ascribed or apportioned to the opposition? And probably could this be what the president is trying to achieve at the end of the day? Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I think if he's ready, he can respond directly. Wakili?
Thank you very much. And I would really wish to hear my learned senior professor's view in this respect, of where the president crosses over to the minority and attempts to mutilate the composition of parliament. I would still reiterate what I said smartly, that it's not, or there's no provision that requires the president to do so. When we wanted to do a government of national unity in 2007, we had to amend the constitution to create that clear provision. A provision that there will be a government of national unity. The function of parliamentarians, be you in a minority or be you voice that was remaining in the parliament was the voice from the minority. Now the minority has also been captured, and the majority of the strength of parliament to oppose that which is wrong has been mutilated by William Ruto's actions. And you'll bear me witness that Mr. William Ruto, being crafty and being what he is, has gone ahead to invite the minority so that nobody will question the character and the integrity of the persons proposed as CSs. Why? Because the ODMs will be saying, we have our person, let's close our eyes. The KK will be saying, we have our person, let's close our eyes. So at the end of the day, what will not have is an accountable parliament. Is a parliament that is responsive to the people. Is a parliament themselves in a very dicey position, very precarious one. And that is why it is important for us now, the people, to offer Article 10 every person, including the people listening to me this evening. Both the elected and non-elected citizens. We have a duty to hold the government to account and exercise an alternative voice of reason. And that is why it is so wrong for Mr. William Ruto to start agents holding government to account. When government says that we cannot exercise that right or that freedom under Article 10, Article 37, of the alternative way of holding government to account, what William is telling us is that he wants to kill our voice of reason. He wants to kill our ability to hold government to account. And finally, I am pushing for the idea where everybody who has been arrested as a result of exercising his freedom or her freedom under Article 37 should not be referred to as the arrested person, should not be referred to as an accused person. We need to start referring to them as political prisoners. Those who have been mutilated are being persecuted politically. Why? Because when we use the terminology political prisoners, it changes the connotation and changes the structure of those individuals. And it changes the perception, the way we view them. You know, when you say somebody is an accused person, you're saying that somebody has committed a crime and therefore he has been charged before the court of law for an offense for holding a contra view to the what perhaps the minority may be holding, because I believe William is leading the minority. Then even in the international arenas, and I beg to be advised by them that are in the diaspora, will also change. The perception of the perception will also change. So I would urge that we start referring to these individuals as political prisoners, and we start the clamor for the release of the political prisoners. Just like though it happened during the time of Kwaiju Wamwere. You remember the mother to Kwaiju Wamwere, they went to Freedom Corner. I think also Wangari Maathai also accompanied them, and a litany of so many other revolutionaries. And trees and all those things, but the release of a political prisoner, it had a different connotation and it has a different view in the international perceptions. Thank you. thank you, Marge. Thank you, everybody, for listening to me. Perhaps you might want to invite Professor to weigh in on my submissions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Prof is already on the mic. Professor, over to you, and thanks for being with us.
Thank you very much, Marge. Can you hear me? Because I've been having some problems with my gadget.
Loud and clear.
Yes, I'm also happy to have listened a bit to Martha. Holding situation in our country. And thank you, Ndegwa, for that passionate exposition of the legal, political situation. In my youth, I was a teacher to Martha at the university, and it is a lady I really respect. And so I'm happy, Marge, that you are able to have a conversation with her for of my engagement. I really wanted just to listen. I didn't want to kind of answer questions that will be forwarded. What has happened between ODM and the KKA, Kenya Kwanza Alliance, is like what happened between to speak about until 1966 to 69, when there was KPU, and of course that was proscribed, and subsequently 82 we became before 2002 was a history of a one-party state. So that is a very worrying trend, given that especially concerns one is the party leader of ODM approached the president on their own and got appointed, and UDA or even the KK alliance, or there is no coalition agreement between KKA and Azimio, because we have seen that Azimio is still intact, minus Martha saying that she has exited through NA Kenya, and I because I didn't, I was not here early in the space so that I could hear explain what that means for the party, for ourselves, and for Azimio. But the thing really which is worrying legally, politically, is if individuals from your party on their own, when your party has been in opposition and your coalition has been in opposition, if they go to the ruling party and are appointed in government without your authority, that should actually attract a disciplinary situation. And it is not legally right, because it's like they have actually left your party, and that requires clarification. In how are they going to the government side without being sent by their political party or the coalition? Of course, it would be different. So that now would justify that they have formed a new coalition after exiting from Azimio, after giving notice like Mother has done, and so they are right to get into a coalition with KKA, and also therefore to serve in the government, so that there is a common government. So that, strictly speaking, the in law, the government now, the fact that of these four people going into the, so there is clarity there, because really it's not fair for a leader of a political party to say, my four guys have gone into government and I don't know how they have, and there are no consequences from the party of origin. Then the other point that I wanted to speak on is the battle incumbent regimes focus on the rural areas because of the fact of this negative ethnicity and some illiteracy, political illiteracy, and all that kind of stuff. Then the kind of changes that people think is able to now do that pervasive civic education and structures, getting the constitution even translated into local languages, and even if it's summaries of it, so that happens. And of course, if one can recruit the teachers who are everywhere in the rural areas, if it's possible to get those involved, then again that would really be a major thing. And I in another forum I made the point that the youth are very the Christian youth are very angry that the church, especially church leadership, some of the church leadership let them down, and the church leaders, are saying that they will change and all that kind of stuff. And what actually the youth have done, the Christian youth, they may have made it very difficult for politicians to use the church in 2027, and that can be a bonus, and maybe that is something to be worked on, so that there isn't a reversal of that reality. So I appreciate much that you continue to support these young people so that we can change this beautiful country so that whoever is in leadership knows that they have to be in leadership, being accountable. Kenya that we must create so that we don't slide back like South Africa is doing, like some of these other countries. This is a great country. We must be great and also help the rest of Africa to do better. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prof, for having said that, we are ending at the top of the hour. So unfortunately, because we still have so many people requesting for the mic, unfortunately, we're not going to add any other speaker to the panel. We apologize for that. But we would like the ones who are already on the panel to host a space. Awake, Truth,
Yes, hello. Thank you so much, Raf, for the opportunity. I just wanted to echo what my former governor, Professor Kifuza Kebwana, has just said. It would have been so bad if it would have been better if these guys from ODM were to move to Kenya Kwanza if they had left the Azimio. You know, once they have moved to Kenya Kwanza regime, when they are under Azimio, then that sounds so so bad to the other members of the Azimio and might to some extent attract some kind of punishment. So I agree with what my governor just said.
Thank you so much. May we concentrate the last minutes on two questions for Martha? If somebody doesn't have them, then probably they can give a chance to another. A Truth? On Sando? Abdi?
Thank you much again. It's just a thank you again. It's a follow-up to question for Advocate Ndegwa. Thank you, my friend Ndegwa. And I think I'll get for the brilliant response to the people-driven referendum. My follow-up question is that given the representatives, the MPs are elected to exercise power on behalf of the people with delegated authority and can be recalled if they can be recalled if they don't meet the obligation. Do we have to go through the recall route before initiating a people-driven referendum? That's my first follow-up question. Additionally, also what I want to say is the appointment of the opposition to the cabinet not only undermines the principles of democracy, but also creating potentially unlawful government, as I said. The ODM party distances itself from this. If the minority party crosses over to the government, and does this compromise their role as opposition? And here the question comes, who is the next official opposition? Can the courts pronounce themselves on these matters? That is the other thing. Finally, I want to talk about judicial independence. How can you safeguard the independence? Who might face threats or intimidation due to their ruling in regard to this matter? Final take is this for me now. I think the AG is the legal advisor to the government. There are situations where the Attorney General might not be consulted. Motivated advice to align with the president to this advisory role, ensuring the president receives impartial legal advice, given the potential for
an attorney general, but the legal experts are going to respond to that. Hannah? Hannah, can you hear me? Bring in the closing remarks. Expert, what? Yeah.
Thank you, Marge, for this opportunity. Mine is just a very simple question. I think it's good for us to think correctly that we can do this. Can be this through a constitutional means. It's not going to allow it. So the question is, can we this constitution and not looking at the legality framework so that they can be able to accomplish their mission? Because I think Kenya is rotten to the core and there's no way out that the current constitution as it is set up is going to clean up Kenya. As long as the judiciary remains conflicted and compromised, we should not expect radical changes in Kenya. We have to have a clean reset. And let it all come after they have already succeeded on the initial mission of removing the current system completely out of place. Thank you.
And we also clearly understood that the Article 1 of the Constitution is not this to court to try to see if this is going to be done through a referendum. So whereas we call for change, that is not what we want. But the legal experts are going to also chime in on that in their closing remarks. Liz, and then Linda Katiba.
Hello, Marge. Can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, Liz, go, and then Linda Katiba will take the mic here.
Generian who is upright. And on that note, I just wanted to ask her a question in absentia, if it will get to her. What are some of the organizations or platforms that can be created to empower people who are young to have opportunities to learn about good governance, right? But if people do not get opportunities to learn this, we just end up inheriting. It becomes like generational, right? What we know is what younger people will inherit. So I would really like to hear from Martha and even our senior Kivuta Kibwana on what are some of the programs that can be put in place to empower the young people so that as we age out and young people take leadership positions, they come up with they governance, they'll bring accountability, because this thing is mental, right? It's a
Yeah.
mental shift.
Yeah.
If we do yes, bad leadership and all these evils that we see in our society. So that's one thing that I really wanted to hear Martha and all the senior counsels on the line. Finally, this thing I said it on another space, and I'm not sure if I said it here, but once they get there, they can say "Mini meomoka" with my generation. I will never see poverty. Let us see people going there to have these positions. For bringing good governance, bringing good leadership. So those are some of the ideas or questions that I have. If Professor can answer.
We take at least 1.5 minutes. I'm sorry, because you want to end before midnight Kenya. It's too late. Linda Katiba.
Speak. I recognize all the persons who are participating. Uh, the law campus, and it is because of the foundations that he laid. Antisana. Concerns have been raised about various issues, about the crisis that we are going through as a country, primarily because we have persons in positions of leadership who do not respect the Constitution of Kenya, and we have said that enough is enough. We are not cabinet. Views have been expressed, including by Wakili. Kenya is decreed to be a multi-party democratic state. The winning party forms the government, the losing party forms the opposition. The place of the opposition is recognized in the Constitution. Article 108 is the one, for example, that provides for the leadership in the House or in Parliament. Encourage everybody in this space to contest those nominations. 4th of August, there is currently a call for public participation, for people to submit
But what you're saying is extremely important, but would you put it down in a tweet? Because actually we were assigned 2 minutes each, and align to the constitution, we also have to align to the simple regulations while we are interacting.
that.
You're about. And then you can tell us that in a tweet. We've read about it, but also just as a summary and a reminder, it's a good thing.
Okay,
So just yeah.
so quickly, I have prepared a template that people can adopt if they wish. It is pinned on my on my timeline on my TL. I would encourage everybody to have a look at it and consider putting in the statements. Please be aware it has to be
And Pius, 1.5 minutes each, and then we close. Manager, Pius.
Thank you more. These kind of engagements that are beyond Mr. William Ruto's brutality. That we have engaged ourselves in. It is very important that we rise up against never ever saw themselves as dictators. It's a small bit of so if Mr. William Ruto does one unconstitutional thing and we resist, he'll really William Ruto to get away with only cause. Our duty and our obligation to remain put and to tell him that this is a no-go zone. You can do it operationalized all these the constitution has created organs that we no longer have the ability to check on his arbitrariness, balances. And we have been quite engaging and eye openers. Thank you very much, Abdi, and thank you very much, Professor, for your guidance. We remain put. Those advocates who are on this platform and wish to join in our petition, our any applications before this court, so that the petition merge for purposes of posting it and sharing it with any individual who may wish to join and come and have this tool put into test. I'm otherwise so grateful for listening to me.
Though we ambushed you a little bit, but just as some closing remarks, if you're able to.
Fantastic work in this country in terms of pushing rule of law, constitutionalism. They are great organization. Some who can do pure peer mentoring because they are quite good. Siasa players, there are many of them. That's one side. Generally, also civil society, democracy, and of course, if like younger people, like in the constitution making process in the 80s and 90s, there was a lot of mentoring, so that some of the younger politicians got mentored way of doing it, so that type politics. They say sorry to those that then they said, you know, we're doing opposite things. To say the way in which so that they will be still the minority. Against what lawyer Ndegwa, you know, was saying, and so these are things to watch.
I'll go to Hillary as you make your closing remarks, and then I close.
usually. And all of us are invited to come on Sunday at 7 p.m. Come and let us share the conversation. May you be safe wherever you are, and let us follow each other all the time so that when we have this conversation,
just wanted to put out there. So just down to earth and asking questions and a lot of comments comments on the questions in the comment sections. She's going
1-2 days time. Organizing a political party is somehow tricky, and it will lead us to the traditional problems that we've been in all through. So we need to reconsider. That. I'm not negating that having a political party is bad, but the possibility of a political party thriving without being distracted with its initial morals and the positions it holds, it becomes somehow hard. The turbulence are very strong. That's why you find a political party is here today and it's there tomorrow. We are here today, we are there tomorrow. You don't have that concrete stance. Lastly, we should maintain our initial position and we should not deviate. Requiring accountability should not be deviated or should not be substituted with anything else. Requiring justice for the people who have been slain through the shooting and the illegal actions of the police should not be substituted by anything. There is no need of changing your position because a person from your tribe has been given a position. We are tribeless, and that is one of our values. Why should you see a person from your community and not seeing justice? We should have justice. We should not have a mindset that derail us from our goals. We should ensure that everything that we want to pursue, we pursue them fully and we pursue them to last. So, Mr. KOT and fellow engagements, fellow revolutionaries and people in the movement, we should not give a thought to anything that tries to sway our position. Everything you do, there is someone trying to react on it. So whenever you're doing something,
Asante sana. You've gone off, but I was also coming. Umedrop ama umepotea wapi? Can't see you. All right. Thank you very much, Paul. The next person was LL. LL, don't raise your hand because nimewapanga venye niliwaingiza. So don't worry. I'm trying to be lenient as possible. I'm following venye niliwaingiza. Except for ladies, I'm trying to put in ladies in between. But alafu madam, if we have ladies in the forum, kindly muitishe mic so that we get also your views. Tusikuwe tu na wanaume peke yao. If you are a lady na umetumia jina ngumu, kindly DM so that I'm sure we ni dem. Kuna majina zingine hapa naona ni za dem, nikimpea mic napata ni base inatoka. So kama we ni dem unatumia proxy account, kindly let me know so that I put you on the line. Let's have LL then Chris. Chris wa flag. Kuna Chris ngapi? LL then Chris wa flag.
Hello. Unanisikia?
Yes, tunakusikia. Go ahead.
Okay. So, good evening, guys. Hope all you're doing okay. So, kusisitiza is we have to do anything that brings us together, because hiyo togetherness ndo power yetu. So anything that brings us together, like Nane, we have to really, really show up. Alafu, there's this lady who came and said something about the military thing. Anything that inaweza tuleta tu tukae mahali we talk. So even us coming together spread your gospel, to people. Like inaleta news somehow, and we still spread our roots that in that way. again, I was suggesting if we can, because to reach the grassroots, we have to do something dramatic. If we can do like road shows, or it might sound like maybe we are doing, how can we put what the president is doing, campaigns, but we're not doing campaigns. We do the road shows or something, but we preach to people and tell them our gospel of revolutionary. And again, I think the no leader part is good, but we need a structure. It has been spoken about in so many ways, but I'll just say, yeah, we need, like now we'll be having Nane. We need to know who is in charge of that. No leader, but we just need to know which people are good on that, so they can come and just do something and organize it. And let's say the way Anifa is good with the L thing and stuff like that. So namaliza nikisema togetherness, it's what will spread our gospel, because sahi tume yani wametuzima in a way, but we should just cheer on kabisa. Let's not give up, comrades, tuendele kabisa. Thank you so much. Good night.
Thank you very much, LL. Agree with you. Let's give up to get our unity is our strength. In this case, we don't have anything to offer other than our unity. So our unity is key. Anything that would want to divide us, let's always focus on the goal. There are so many propagandas. Oh, watu wamelipwa, oh, could be true or could be false. Some of these things we can't verify. But the goal is that tunafukuza Ruto. So always let's stick to the goal, tusikue divided. We can fight in between, but when it comes to the big enemy, who is the government, this rogue government, always let's unite. About mambo ya reaching to the root ground. I think this thing we need to properly put it so that tujue those people who can reach to the ground roots, tujue venye tuna reach out. This issue ya road shows and moving around, I was in another group, and initially I was also for the idea, but when someone gave in a very good point, also anaweza to target na hizo road shows zetu. You see what they are doing in Nairobi, they can easily target those public gatherings, na it won't be so good. So watu wanasema other thoughts from other spaces, that in the small spaces that you are having in those, let's not make them even public. Unaona tu hizo those small spaces that you're having, you see mse anaitwangaje, this guy who worships Raila anaitwaje in Kamukunji, these guys who have bunge la wananchi in Kamukunji. You see how he started. Sahi ameanza to speak a different language. Now we could tap into that. If someone could tap into that, ameanza kusema sahi watu sijui kina nani wamepata share yao. Now what is in for us? Now that we could tap into that. There's a guy who earlier on alisema he attends bunge Migori. He could go into that, and the ones that are already existing. So ana tap in, and then we push. We have Chris, then Paul Murigu. Chris, then Paul Murigu, then Fedush. Chris, Paul Murigu, Fedush.
Hello guys. Okay, first nitaanza kusema hivi. When we started this thing, kila mtu alijua nini imemtoa kwa nyumba akaenda street. Kuna watu wako na job, but unajua penye inakufinya. Una work na at the end of the day ukiangalia payslip yako unashindwa ukiclear. I interact with people. Let nobody lie to you kwamba hii stuff ijafika ground. People are feeling it. Cause leo nimekuwa mahali nasikia mtu anasema, umejua kwamba Gen Z wamepanga na Nane kuna maandamano. Mtu mwenye ako 50s. So they know. They are supporting us, but ni vile hawajaingia kwa race kabisa. Kwa sababu unajua wazazi wetu pia walikuwa na ile situation ya Moi yenye for 24 years huyo Jamal wakalia, and he used these tactics zenye Ruto anafanya. The only advantage yenye sisi tuko nayo ni kwamba we can see it. Kamera ziko, TV ziko, internet iko, X iko, platform zingine ziko. Watu wanaweza analyze kitu inafanyika sahi within that time. Hizo siku za kitambo the difference ilikuwa mtu atasikia mtu ameonekana kwa gazeti after 2 weeks ama hata isikika. Sisi tuko na advantage. Let's use this advantage. On the first on another thing,
Chris, we lost you. Ama ni mimi tu?
Amepotea.
Yeah. Chris, mend your mic, then utarudi. We have Paul Murigu. Paul Murigu, kindly pick it up. Paul Murigu.
Ni kama
Yeah, good
Chris
evening.
amerudi.
Good evening.
There is Paul.
Yes, hello.
Yes,
Good evening.
Paul, that's you.
Yeah, that's Paul. Yeah. So mine it's about the fact that the movement, the energy in the movement is winding down. So I was thinking about what the Constitution stipulates in terms of the structure of government. We have 3 arms of government. We have the presidency, we have the parliament, and the judiciary. We managed to enter parliament. We were pushing to go to State House, and then there was a lot of deaths. And then we tried to go to JKIA, which is not part of the government arm. So I was thinking, in line with another petition that has been filed this week, maybe we can push our effort towards supporting the petition to have a referendum by way of instead of coming out to go to State House, where we have a lot of casualty, obviously, because as someone spoke with their friend in GSU. Yes, there was a speaker who was before us there. She said about GSU guy telling us that it is not the police who are shooting, and that is very obvious because they are hiding. So obviously, if we try to go to State House, there will be so many casualties. And the other day on Tuesday, it was so heartbreaking to watch what they were doing in Githurai 44 and Zimmerman. So I was thinking if we can hook up with the guys, the lawyers who are going to petition the case and push the courts instead of coming out to State House, we go to we instead of just saying Ruto must go, we say that we must have the referendum, because the Article 37 and Article 1, they are interjecting, they are coming together, where in terms of the sovereignty and in terms of the arms of government. In terms of protest, Article 37 gives us the right to protest and to present petitions to any arm of government, the 3 arms of government, to any public office. So we can come out and petition and push together with the lawyers who have taken the petition on Wednesday. We can push that petition instead of going to places they are calling protected areas. We can go to courts, which is not a protected area, and it's a part of the arm of government. So we can push. We can make. I was thinking, if we can push that petition, it is easier to even bring other generation, even those older people who are not understanding what we are trying to get, because they are asking us, if Ruto goes, maybe the KDF can take over. And we have also discussed here in this forum that the idea of KDF taking over, because we don't trust the parliament, we don't trust Akina Wetangura, the speakers, and the deputy president. But if we can go, we can lean towards the other arm of government, the judiciary, maybe everyone will come and they will like the idea. That is what I'm thinking. Maybe they will love the idea that the court may take over, which is constitutional. But the idea of having Ruto to free the country and maybe the army taking over is not very enterprising to the older generation, which is also a big part of the voting bloc, because they feel entitled. They feel like they are the one who brought in the government, so they are not very excited to work with us. But if we work towards pushing for a referendum, I think it will be more exciting to everyone, because everyone is not satisfied. Everyone is dissatisfied, totally dissatisfied with this government. So that is my opinion. And then
Thank you, Paul.
Give me one moment. So in terms of what people are talking about leadership, the leadership we need is just spokespersons. Just a way, even if it's not a spokesperson, we just have to have one channel of communication, and maybe make it possible to forward our our ideas to the media, directly to the media, because the president is having a monopoly with the media, and that is our enemy. So we should look into ways of either having a spokesperson or having a direct access to the media, then the mass media. So that's my opinion.
Thank you, Paul. And next we have Fedush. You're still around? Yeah, Fedush. Kindly keep it 3 minutes, and then we'll go to Jude, then Kiarie. Fedush. Okay, let's have Jude, then Kiarie. Jude?
Yes, are you guessing me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go, 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I will not even use 1 minute only. Okay. I think almost everything is talked off, but I want to bring us a little bit back. Wacha tuangalie mali pengine tumekosea hapo nyuma kidogo, kwa sababu you can see of late when we call for demonstrations, when we call for people to come out or for the turnout iko mbaya sana. And I think these are the reasons why, and we can rectify on this. The last turnout yenye ilitoka nyingi sana in terms of demonstration ilikuwa when we were in Uhuru Park, and then tukatoka Uhuru Park. It was the last large turnout. And what brought in this? I'm from Kisumu City, and we have many counties in Kenya. But I don't know what happened. I don't know if they are the same leaders who constructed this, wakatumia the social media to mislead people. Because all of a sudden, this thing just turned to be based in Nairobi, unlike vile ilikuwa before. Unapata, we called on Uhuru Park, and when you call people to Uhuru Park, you mean mwenye ako Siaya won't come to Uhuru Park. Mwenye ako Kisumu won't come to Uhuru Park. Mwenye ako Mombasa won't come to Uhuru Park. So these other counties decided to relax. Wakasema, oh, this thing, it belongs to watu wa Nairobi. Leo wanaenda Uhuru Park. So for us, we have nothing to do. Let us stay back and watch what's happening, because we couldn't march to any other place, yet people are in Uhuru Park. And then I heard you, Davis, you said you are from Bondo. In Nyanza, saizi kuna kitu yenye ilitokea. Walisema like, hii movement ya Gen Zs, there's some background about it. kuna mali ilianzia, and this thing is for the mountain people, ni inatoka from the mountain. So wakasema like, we watu wa Nyanza mnataka kuingilia vita yenye si yenyu, mnataka kufight vita ya watu wa mountain. And then when you call this thing to inakuwa circulated along Nairobi, unapata the first one ilikuwa hiyo Uhuru Park, the second one tukasema tunaenda JKIA. So people were feeling like, okay, maybe ukiangalia mountain ndiko close sana na watu wenye wako more population ya Nairobi, people were feeling like, okay, for real, this thing is not our battle. Hii battle inakaa ni imesetiwa for the central hapo tu peke yake. So I think from that point we messed. We should be doing, tulifaa tufanye kitu yenye ina match na all counties yenye tukiita like the
Jude, I'm losing you. Sijui kama ni mimi peke yangu. I'm losing you big time. Ayo, unaweza sikia Jude?
No, siwezi msikia. Can't hear nothing. Nipotea.
Okay. All right. Jude, I hear you. I hear what you're saying. And I was in a forum where that thing was being discussed, where people were all vocal about this thing being, Luos being brought into this thing, a war that is not there. But I rubbish such statement, because this thing was not started by any tribe. This thing from all the way from the beginning, it has always been tribeless. That issue tribe, your issue ikitu ni siya Wajaluo, it came up immediately after Raila meeting Ruto. I can assure you, ile time wali have that meeting for IEBC, that's when this story started, and it was all the genesis. It was Raila, the genesis of this, and the people around him. And me, I don't buy into those things, and I don't condone them. I trash them immediately they reach my ear. And history occupying these spaces within Nairobi. This has been a Nairobi thing for the people living in Nairobi, because in Nairobi, once we occupied parliament, people were trying to see where it pains more. That's why the Occupy JKIA came, and where it pains more again, it would be that Uhuru Park, because the idea of occupying Uhuru Park is to assemble there and see how we can march peacefully to State House. That is the whole idea. I used to organize, me pamoja na wase, I don't want to mention a name, mse anaweza chotwa penye anaweza endewa, but we used to organize wase wa Kisumu. We would have people print. We used to tulikuwa tunachanga do, tunatuma wase wa Kisumu wana print nazo, but someone from the guy we were talking to in Kisumu alisema kuna venye the spirits in Kisumu zikolo. That is even before, and his reasons were valid, because there's always that dark moment in Kisumu whenever such protests happen. Wase wengi ukufa. You remember demos last year's Azimio, wase wengi walikufanga Kisumu. So there's always that dark thing that clouds Kisumu, which I actually appreciate what Kisumu has done so far. Wamekuwa na maandamano with very minimal casualties. I really appreciate what Kisumu have done. Hata jana, this recent one, they had a very peaceful march. Even after whatever happened with the Raila's people, they still had the march, and it was very peaceful. So that's why kulikuwa na hiyo slowdown. I don't have any contacts in Siaya. That's where I come from, Siaya, specifically Bondo. But we used to send, even the last maandamano yenye happened Siaya, tuliprint hizo placards. We printed placards, we bought for people maji na nini, we contributed na tukatuma. Hiyo pesa tulikuwa nafai kutuma Kisumu, tulituma Siaya, wasa wakabai, wakaprint placards. So these county marches, this thing should be coming from within. Kuna a post Juliani alisema if you are looking in this movement, if you are looking for energy from the person next to you, then you are in the wrong movement. This thing should be coming. Munafai kumit wase kwa, unafai kutoka home solo, umit mse kwa street, na then you march. If you are looking around utafute mse ati tunaenda na nani, then you are doing this for the wrong move. I think tunafai ku match. The people in Nairobi are moving in these big spots because those are the pinpoints. Those are the pinpoints zenye zita affect gava, where Ruto will listen properly. After parliament, trust me, after parliament, there's nothing bigger than that parliament house. So people are just looking for pinpoints. The JKA was another pinpoint, which you saw how the government reacted to it. Well, we occupied it. The KDF will occupy on our behalf. The mission was accomplished because flights were affected. So that was the whole mission. We were not occupying Kuyaribu. See, these people also have another perception that we are occupying these things Kuziharibu. All we wanted is for him to listen to us, which they listened. So be guided. Ikitu ni hivyo tu. I had Fedush on the line. Ama Fedush aliongea. No, Fedush aliskip. I had Kiare. Kiare, kindly go up.
Thank you so much, Davis. Always a pleasure. In fact, I kind of see familiar faces over time, bwana. Mpaka nasikia ni kama najua KOT Sonko, Ayo, Tribeless personally, but I've not met you. But these spaces really bring us together and to discuss important things about our nation, which is very encouraging as young people actually. And I'm learning a new thing, like appreciating people who I've never met and having respectful discussions, bila matusi, bila nini, you know, and also even if I'm angry, directing the anger at Ruto and not my comrade. I think that's very important, and those are the things that I'm learning. I want to pick up on a few things, especially for those who are feeling a little bit discouraged and feeling down. Guys, do you realize what we have done? This guy has not left the country for the last over 1 month. This guy is back on top of of vehicles, moving around the country, running helter-skelter, launching projects. This, in fact, that nomination, if we did not have impact, and if he did not take us seriously, angeita tu hao majamaa na wape hizo positions naende hizo meetings zake US and whatever else. The fact that we have grounded this president in Kenya for the last 5 weeks, and now he's back on what looks like a campaign trail, is a big sign that we have made a lot of impact. And so what you have also to realize is that we have upset the I can call it the traditional political class. Leo niliona a wing of politicians trying to group themselves by region. Niliona Sifuna na Malala na Natembea. So what the political class will try to do is divide even the Gen Z movement according to tribes, because tribe inawafurahisha sana. Mimi nikikuja kunegotiate kwa table, ndasema mimi nawaletea Wakikuyu, mwingine atasema mimi naleta Wajaluo, mwingine atasema mimi naleta Waluya. So they like this thing, and now they realize that they are at risk. If we unite, like as young people, under the identity of Gen Z and millennials or the youth, having similar values and principles, their days are numbered. So expect these kind of developments in the future. Expect Malala na Sifuna wakuwe nakutana more often, na Caleb Amisi nilimuona hapo. Expect Gen Zs kama wanatoka let's say in Western, watakuwa invited kwa hizi meetings. So what can we do to counter this thing? I think even if we call ourselves tribeless, partyless, we must have an ideology. We must have principles that we stand for. And these principles must be publicized very highly everywhere. We must know that this Gen Z movement stands for accountability, integrity, openness, good governance, rule of law, zero corruption. We can list those things. And those things can actually, we can discuss about those things so that we print posters so that people even now start to identify with these values. ndio wakienda kwa hizo meetings in the county level, the gospel is that we are Gen Z movement, or we are the Gen Z millennials, and this is what we stand for. So it's very important to have that, even though we don't have a party yet. About Nane, their strategies maybe we can explore. As Davis was saying, wewe ukisikia kuna Nane, toka tu, enda kwa mahali hiyo venue iko. That's one strategy. The other strategy involves now some sort of fundraising, because we require money, and this is where our divisions are working against us. Mi nilikuwa naona watu wakicastigate Boniface Mwangi and other people, and I'm saying, you guys, you're directing your energies in the wrong place. The event that was arranged at Uhuru Park, Boniface Mwangi mobilized those people to bring the sound, mobilize the musicians who performed, and so forth. So, and that event was successful. This movement is so big right now, hakuna mtu anaweza sema mimi ni leader. So we need every person doing their part. Kama ni Kasmuel anakimbia kwa TV stations, wacha aende, kwa sababu Kasmuel hawezi sema siku moja asimame saa hii aseme mimi ni leader wa hii movement. So let us everyone do their part. If you're a good speaker and you can speak at the county level, speak about the movement at the county level. Na sisi wengine bwana, tusikusumbue. Wewe fanya kazi yako kwa kona yako venye unajua, as long as we stand with the principles and values of this movement. Last but not least, we have numbers. We have numbers, na sisi ni watu tumesoma, tunaelewa technology. We can debunk some of the things that Ruto is doing. It worked very well. When I saw those posters that were being made, that the office of the first lady is getting this amount of money, and this amount of money can build 50 classrooms or 10 classrooms. Those kind of things, let us do them. I want to speak about this guy called Nayib Bukele. Is he the Venezuela, the president of Venezuela, and what he did? He was going against a traditional, very well-loaded political class in election. The guy used technology. The guy used TikTok. Most of these campaigns were done online. So we can use TikTok, make our videos, make things go viral, reach people, use WhatsApp, spread all these messages to the people, make them understand that we are dealing with a thief who has not been able to help us even in the last two or so years he has been in power. I saw something here that in December 2002, Mwai Kibaki was sworn in as the president. Mwai Kibaki akona mashida zake tu, tutaongea siku ingine. But when he was elected in 2002, by January 2003, he had already announced the policy on free education. Ruto ameweka sijui plan inaitwa the plan, na iko na kitu inaitwa Hustler Fund. Hustler Fund already imespend 12 billion yenye iwezi kuwa accounted for. So if we are talking about giving Ruto time, we are having a wrong discussion. There is not giving Ruto time to do anything. Even the time that he has been in power, he would have done something substantial, like guaranteeing people that they can access education, they can access higher education, or something tangible that people can feel. Right now, the guy has done nothing. The guy has done nothing. Thank you very much, and I look forward to hearing from the other speakers as well. Thank you.
Asante sana. Asante sana. Good insight. Adonis, then we have Adonis, then Baba Annette. Baba Annette. Yeah, Adonis, then Baba Annette. Please pick it up.
Thank you, Ase. Can you hear me? Evening,
Yes,
everyone.
we can.
Okay, my concerns were enye tumefanya poa sana, lakini mimi niko na swali manze, inaniuma sana to the extent I feel like being a kamikaze venye au mapolisi wana abduct, afu tunaona tu wanatu abduct tu, tunaona tunaona people they are just taking videos. Chukua video bro, siko ubaya, lakini piga huo msee mawe. Mimi ningekuwa like I've not experienced the experience yake abdakiwa mbele yangu, lakini nikiona msana abdakiwa mbele yangu mimi naweza mpiga mawe, naweza piga wa polisi mawe. Of course I'm not advocating for violence, but you can't do that. Kitu menini, kitu tunafaa kuwa nayo ni one for all for one. One for all for one. I repeat, one for all for one. Abduct moja, no, abduct me too. Abduct me too. Bro, take me too. One for all for one. Kuna msee alikuwa na abductiwa, and these guys never had no guns, and the guys wana nini tu. Wana watch too. Bro, no. Go in and save the guy. Nilikuwa nini? I thank God I've not been abducted, sijaabductiwa, lakini like hata sija witness wasi akiabductiwa in front of me ama akishikwa, lakini ningekuwa hapo bro, attack me too. Venye hao sio wanatu arrest, wanashikwa, wanakubeba juujuu, ni kama we don't mean anything at all, ni kama we are not worth it. No, not on my watch bro. You hata hawajui kizungu, hawajui kizungu, those guys hata hawajui kizungu. You talk to them, yo, what have you done in school, what do you do? I mean, what exactly, what is your, what unauza their pay slips, hata hawajui what a pay slip is. They don't even know. They're just there to, wameambiwa tu, they're just like robots. Shoot, aim, kill. Tear gas, yeah, do that. That's all they know. So that's my other concern. Actually, one for all for one. And the other one is the petition. Let's go for the petition wise. Bro, Ruto is a thug. These guys are thugs. Our ski petition. The thing is to hit them where it hurts the most. These guys don't hear at all. These guys are knuckleheads. It's to hit them where it hurts the most. Ukiwa mkubwa and ule mwingine ni mdogo, una time they need the sensible areas. I mean, the areas where unajua ukimpiga it's a knockout. To target the sensible areas, the most sensitive parts. Because these guys are narcos. The more we do, the more they abduct us. The more we do, the more they abduct us. Wengine they're being traumatized. Wanaulizwa maswali, they're being as if ni Al-Shabaab wanatu abduct. While yet it's our own government abducting us. Our own government, our own people, our own brothers and sisters abducting us. What in the world is that? Me, I advocate for Kenyans for Kenya for Kenyans. Kenya for Kenyans, bro. Umsa anataka kutupeleka Saudi, anataka kutupeleka UAE, bro. No, hell no. Kenya for Kenyans, nigga. Kenyans for Kenyans, bros. One love. Kenyans for Kenyans. Kenyans for Kenya. Tusikubali atupeleke majuu, yaende majuu, atuachie home. Kwani ni aje? Ukienda majuu, nimeenda Middle East, wanatupitisha kawa nyama. Nini nimeenda Qatar, wanatupitisha kawa like we are like hata wanyama wanaipitisha poa. We can't. So tukifika home, waindi pia wanatukanyagilia, siko ubaya. Wanatukanyagilia. Kenyans for Kenya. Kenyans for Kenya, Kenya for Kenyans, bana. Tusikubali hizi anapatia ati majobs majuu. Ya jipatie hizo majobs, apatie Shalin, apatie Wetangula, apatie. Bro, we can create jobs. My last point, creating jobs. Anaweza shukisha taxes za awase za like enterprises, alafu aingize wanini majunia. For instances, anaweza ingiza junior accountants. We can have junior accountants. Akishukisha taxes, anaweza ingiza junior accountants to all in banks. Anaweza ingiza junior chefs in the tourist industry. Yo, that's all, Buddha. Niko na akili na zinyumsa hata kutumia. Anataka tu kunini kupatiana pesa ziibwe, aseme hakuna pesa and they ask for more so the country can be sucked dry. Bro, we won't accept. Let us hit where it hurts the most. And one last thing, Ruto, F-U, Wetangula, F-U, because hao ndo thugs, those are the real thugs. Na huu mwingine Mudavadi, Mudavadi, F-U too. Thank you guys. And I love you, Maze. You guys, I love you. I love you as my bros. Kenya for Kenyans. Kenya for Kenyans. Kenya ni home. Thank you.
Nice contribution. Kenya for Kenyans. Hakuna mtu anataka kutoka home kwenda kuteseka. For those probably, unajua tukigrow up tulikuwa tunaekewa hapa some false hopes about kwenda majuu. Well, as much as the only good thing about majuu is systems work. Systems work. That one I agree. But other things, unaenda uko majuu, you are detached with families. After ushapata systems ina work, sasa unapata mambo za racism, unapata mambo za hauna family, unapata climate trauma, cause climate za huku manze ni wenda. So home is always the best. Home, tukipata system ina work, no one will want to leave the country. If the systems are working and everyone is working from home, no one will ever want to leave this country. So good things. Kitu nataka kunini about what Adonis said. We can't come out to fight against the constitution that we are trying to protect here. So mambo ya kupiga karao na mawe, that one he said he's not advocating for violence, and I want to emphasize wase, let's restrain ourselves. This is what we are trying to fight against, hii system ya majambazi. So tukishaanza kuwapiga na mawe tutakuwa tuna fight, we would have lost the cause of what we are fighting. We are trying to protect the constitution, so let's do that. I love the spirit that I saw in the past two demonstration where I was say there are some two clips I saw. Ya Boni kuna mse alimkwamilia akakataa kumwachilia. Then there's one that this guy alikuwa anapandishwa. Huyu hata akushikwa. There's a guy who alimkwamilia kabisa. If we can do that, it's risky. I don't want to say that mse aende akwamilie mse, because what I saw also is the police, those guys wanapiga. Ukikwamilia mse, I saw them exchanging, wanakupiga hapo. So if you are with them and the people, you are with someone very close to you, usiache ashikwe tu virahisi. You mkwamilie, kama mnabebwa nyinyi wote mbebwe nyinyi wote. But if you are large in numbers na mkwamilie mse mmoja mkiwa wengi, I don't think mtabebwa. That guy alikwamilia, there's a guy mwenye alikwamiliwa mpaka the police walimsare tu. There was big numbers around him, walimkwamilia mpaka makarao wakamwachilia. So story na petitions, again, kuna wase the lawyers are doing these things. Kuna petitions have been filed, referendum, kuna wase wana push for 14 people filed a petition ku oust Ruto na deputy wake. There is a petition to dissolve parliament. All these things exist. Sasa kila mtu anafanya part yake. The lawyers are doing their parts. Pia sisi, we can't now come back and sit down and say that tusha file petition so tungoje. The judiciary is in bed with this guy, with this executive. So lazima while the processes are taking place, pia sisi tunaendelea kufinya huku, so that the petition has reason. Kwanza hii mambo ya hizi petitions, siku yenye wana rule against hizo vitu, wanafai kutuambia tuende to occupy hiyo courthouse mpaka Martha asikie hiyo pressure iko in the country. Anafai kujua nini inaendelea kwa hii country. Amenyamaza sana. Let's go to Baba Annette, then the unique Baba Annette, then the unique. Kindly ladies, I don't have any ladies in my request. Hatuna ladies on the podium. Kindly ladies, please. Oh, future generation, umeinua mkono. I'm assuming when lady, I'm assuming. So let's have Baba Annette, then the unique.
Thank you so much, co-hosts and the hosts. Hamjambo. Nashukuru sana kuwa on board. Kwanza niwapongeze Gen Zs, you have made Kenya proud. Wale ambao mnaona ni kama mmeshindwa, tafadhali list down the things you have won. For the first time,
umesukuma jamaa amefuta cabinet. For the first time umesukuma jamaa amekaa inchi kana kwamba hajawahi tembea na ndege. Mmekuwa zaidi ya COVID kwa impact yenu. Umesukuma jamaa amefika mahali ameshtuka, wale ambao walikuwa ni conspirators wake wamejitokeza kwa hewa, mpaka saizi tunajua ni nani alikuwa amejificha nyuma yetu na sisi. Kwa hivyo mi nataka niwapongeze na niongeze mawili matatu kwa haraka. One, these guys fear your numbers, they fear your technology, they fear in no uncertain terms the fact that you are unpredictable, hawajui mtagonga wapi, lini na nani. Ningeomba ya kwamba going forward, increase your numbers. Now that Alpha wanakuja nyumbani mwezi wa 8, kindly recruit them. Njia moja ni occupy those churches, mushikilie mahali mlikuwa mmeshikilia, au jamaa wasipate nafasi kwa makanisa kuhubiria na stori zao. Number 2, hao watoto wengi wao wanaumia kufukuziwa karo. The common thing Alpha wanashare na Gen Z ni kwamba nyinyi ni wasomi, mumepita shule, na wao wanasumbuka sana. If we can create a theme that going forward, no free education, no school, hiyo kitu itaingiza serikali baridi, na iwe wazazi wengi ambao wanaumia sana kiuchumi, kuanzia mwezi wa 9 waamue kwamba kama shule sio free, watoto hawaendi shule. That will be a common ground for creating a multiplier effect to create pressure and also disorient the political class. Vile vile ya mwisho ni kwamba muwe kama sungusungu. Do not worry about watu wakisema you are leaderless, you are nameless, whatever. Governments thrive on identifying citizens. Kule Uingereza hatujui Charles anaitwa Charles nani, because yeye tukimuita Charles tunamjua. Elizabeth alikuwa tu anaitwa Elizabeth, lakini hapa Kenya watataka ujitambulishe kwa majina matatu. Kwa hivyo Gen Z, tafadhali, no part of your strength ni kuwa fearless, nameless, faceless, hiyo leaderless, lakini you know it's a tactical positioning. Kwa hivyo ningewasihi sana muendelee, protect your gains, do not give up. Thank you.
Thank you sana Baba Annette. You've spoken like a father. Annette must be proud of you. The unique, we'll have the unique, then future generation, then Karani. The unique, future generation, then Karani. Go the unique. The unique Ayuko. Future generation.
I am here.
A lady. Good enough.
Exactly. So we start with the agenda. The agenda is Ruto must go. Like however best you like to see things written, andika hiyo, like have a mental picture of that image. So nilikuwa nataka watu tukianza sasa kukuja kwa nini, si tushinde tukiambia na mfanye. Oh, and by the way, ayo nataka kujibu ayo kitu ya alisema jana. Anyway, I will get to it. So nataka tukikuja kwa group, mtu anaanza kukuja kusema chenye yeye amekuwa akifanya. That way it means other than talking, we are doing something. And with that, I will start by saying what I am doing. I am mobilizing people. I am mobilizing people across Africa. I am mobilizing the youth. I am mobilizing a voice yenye nataka ku-invite spaces through you people, and with your permission, tulete watu, tujaze hii space yache kukua tu nyumbani. Wakipeleka watu Uganda, nataka tuanze kutuma watu Uganda waanze kusema waambie mayouth wao Museveni analeta watu Uganda. I have met a few Ugandan men and women, ladies and gentlemen, and I know a few people who are daring enough and ready to work. Tukiwaambia mtu ametupwa Uganda, they will mobilize and let us know where the people are. These are people in football and journalists. that is Uganda, for example. I am mobilizing across Africa so that we can have everyone hearing what we are saying, so that they can also start spreading it, so we start to reach a bigger audience. I'm also mobilizing Europe and England and the UK. I am mobilizing political parties and youth leaders and youth MPs, young youth members. I want them to come into this conversation and hear what is going on. The reason I am inviting these people is, number one, I want this information out. Kuna pahali tulitaja along this hizi forums tukasema umse anatuma akona messages za international community, alafu akifika ground anatoka kwa gari anaanza kuongelesha watu ushago, and he still knows he's passing a message. So ni sisi anaongelesha bado. So anaambia international community venye anataka kusikia, alafu after that anakuja anatuambia sasa chenye atafanya. And we need to have these people in these spaces so that we can be saying in real time what is going on, so that we pass our information also. The other thing I want to say, no, that is what I'm doing. The other thing I want to emphasize is what we have as the youth right now. We have all the systems in place to take over the government. And I will explain to you why. We have the internet. We have the internet, and we have been continuously able to disseminate information and have a voice and have people listen to what we are saying. Yes, we have gone to parliament. Unfortunately, we have also got so many casualties. However, in the internet, we have been able to stop abductions. We have been able to call out what they're doing. We have been able to save comrades, and we have even been able to expose where they're taking our people. The internet is really a big thing right here. Saizi, I want us to protect our voices. I want us to think of how we ensure that everyone has internet in Kenya. Across the country, we want to ensure that people can communicate. We are talking about something like Starlink. Hizi vitu ziko na a very wide range. Zirushwe tu kwa hizi cities. Vile hizi maujinga walikuwa nakuja kutuambia ati watapeleka internet to all the markets. You know what? We can actually resource mobilize, and I am able to start the process for us to resource mobilize to kuena internet kwenye tuko. When you are able to, please get VPNs. We need to protect our voices. Jana haya alikuwa nasema, we need places to meet. Tuende tukutane pahali, kama ni Uhuru Gardens ama Jivanji, we speak, we elect leaders. That is irrelevant. What he's saying is true. We need to get structures, but we already do. We already have the internet. Kila mtu hapa hivi, we can form our own shadow cabinet, and this is how. Kama vile professor and some guy called Wesley wameng'ang'ana na hiyo immigration. Kama vile aling'ang'ana, Amenya ameng'ang'ana na hiyo airport. Kila mtu ashike kitu, kama vile MJ ameng'ang'ana na hawa hizi abductions na hawa missing people. Kila mtu ashike kitu, and we hold it like hadi tuanguke nayo. That way, there's no work they will do because tunawamulika. The internet inaweza kumulika kila mtu, and we can actually be doing it at the same time with other things that we are doing. But the system that we have is the internet. Kama saizi, tuseme tuanze, tumetoa Ruto, assuming we have, let's foresee the future, tumetoa Ruto. Tasmuel aseme anataka kukua Minister of Communication. He will actually have a voice, and people will allow him to go for the interview or in whatever it is, because he has shown that he has been able to be present and to be there and to speak and to disseminate information of what is going on across the country. Huyo ameonyeshana anaweza. Mwingine sasa kama professor anaweza sema he understands immigration, this is the shit that's going on. Anaweza sema anataka kuwekwa huko na jitetee na tusikize. And this is because they are doing it now. That is what we need to do. We need to create these platforms. The Law Society of Kenya has shown us the way. They have shown us that in case of anything, the Law Society of Kenya will continue speaking. So in case of anything, we the youth should continue speaking and having our views appreciated and being put into action. The third one, Nane. Mimi kama vile watu wanasema hii vita ni ya watu wa Nairobi, I would like to disagree with that. Hata sio Kisumu tu na Nairobi ama Kiambu na Nairobi and proximity. Mimi niko UK. So there is no way tunaweza sema hii vita ni ya watu wa Nairobi na niko UK. Nianze kusema sasa siko motivated, hapana. Mimi niko hapa, so what am I doing? Hii Nane should be when we platform everyone. So whatever is going on at home, the international community tuko na wao hapa kwa hapa, watching live scenes. And everyone on the ground, put everything on the internet. Let it be live. And that is the way we shall communicate. I've had people giving us the achievements that we have done. I have been listing as people continue. But kuna hii moja watu wamesahau. Anthony Blinken yesterday called Ruto. Na akamwambia to protect the voice of the youth, the voice and the rights of the youth, civil society, and the media. What is he saying? He is saying that they are hearing. However, I am saying tuanguke nayo, waisikie real time. Si tu ati watu wanakuja kuongea 3 weeks after Ruto alishatoka Githurai ile day. So by the time wameongea, ashaenda pipeline, ashaenda Zimmerman, ashaenda inaitwaje hizi side za Ngong, not Ngong. Oh my God, I can't believe it. Kitengela, you know, like hakuwa anafaa kuvuka one place. The first place he went should have been his last. So that is what we do. That is what we can achieve if we bring all the voices together one time. Ni kama chenye Larry Madowo amefanya. He has brought CNN home. Ni kama vile this BBC people have attempted, although not as outstandingly as Larry Madowo. And now Al Jazeera joined the conversation. They have brought the message, they have taken the message out. And we have now seen it here in BBC, UK. The hashtags. The thing that we do have right now is the internet. Whatever is going on the ground should be on the internet. The last thing nataka kuongea about ni ile case here, the pen is mightier than the sword. You can imagine if the pen, we all remember the pen, could ever have been mightier than Ruto's bullets. What then is the internet right now? The internet can actually just close it down. Like, I want us to look at what we have. These platforms are very powerful. We just need to know how to amplify them. Because this voice has never been heard before. Ni kama vile Kamala. They're saying she's held the biggest meeting in Zoom. She had 131 to 135,000 people. She broke the Zoom record. And they contributed, I don't know how much money. Are you hearing what the woman who wants to be America's next president and the first American woman is using Zoom? That's fucking outdated. Look at what X is achieving. Like, guys, please, I hope kuna mtu amenisikia. Thanks. Oh, one more thing. I am hoping to bring someone to speak to us. So, usini drop. When it happens, I will tell you. But other than that, I shall not disturb the space.
All right. Thank you, future generations. Let's have Karani.
Asante sana majamaa. Ayo, KOT, Davis, thank you so much. I like what future generation amezungumzia hapo. A new style when you come to speak, just sharing what you're trying to do. Mi niko Texas. So we are also having our conversations hapa Diaspora in our own way. Mnanisikia?
Vizuri sana, brother.
Yeah, in our own way, kupitia WhatsApp, kupitia zile congregations zile tunakaa nazo, and just trying to influence people, because you had people ambao walikuwa wamelala kabisa na hii serikali, but now they are changing their mindsets because they've seen what is going on. So that is something that I'm engaged on here. And then the other thing is I'm also supporting, financially, especially data. Nikiingia kwa space and then kuna namba kama vile umeweka namba hapo. So us who are in diaspora and we can access resources, we can continue contributing in our own small ways to sustain some of these platforms. That's very, very important. Kitu ya kwanza ambayo nilikuwa nataka kusema ni kwamba we need to know that the international community, specifically countries, hazitatusaidia zaidi kuweza kuachieve what we want to achieve, because these people have their special interests. You understand? They are looking forward. You've seen how they've taken wameteka nyara our president. Their biggest thing, especially ukiangalia most Western countries, they're into resources. Our resources from Africa, hizo ndio zina power tech companies hapa. So they have their own interests. If they can make us continue fighting each other so that they can have access to our minerals, that's it. So tusiweke nguvu zetu sana kwa hawa watu. We need to know that at some point we'll have to also try as much as possible to tell them to respect us. That is one thing that I want to say. Ukiangalia, they had to get rid of Gaddafi because they couldn't control him. He had no international debt, no IMF, no World Bank loan, so they couldn't control him. So what did they have to do? They had to get rid of him. If they don't control you, they have to get rid of you. So we have to be very categorical in how we deal with them and make them know that we know what they've done in other countries and governments that go against the Western imperialism. So that is very, very important for us. The other thing that I wanted to speak about, I like the fact that we are saying we do not want to have leaders. That is good strategically, but we need structures, specifically on Nane. So someone said, imagine you have 1-2 million people, 10 million people pale Uhuru Park. What is our message? Nani ambaye anaorganize loudspeakers, hizo vitu zote? We need to have a very structured way of doing things where we know this group of people are in charge of this. This group of people are in charge of Ministry of Abduction. They keep the data. If we wanted to ask any development in that area, we know a couple of people that we can say, oh, we can go to them and talk to them about abductions and know what the progress is. And also, those are the kind of structures. We do not have a specific person saying, oh, this is going to be our president, or this is going to be our flag bearer in any election. But we have all these structures that make us organized. One thing that I want to emphasize, you understand, now this guy is on the road trying to influence people wale ambao wako mashinani. What are we doing? Because let me tell you, tutaenda kuwinda, tunashika swara, alafu vultures zinachukua kama venye vultures zimechukua saa hizi positions. That is what is going to happen. We need to prevent these things from happening by being organized. At some point, hata kama si sahi, at some point, we will need some form of leadership where people can coalesce around that kind of leadership. A leadership that has the values that we want as a people, tribeless, people who are accountable and all those things. Because number one, as we go to talk to our people in the rural areas, what is the value proposition that we are giving them, especially our parents? Understand, if I was to go to my father so that he can support the movement, if I talk to him about school fees, he's going to understand because he's bearing that pain of paying that school fees. So there's a way that we can position ourselves in the minds and hearts of people in the rural areas. We have to speak to something that really touches them. And that is how we're going to influence, because we have to take these masses away from the government. If we are not so careful, they are going to actually, change the perception right now. And that is what the president is doing, exactly that. So mimi, ndugu zangu, baba zangu, uncles wangu, I'm influencing them wherever I am. I'm not at home, niko mbali, but I make sure whenever I speak to them, I do that. So let's do it. Let's have these structures, because tarehe 8 mwezi wa 8, it's a very revolutionary day for us, and it's going to actually set the agenda. If it's a very successful rally, it's going to set the agenda, and then he's going to be like, oh, wow, I thought I had finished these kids. Unaona? So let's plan, guys. Let's plan and make sure that we make this a success by having groups of people managing different things. Those are the kind of structures that we're saying. Thank you.
Asante sana, asante sana. We'll have voice of voiceless. Oh, you dropped. Let's have one people, then the unique. You had left. So one people, then the unique.
Thank you guys for giving me this chance. Thank you Davis, thank you KOT for the chance. For me, nilikuwa tu nipeane maoni yangu for what I've been thinking. You know, like we people, we the Gen Z don't have a face. We are faceless, we are leaderless. But what I was thinking is, what if we have a mirror government? Because like for now, I've been having the conversation with the older generation people. They are saying, what if Ruto goes? What next? So what if we have a mirror government? What if we have people who want these positions but are Gen Zs who want to be in those positions? What if we give those people opportunities? If you are a Gen Z, you want to be a minister, you want to be an MP, you want to be anything. What if we give you a chance, you prove yourself? We have a mirror government that is showing people this is what the government have to do. What if we have the people who can speak for us, but not leaders? The people who can prove to people that we also can lead, but we want the government to do this. Like what Anifa did. And Anifa managed to raise money, paid for the bills. What if we can have more people like Anifa, more people like Makore, what the people they call him Tomboya. Like I have heard many people call him Tomboya. What if we have such people who can give our opinions? You know, the media need to talk to people. They need to know what we want. So mine was, what if we have a mirror government, that can show the older generation we know what governance is. We know what Ruto must do. That was my opinion. Because I'm in a noisy place, that is short. Thank you for the chance. Thank you again.
Sawa, one people. I think just to give my view on your request, we have these people already. Our to Nataja, those are those people. I think for me, from where I sit. When these people come out to speak, when Hanifa came out to do what she did it on her individual capacity. It's just that people trusted her with with the monies na watu wakamtumia. If someone else feels that he's been called or she's been called to do this one other point, come up to, we can't. You see this point where we want to focus our energy in pushing for someone. Hiyo sasa ndio itatuletea shida. If Casmuel amejitolea tu, and this guy was fought during the beginning, wasa walikuwa wameanza kusema why is he going to the media, then people came and accepted him. He's doing his part through the media. He's speaking to so many people. He's influencing so many people, and people what will him cancel during the start. So we don't want to push people into those positions. Wacha wewe siku moja ukiamuka feel you are also vocal, you can also speak in front of cameras. Anza tutafuta camera. Casmuel jokes about it that akifikanga tawa anatafuta cameras to speak to. He jokes about it and people love him for it. So we amka, Hanifa woke up one day akasema she's opening Mchanga, and people trusted her with the money. We just don't want to seem as if we are choosing someone and pushing them to, because once we push you into that position and we make you it's like we give you those responsibility, the pressure will be on you, and we don't want to put those pressure on anyone. We amka siku moja, do your part. Come straight, kama unaona you could be vocal, go to the media, as in just do your part at individual levels. Yeah. We'll have the unique. If you are around, kindly speak. Kama uko around, let me drop you for others. The unique, this is the last time napitisha mic kwako. Going once, twice, sawa. Let's have the El Chef. hii jina yako ndugu. El Chef.
Good evening, everyone, and probably good morning.
Tunakusikia vizuri.
Am I audible? Thank you. First of all, I'd like to enlighten one of our speakers who brought up something to do with kuchagua certain people that are going to be our next MPs. Like, this is not a political party. And this one drives me into a comparison of a political party and a movement. A political party is a collective entity that organizes competitions for political offices under a political label. That is a party label. While a political movement is a collective attempt by a group of people to change government policy or social values. Political movements are usually in opposition and often associated with a certain ideology. Where I come from, this is what I've been learning, and this is what I've been taught since I was young. No one will never tell you to go out and do what you seem is right for you. Hakuna mtu mwenye atakutoa kwa nyumba akuambie enda kazi, enda ujitafutie. It is by your own self. So hii time yenye ilifika, every Gen Z and every Kenyan has to be on the street to demonstrate, to protest against the bad governance, against the corruption, against lootings, against abductions, against killings. Hakuna mtu mwenye alikuja kuniambia toka kwa nyumba. Hakuna mtu mwenye alikuja kunishow like, manze, beshte yangu ameuliwa, beshte yangu amechukuliwa, hebu tuende tu protest. It is everyone's responsibility. It is everyone's like sympathy. Imetoka kwa roho yako ukaona ai hapana, hapa kuna mali mimi nafinyika. In future hapa pia kuna mali nitakuwa nafinyika. Let me go out and try and change. At least kesho ikuwe brighter than today. On to my first point. We've been dwelling on choosing leaders within ourselves. Manze, this one will definitely bring division amongst ourselves. Hence giving our enemy, who is in our movement. We should not have, and as I said earlier, there's a difference between a political
The LCHF, I think we are losing you.
Yes.
Yeah, I think we are losing you. I'll go to Ken Ibra, then Dr. Wanjala, then Mau Mau. Ken Ibra, Dr. Wanjala, then Mau Mau.
Okay, are you listening to me?
Uko kwa shimo, brother.
No, unanisikia?
Kwa umbali sana.
Acha nikae side nzuri kabisa ili niweze kuongea. Nisikike vizuri. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Hapo unanisikia?
Bado uko kwa umbali, tunaweza kupea time utengeneze, then I'll give you next.
Ngoja niangalie. Hapo unanisikia?
Okay, better.
Hapo ni vizuri.
Better.
So one of the things I want to add in this conversation is that the Gen Z and Millennials is not a political group, or it's not a somebody idea. It is the internet idea. So ningeomba watu wote kwanza historia ya kufikiria mambo ya a group of leaders na nini ife kwanza. What we should consider of ni kwamba tulianzisha hii movement to change and transform our nation, and the best thing we have done is like tumewezesha huyu msee hajaweza kutravel kutoka nchi ya Kenya kwenda nchi nyingine, which means amekuwa ameogopa. So kwanza I want to give congratulations to myself and all Gen Zs and all millenniums. But kuna point hapa ilitajwa hapa na jamaa mmoja aliitwa Baba Anifa, Baba Nane. Alisema tuhusishe na hawa alpha and tuwete issue ambayo inazungumzia the way school fees imeenda juu ili iweze create more impact kwa huyu jamaa. Hiyo issue ilikuwa very important kwa sababu we want to transform our nation, and without doing what we are supposed to do, we will be killed by this guy. We will be killed how? Umeona leo venye amekuwa Mombasa, the way some youths walikuwa pale kumsherekea ujinga, and that was a mobilization from the Hassan Joe. Najua hizo mobilization zake huwa anafanya. So my point is the next Nane, kuna idea ilikuwa inawaza mimi binafsi ambayo ningeenda kila jinsi angeweza kufikiria. Venye huyo madam wasema iko okay, kila mtu ashike part yake. Can we mobilize people from across the country waweze kufika Nairobi, tufanye kama vile ilifanyika Egypt kwa Hussein Mubarak? Because that's the only way we can do. Because our politicians wote wameogopa Gen Z, so they are now uniting ili waweze kutuconquer wisely, waweze kutoka kwenye box yao, turudi kwenye ile mentality ya utumwa ya kubelieve fulani ndio awe kiongozi wetu fulani, and therefore tunagundua kwamba things zinazidi kuwa worst. Because when you look at Kenya, I remember President Uhuru alisema 2 billion iko estimated inapotea daily, and when you do simple calculation kwamba 2 billion per day ni 60 billion per month. Ukija ukiangalia hata ukichukua 1.2 people uajiri kazi na salary of 40 million, unakuja kuenda kugundua kwamba it's only to 7 billion to 8 billion, hata 10 billion 1.2 people wamepata kazi in Kenya, but hiyo pesa inaenda kwa mifuko ya watu. Now they are scared of Gen Z asking questions, asking accountability and transparency and good governance. Sasa kile ningeomba story ya kuwa na leaders iishe. Let's support our movement in terms of kujitolea kama vile tulijitolea mara ya kwanza. And then the other thing is tusioneshe hooliganism. Hata ukiona msee anakuwa abducted na uko hapo, just kwamilia, lakini usithrow stones, usifanye issue ambazo zitawapatia wao picture ya kusema this is a goons. Kitu kingine ni kwamba hii issue ya mobilize Gen Z, nimeanza kuona some people kwenye X wakianza create some discouragement, wengine na create some fear, and one of our members, please waache hiyo kitu, because we have been killed, no any action has been taken. Na ingine pia kufocus na international community ni hypocrisy. Anthony Blinken, nakumbuka the first ile time watu tulienda occupy parliament, Anthony Blinken alimsifu Kindiki. How comes today anaambia the government eti iache kudeal, iache kumistreat youths ama kuua vijana in this nation? Hapana, hiyo ni hypocrisy. There are things wanataka ndani ya umse, na umse wao ndo walimuweka. So wameona things zimeanza kuwa worst, ndio wanajifanya wana sympathy na sisi. So tusiweke akili zetu kwa international community, tusiweke kabisa. What we should do ni kutengeneza kitu ambacho kitatengeneza picture kubwa, hata wao wenyewe waone there is something happening in Kenya. How many youths we have lost? And the president hata hana haja ya kuongelea hiyo kitu, yeye ni kuongea upuzi tu na ujinga. So what we need to do, let's concentrate with our movement, and I believe if Mau walitutoa kwa wazungu, and us we will remove ourselves from these corrupt men, so-called politicians. You see now, ukiangalia our politicians ile game wanacheza, wanaonesha kwamba kuna some division in them, but there's no any division. Hiyo kusikia kama venye wanasema hiyo cabinet secretaries wengine ni individual issues, not a party of ODM, whatever and whatever. Hawa wote ni kitu kimoja. What we need to do, let's stand with our movement, and God is with us. We have lost our brothers and sisters in this movement. So we should not retreat. And if we retreat, Kenya in some years to come, hii kizazi inaitwa Alpha, there will be a civil war. Because we can't live in a state ambayo people wana pesa za kuharibu and yet people are suffering in their own country. Kingine ni hiki tunaitwa CDF. When you see CDF na MCAs hawa, unakuta tuko na 1200 MCAs na kuna wengine 800 ambao wanaitwa nominated. What for? Na ukiangalia 1200 hata wanapewa 10 million bursary. Hiyo pesa si iregeshwe in the Ministry of Education na high school iwe free. Hii 50 million inapeanwa kwa hao wanaitwa MPs ya kutusababisha tu tunaenda kuwaomba na kuwa beg. Iregeshwe kwa Ministry of Education, universities and colleges ziwe affordable. Hata kama ulikuwa unalipa semester moja 100k, ulipe 40,000. So ningeomba let's continue the spirit. And the issue of Nane, lazima tutengeneze structure ambayo tutaweza kukamata hawa jamaa. Kuna hiyo petitions zimepelekwa kotini ya kufile referendum ambazo zimepelekwa. So the day kutakuwa kunafanyika hiyo judgment, natakiwa pia to occupy, whether it will be Mlimani Law Court, whether itakuwa ni whatever the court itakuwa, to occupy hapo, kupush the pressure ili Chief Justice na yeye asikie. Because last time wakati Rex aliuawa, nimeona DPP ali withdraw case akisema there's no sufficient evidence. Surely wakati kuna CCTV footage camera zinaonesha, and everybody is silent. Now they are trying to regroup as a politicians ili waendelee kutu bind katika zile tuitaga cult zao, I call cult zao. And there is U-turn ya Raila Odinga against our movement. I have seen some youths wakitaka kuingia in that line ya huyu mzee. Mzee yana chake tena, yeye shamaliza. So we kama youth, let's think about our nation. Tumekuwa tukitembea na hii spirit ya tribalism for a long time, kwamba tunakuwa regrouped as a tribes na mambo mengine ambayo yana msingi. But now we have come up with one voice, one Kenya, one people. Please, let's feel like hii burden imekukalia juu ya bega yako. Kwa sababu ukiangalia, we have lost young men, young girls and young boys. In fact, kama ule boy wa 17 alipigwa risasi, surely a 17-year-old boy anapigwa risasi, what for? Na yeye alikuwa anaongea tu kitu ambayo ina make sense. So na Ruto ni mkatili. Nobody should lie to us kwamba Ruto is the best one ama tumpe time. Time gani? Kibaki aliingia 2002 January, school ilikuwa free. 2 or 3 primary level ilikuwa free. By the year 2004 vitu mingi sana ilikuwa ishafanyika Kenya. So huyu jamaa yeye amekuwa ni luxury. 2 weeks Ulaya, 2 weeks si wapi. In fact, this is the first time tangu amekuwa president ameshindwa kukimbia, na angeondoka aende huko nje aone. So ningeomba please, venye Anifa alifanya, venye Boniface Mwangi anafanya, venye huyu MC Okore anafanya, if you have that opportunity, do it, because you're not doing as a leader, you are doing as a part of Gen Z. Na story ya kutaka kuwa na group of leaders and whatever, tuache kabisa, because that is the way of falling down. So ningeomba,
Asante sana.
thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Very good points. Dr. Wanzala, then Maumau. Dr. Wanzala.
Okay, asante sana ndugu. Unanisikia?
Vizuri sana daktari.
Okay, nataka kuwashukuru kwanza kama youth. Kazi ambayo mmeifanya ni kazi mzuri kabisa. Point zangu ni 2 ama 3 hivi ningependa kuongelea. Hii story ya kusema ati tukuwe na group of leaders ambao wanatusimamia kule mbele. I think hiyo itakuwa ni kaburi tunajichimbia sisi wenyewe. Kitu ya muhimu ambacho tunafaa tufanye, vile mwenzangu amesema, kama wewe una ule ujasiri unaweza jitolea ukafanya kile kitu wenzetu wako wanafanya, I think it will be good. I personally naweza sema niko mmoja wa wale watu ambao wana ule ujasiri, kwa sababu mwenyewe sijaifanyia Nairobi, lakini nimeifanyia katika kaunti ya Bungoma. I'm sure kuna wale wako hapo wanatoka kaunti ya Bungoma. I think kile kitu nilikifanya Bungoma kimewashtua wengi, lakini wengi hata pia akili imekuja kwa vichwa zao. Ukienda kama gavana wa Bungoma Ken Lusaka, Saa hii najua kuna akili imekuja kwa kichwa chake. History ya leaders, governors, senators na watu wengine inabidi tuachane na wao, kwa sababu wale ndo watu wanatuuza. Nyani ni wale lakini misitu tunabadilisha. Sasa Rais William Ruto kuna vile ametushika akili, na sana sana ametushika akili akijua vijana wengi walikuwa wameegemea upande wa Azimio. Nikakuja nikagundua kumbe tulikuwa tunaongea sisi ni leaderless, I don't know, faceless. Kumbe kuna wale watu walikuwa wanaangalia huyu mzee wa kitendawili. Wakati ameenda tumeanza kuingiza uoga. So ningeomba wale watu wako hapo, wale wako na roho kama yangu, naweza sema niko na roho ile mbaya ama sijui niseme aje, tuungane, na kama unaweza jifanyia kitu ufanye kama vile wenzetu wako wanafanya. Usiseme wachague fulani asimame kule, fulani asimame kule. Hapana, hapo tutakuwa tutajimeza sisi wenyewe. Wacha tuungane na tufanye kitu ya maana. Vile mwenzangu amesema, hizo petition zimeenda kotini. Itabidi mahali wanafanya hizo vitu we occupy that place. Ndo maana ndo itafika mahali hao watu waseme, oh, kumbe hao vijana bado wana hii nguvu, wana nguvu, wanaweza tufuata. Lakini tukisema tunaanza kunyamaza, tungoje waende wasikizwe, tutamezwa bado. Tuamke chini na tufanye haki. Tusirudi nyuma kwa sababu wamechukua amenominate CS wengine kutoka mrengo wa Azimio. Hapana, hawa watu wote ni wakora. Kwanza huyu mzee wa kitendawili Raila Amolo Odinga ni mkora wa ajabu. Sasa hivi wanatuambia tu ODM haijaenda, wale ni individuals. Ni uongo. So ndugu zangu, dada zangu ambao tuko hapa, vile mwenzangu amesema, sitaki kwenda kwa urefu sana. Vile mwenzangu amesema, waje ujisimamie, kama unaweza fanya kitu jifanyie wewe mwenyewe kwa manufaa ya sisi wengine na kwa manufaa yako wewe pia mwenyewe. Nitaomba nikomee hapo kwa sasa.
Thanks very much Daktari Wanjala, and endelea kufanya kazi unafanya Busia. We will support you in any way we can. Let's have Mau. You keep on dropping. Kindly speak alafu drop sasa na uende.
Thank you for the mic, and good evening and good morning. Mnanisikia?
Vizuri sana.
All right, thank you for the mic, and my first point is echo before I forget. There's a speaker who said about low hanging fruits. Zile fruits ziko low hanging kabisa. Hapa ni kuincorporate. I am a millennial, so tuko na watoto, and school fees is quite difficult. So if we can be able to incorporate a way that we win the masses back from Ruto, cause unaona venye anaanza kufanya kuambia masses nini na nini. That thing about school fees, hiyo kusema that now in this new dispensation of post GNZ tunataka watoto wakirudi shule zikuwe free. Disband CDF, disband governor's kit, disband presidential kit, so that it's all consolidated. Watoto wakirudi shule, especially primary school and high school, it should be free. That one I think we'll have a lot of support. We do hashtags, we do what. So your point isipotele hapa, because that one is a low hanging fruit that you can take. And on to my points. I'll start by saying Article 1. Article 1, as you all know, I'm a law student as well at the University of Nairobi, that year law student. So Article 1, power belongs to the people of Kenya. Na people of Kenya ni sisi. Na sisi ndio tunaamua venye tunatawaliwa. And the Constitution is a living document. It speaks for itself. It speaks for itself. And if the people decide that they will not be led in a certain way, you cannot lead them. And they can exercise it directly, venye imesemekana directly. And that is what we are trying to do on the 8th of 8th. Direct. And also what my fellow lawyers are doing, trying to go and seek direction from the court in the procedure, because you see, like now it's a bit vague. That's one of the things that we notice in the Constitution. It's a bit vague on the process of exercising directly. We know one of the processes is through voting. But it should not be given that a president at umepatiwa 5 years, it's a must you do those 5 years. No. People can exercise. Wanaweza sema kesho asubuhi tumekuvotia na kesho umeenda against, maybe you've done a very gross violation of the Constitution, we can decide to remove you. So that's what that's what we are trying to do as law students, to see the gaps that are in the constitution so that we can try and make amends. Then secondly, in the national anthem it says, E Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki, underline haki, iwe ngao na mlinzi. In this whole thing, what has been happening previously, like now the maandamanos that the Right Honorable Dinga has been doing, people are killed. But for him, probably his justice is getting maybe government tenders. But with this Gen Z movement, people want justice for Rex. People want justice for the guys who are killed. We cannot, like, hata mimi nilikuwa kwa streets on that 25th. And you cannot, that bullet ingekupata hata wewe mwenyewe ama ipate mimi mwenyewe. So we cannot sleep well. We need justice. We need the powers of the national anthem, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi. And to touch on that, the justice system in Kenya is a bit skewed. When one of the other speakers said, we all should always ask ourselves, what are you doing individually? Don't wait for anyone. Ni sisi. Usigoje mwenzako. Like what I started, Ruto alinifanya nikaingia kwa TikTok. I started my channel ya TikTok 1 month ago, and I have so far done 10 civic educations. Nimefanya Githurai, nimefanya na huko Mombasa Road, nimefanya Kilimani, and on Saturday tulikuwa tumeenda na some of my students, my fellow students huko Nairobi West Prison. We had about 130 inmates and our wengine wa remandees, and we tried to talk them through the law and through the various articles, Article 49, and you can see the justice system. Kuna mtu hapa alisema that we use force for force. Unfortunately, in this Kenya that we live in, the criminal procedure code and the prisons are meant for we young people. It's meant for the poor. It's not meant for the rich. Unapata mtu kama Obado anaiba 1 billion, they kill a girl, a young girl, and they are walking scot free. But mimi na wewe, let's try to do vitu tudogo hivi. The law criminalizes young people. It criminalizes being jobless. It criminalizes kukua tu mtu myang huku Kenya. So that's not a path we'd want to choose. But if the worst comes to the worst, sometimes we use the law of the jungle, which is allowed and which our forefathers. Umeona hapo jina langu naitwa Maumau, because sometimes when you try to talk to people and they don't listen, then you should take this other course. But that is in the current setup that we are doing, unless we get very good numbers that hata wakijaribu kutufanyia anything we cannot, they cannot be able to succeed. That one would not be a path that we would advocate for. Then point number 2, I have only 3 points. Point number 2, the inequality that is being brought by this political class. It's 1,000 people who are organized, ruling 52 million of us, because we are a bit disorganized. But Gen Zs have woken us up. Congratulations and thank you so much. Because the inequality, sisi kama millennials tunatishwa makazi zetu, tunatishwa nini, tuko familia nini. But that inequality that is being driven by the political class, it will come to haunt us. Hiyo pesa unatafutia mtoto wako, hiyo nini unafanya nini na nini, hiyo shamba umemtafutia kwa kaplot umemtafutia, especially for millennials nao wengine before us, hiyo itakuja kuoccupy hiyo na wao maskini. They will come na watajua wewe ni politician ama wewe ulikuwa unafanya kazi, ulikuwa na maloans, ulikuwa na nini. Wakikuona ukienda na baiskeli yako driving or riding your motorcycle, watafikiria ni pesa ya umma umekula. So we have to protect. This is a very big war for our kids. Juu hata hizo was sorry.
Hello. Hi guys.
No. Go ahead. Go ahead, Mau. Malizia.
Namalizia. So we need to fight because this inequality, it will come to bite us. Our kids will not enjoy the fruits of our labor, because if there are so 50 million poor people, they will come not to distinguish between those who are working, those who are in government. So we must protect that. Then we can also sponsor village barazas, especially where we come from, so that you can talk to people. If you're capable, unaweza tuma maybe 500 ya uko kwa village kidogo, wakiketi hapo wanaweza kunywa kachai kidogo vijana as they talk, and you can also try and avail yourself unaenda uko naongea. Then for about leaders, I think we should have 46,262 leaders. Those are the polling stations in every county, in every part of Kenya. I once worked for the new constitution when we were doing the yes and no. I was in the huko kwa constituency yangu, nimetoka Mathira, nilikuwa kwa hiyo police station ambao if we can have 46,000, those are called sub leaders of every polling station, one person who believes in our ideal, because in the Kenyan system voting hiyo ya huko kwa polling station, let's say like we get to the democracy part of it in 2027 and we want to get our MPs, we want to get our leaders, kura zinapoteleaga huko if they are not safely guarded. So we also need to think about that in future, whereby we can have around 46,000 people who believe in the ideal in every ward, in every country, in every constituency. Then unfollow government bloggers. That's another thing, so that you're not fed up with the unajua wanatuma propaganda mingi and some people wanaweza kuwa weak, maybe hawezi kuwa strong kama daktari venye amesema ni strong, so you can unfollow them. Then we can do also online demos, not just physical demos, online demos. We choose a topic, we retweet, we change our profile pictures, WhatsApp status, and thirdly, we can also do judicial occupation for guys who are doing law, lawyers and everything, especially this petition. Ikienda mention, every stage tuna avail almost 1,000 people who can go and listen in. That one will create a public, what we call a public interest litigation, because it's already a public interest litigation. And other judges wakiona hivi and the political class, they will try to follow the law as it is. Then the diaspora community, who you have a role to play in case these politicians come to visit. Jeer them down kwa hoteli, wakikuja kwa airport, kwa hoteli wakikuja kusalimia watoto wao, please carry the placards. You have that role to play. Then we also need probably another song. Na artist wanaweza tutengenezea ka song Kenya tunaweza associate nayo, kama venye tulikuwa na hiyo reject finance bill. If we can have a song, then it can lead us to somewhere. Then we can also have a symbol, like mimi, one of the symbol yenye niko nayo, ukiona tu nimeka vuvuzela hapa kwa gari yangu nikitembea na gari, kama sitembei na gari nikienda kwa matatu nikifanya civic education na beba firimbi. So we can always have something, firimbi na bendera, always something that we can associate with. Hata nikikupata huko kwa street naweza jua wewe, we belong to the same struggle. Lastly, in the political space, thinking politically kidogo tu, we can try and look out. Unakumbuka in the struggle there used to be kitambo in our grandfather's time, kulikuwa na hizo vitu tunajita Young Kabilondo Association, sisi kwa sisi chama. So we can try and look at those parties hizo za kitambo, the fabrics. We try and see if a few people, not everyone, if a few people on the background, they can be trying to revive such kind of parties, because sisi kwa sisi, as it sounds very well, sisi kwa sisi, because now it's the government and the opposition against us. So that's something that we can also think about. Then we also need to have that crusade, like tuko hapa 200 of us. The next time ukuja na watu wengine wawili, tukue 400. The next time tuende tukigrow hivyo, and let's do those physical civic education. You don't need any money. Ukiwa kwa matatu, simama, ambia watu wetu tuko hivi na hivi. That's what I did kwa KBS. Nikasimama nikaambia watu walikuwa nakaliwa na makanga mmoja, nikaambia 51 against 2, and the guys were like, hey, by the way ni ukweli, so let's stand up. Thank you. Viva Aluta continua. You can also follow my journey hiyo ya civic education, and let's keep on pushing. Aluta continua. Viva. God bless Kenya.
Asante sana. Let's have Dr. Henry, then ministry. Dr. Henry, then Dr. Henry Wafula, then ministry, in that order. Na madem, hatuna madem wamelala. Sina any request ya madem bana. We need some nice voices also speaking here. Si wanaume tu. The women have a very good touch on how to balance things. So wanaweza tupatia good strategies of balancing, my feelings hapa. Ladies, kindly request the mic. Na watafuta pale kwa request waone, have like 16 requests na hakuna hata demata mmoja. Dr. Henry, then ministry. Dr. Henry, go ahead. 3 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I thank you guys for this evening space. I'm not one of Gen Z, but I just would like to break in and give you just a few words of encouragement. I'm very encouraged by what you're doing, but my worry is there is a tendency of us falling back into the comfort zone. So tonight, I'll just give you a few words of encouragement and maybe caution that I would like to request you to understand your position now. If you don't understand now what you're doing, don't go there. You are the new spirit. You are the new voice and face of the liberation of Africa. The whole of Africa is looking at you with admiration and fear. Why? They fear for your future because they really don't know what the future holds for you as young as you are. Because no African country has come up with this. You have woken up the drug. Remember, I've always told you that the enemy is not Ruto. Ruto is a spanner. Our enemy is the financial world, the order in which trade is conducted. Africa never attained independence. We got controlled independence. These guys just withdrew a distance and said, okay, they're going to control A, B, A, C, D. Up to now, they're controlling it. I'll give you an example. Recently, Gaddafi was dispatched. Long time ago, before you were born, Lumumba, they did the same to Sankara. You are on that path. If you don't know, now you know. You are on that path. It's a dangerous path. It's hard, but it's achievable. It's achievable if you are ready to sacrifice. Stand together as one. What the path you have chosen is very serious. It's very hard, but it's right. It's the right path. And always remember, right overcomes wrong. Evil is always overcome by good. What you're fighting for is yours, rightfully yours. The spirits of our fathers, they know what you're fighting for is yours. We, the older generation, we have betrayed you. We were cowards. We didn't have the bravery you have. But now you have woken up. Please realize your position. Na msiongee tu watu tunaongea, tunakimbia, tunapiga picha. You have put your lives on the line. And what you're fighting for is the financial order of the world. And they have sworn. They have sworn anybody who wants to bring up Africa from the basket of the world to sit at their table and eat with them, they will dispatch you. Now you just understand that. May God bless you. May the spirit of Africa be with you and guide. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doc. Thank you very much. When I was giving you the mic, I didn't know where you stand, but it's very nice to have a voice from the old generation believing in what we are doing. Just to echo on what he has said, Doc has said, please understand what you're fighting for. Make sure you understand what you're fighting for. And this is what we are just trying to say in other words. Mambo ya choose someone, mobilize someone feels. Once you understand what you're fighting for, then you won't need to be told, go to the street. You will go with other people who already know what they're fighting for. Thank you, Doc, very much. Also for reminding us that the path is dangerous. It has been tested before by the likes of Sankara, and now we are doing it as well. It's dangerous and it requires a lot of sacrifice. So whoever is going through this journey must understand what they're sacrificing. Asante sana daktari. I love it. Ministry. Ministry, we can't hear you. Kindly. Na madem. Oh, I'm sawa. Nimeona Faith.
Kama is gone.
Yeah, ministry, kindly. Ministry, if you are not around, tutakupita. Let's have, let me see. I had done an order. Let's have Peter. Peter is not here. Minister Radak. Minister Radak.
Ya aloniaje?
Fit sana.
Sawa, shukran kwa kunipea hii nafasi tena niweze
Kindly unmute. Kulikuwa na mtu speaker yake ilikuwa on unmute, alafu uende. Minister Radak. Yeah, sure. Sorry for that.
sawa, not a problem. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak to my people once again. I want to say it is not easy what we are doing, because this is the moment we've faced what do we say? We've faced a barrier within ourselves. We've faced what we can say betrayal and confusion from our own people, because we thought we had the people who knew what they were fighting for, but it seemed we had just people who didn't even know what they were doing. Because how can someone who was seriously putting his life on the line, because by going to the streets it means that you are ready to die, and you're doing that, and then when your homie gets a CS position, you celebrate. I mean, I've never seen anything more daft than that. But now we have to it's like, maybe normally people fall down, and when they fall down, it is upon us to pick them up. Personally, I'm a Luo, and I'm very disappointed with my fellow Luos, because they have displayed a very big level of stupidity. Not all of them, but a specific type of people who are still endorsing tribalism. Tribalism has been one of the most serious infections of this nation, and I cannot insist this enough, because I mean, if a leader is discriminative in terms of tribe, it means he is also discriminative in terms of constituency, in terms of county, in terms of ward, in terms of class. So there is no way you can say that now, because he is a Luo, now is going to favor me. That is stupid. And I have not been very happy with what I've seen, but I want to say we forgive you, and we also allow you to do that, because you cannot force someone to be in a revolution. But I want to speak to that person who knows deep inside that there is something they know is wrong, and that they feel they can make right. One thing I've been studying, and I've been trying to tell my fellow youths, is that we have a set of leaders who don't know what they're really doing up there, and that is why we have to take them out. Because at times tunakuja tunasema, now we cannot say even it's about corruption. We say it's about even illiteracy, because they don't know even what they're doing to themselves, because now all they're doing is giving us an opportunity to take them out. If they were performing well, we could have left them there. But now, because I believe everyone here has the capacity to even run for any seat except the president, because so long as you are 18 years, you can even run for MP or something. So these people are creating a platform for us to remove them from there. And it is very painful that we have to do this. We are exposed to killings and tribulations at a very young age, when we should be just enjoying the fruits of our nation. But then right now we have to suffer, because we had people who didn't have a vision for the country, people who are selling the country. We have minerals, but they're selling it to the Westerners. They don't know they're selling our country off. So I want to say we should not stop at this point. And what we need to do first is push civic education. And I've been trying to insist this in every meeting I attend, to push civic education, so that people know what we really hold as a country. We have the resources, we have the capability, we have the skills, we have the zeal to be a developed country. So we need to keep on pushing. Let us not be tired. And I want to go against something that I've seen people agitating for, about this movement having leaders. That is the most outrageous thing that we can do to this movement. We are going to destroy this movement. I've seen people talking about some PR guys who they feel can become leaders. That is what they, I was looking at it this way. If, for example, people are on the streets, what amount of time is there for you to hit TV interviews and to for example shout something, or shout for example reject finance bill slogans until you are heard? How can you balance between the two? Is either you are in the streets agitating for your rights, or you are in the media trying to hit some PR stunt so that you can get some recognition. So let us not confuse such things with the leadership. We've been doing this because we've been encouraging everyone to become a leader by themselves. So everyone is a leader, and they take the mantle. KOT runs the space. He has Ayo to co-host, and Davis. We have another person doing the poster. We have another person collecting funds, and we do these things. People will just dedicate themselves to doing this without necessarily being fronted at now you are leading this thing. And that is what has kept us moving, and that is what has made us reach this place. So let us not change our strategy while we are already in the battlefield. You always change strategy when you are out, but now that we are here, this is how we have reached here, and this is how we will move on. Because normally in any society there will always be that separation of labor. People will always have different abilities, and people will always just know, and by default people will be leaders in different things, and people will just by default be leaders. For example, you are here now in this space trying to educate each other and share knowledge while someone else is sleeping. Already you have showcased leadership, so we don't need to like front someone at this one. No. And if you want to confirm, I've seen a video where some people have already made some demands to the government, whereas the movement has not decided on whether we are going to even dialogue with this government. You get? So at that point, you already see that move is going to mess us up. So let us not confuse ourselves. Let us continue. Let our vision and our inspiration be our leader. We have our leader is the fact that Ruto must go. You get? So that is what should lead us and keep us moving, my people. So excuse me.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you very much. Umemaliza? I was trying to alert you time.
Oh, sawa. Mi huwa na point zangu napeana tu hivyo, so unajua naweza ongea mpaka asubuhi, so kama time imeisha, let me pass it.
I've noticed. I've gone to a bio, nikaona we ni politician, nikaona huyu lazima ni intervene. I hope you are one of the few good politicians. You articulate your issues very well. Don't be disappointed in us. I'm also a Luo. Don't be disappointed. Just talk to them. Talk to the people who you think are still in the dark, because all is happening is that they're in the dark. Just bring them to the light. What we are fighting a very big elephant here. Kuna kitu inaitwa ignorance, illiteracy na poverty. So and especially for those people in kwa mashinani, I don't want to make it sound as if ni watu wako mashinani peke yake wako illiterate and ignorant. Everyone everywhere, but I think large population in mashinani. That's why you see Ruto running mashinani. Mbona sikuje apande hiyo gari yake Nairobi? Siakuje tao atembee na hiyo gari yake aone kama ataweza.
Nimeuliza.
So don't be disappointed. Just bring them to the light and let's walk together. Next will be I have list yangu imepotea. I have Mohammed, then Faith. No, Mohammed. No, not Mohammed. Onsando. on Sando, then Faith. Faith is like a mustard seed. Let's have on Sando, then Faith, then Muhammad, in that order. 3 minutes.
Yeah, thanks, Davis, and you and KOT Sonko for this platform. Again, this is where we exhaust our frustrations to this stupid government. Now, uh, people have said really, really nice stuff here. Now, first of all, I want to say, actually, we might not even need that. Uh, we might not even need to educate people in the villages where we come from. You know, like just look at yourself, individual. Like, is your family aware of what's going on? You know, we can start from there. Don't even think about the churches. You know, look at your parents. Are they aware of what's going on? I understand that TikTok right now has deeper roots than X. Well, X is like a 2.0 version of social media at the moment. But TikTok, well, I know where I come from. Most people have TikTok, and I think they're already informed. What is remaining is for you to go tell your parents to listen to you. Tell them we have minerals, something that nobody ever knew. We've had minerals for ages, but all they talk about is tourists. Why? Why are we borrowing when we have minerals that can take care of everything? Do they even know the value of these minerals? Like, start from simple arithmetic. Like, do they know what 1 million means? 1 billion, what does that mean? Then 1 trillion. What does it mean by saying somebody has 1 trillion? Those are the amount of money we have that is lost every single day. Start with your families. And then when we say occupy churches, don't wait for the politicians to come to the church and get the platform to spread their propaganda there. Every church, there is a time when the mass or the service is over, people make announcements. Stand, go to the front, take the mic, say 2, 3 things that make sense. Educate the people. Don't wait for these people to come to the churches to say what they have to say, because what's going on right now, they're spreading bad rumors about us. They want to paint a negative picture about us. But I said before that we have everything it takes. We have the knowledge. We know what's going on. And here in Spaces, we're sharing knowledge, and we nobody's paid to come here. But when you see Ruto standing on top of an SUV, those people, like when he went to Mombasa, people were transported from all over the places, paid money to come and attend and cheer him up. Maybe we should think about infiltrating Ruto's rallies. We can do so. We can hire our own people to go there and boo him. We can do so. But we don't even need to do that right now. We have work to do on the 8th. Let's go finish the job. People will come to town, be a part of this. Now, yesterday, the Secretary of States talked to Ruto, and they told him to respect the human rights and the court system. Do you think they were like having a smooth conversation? Like, oh, man, you're doing great, please. You think they were using those kind of words? No, they were cussing the hell out of this nigger. They were telling him you were here a few months ago and now you're painting a stupid picture on us. Either you respect those youths and the court system, or we detach ourselves from your ass. That's what they were telling him.
On Sando, you've muted. Okay, you've muted yourself. We'll catch you a bit later. Let's have Mohammed. You've been here for a while. Let's have Mohammed, then Faith. Mohammed, then Faith.
Sorry, I had a glitch. Can I finish?
All right. Kindly land.
Thanks, buddy. So yes, we are on the right course. So the message that we are doing, the whatever we are saying out here, the hashtag is already reaching outside the world, and they are already beginning to push this guy away. He's killed innocent people with no weapon. Remember, we have the knowledge. We can those guns that they are using to kill us. We don't even we have the knowledge, we can easily like make them from scratch, but we are not going that route. That's where he's trying to push us to. Our strength is here on social media, and we have the numbers, and we know what we want. Before we overhaul everything, we need to keep going, and everybody here is right. We all feel the suffering, so let's encourage one another. Let's get angry every single day. We are not angry enough. Nobody here is angry. We should be angry about the system. If we had a functioning system, nobody will give a fuck about who's president, where you come from, or what not. Nobody will care about that. I want functioning system. We want, if it was like every district, all districts or every county should have the same level of medical equipment as nobody has. We do not need to have like a referral hospital. That's stupid. Every county should have the same level of medical facilities. So thanks guys for the time. I know there's much to say, but there's also everybody here who wants to share, and thanks for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Onsando. Thank you very much. Let's have Mohammed, then Faith. Mohammed, are you on?
Yes, yes. And please continue. I come back.
You're not clear, Mohammed. Sorry? Okay. Let's have Faith. Faith, kindly go on.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. Today I'm not going to rant about Naruto. So I'm getting depressed. So I'm going to talk about other things. Now, these people who we were being told were celebrating, I haven't seen it, were celebrating when some people were elected or as ministers from UDA was it Azimio? I don't remember. Sorry, it's very late at night here. But are you sure they're our youth? And are you sure they were not paid goons? Or he just manipulated some videos that, I can't trust Ruto in anything that is even given aired. I can't trust him. First of all, we know he has a media company with very high-tech youth, apparently, who are very good at IT, and that's how he won his last election. So I can never trust what I see or what I hear when it comes from Ruto. Okay. So today I'm going to talk about slogans. I've been trying to create some nice slogans, but I'm not good. I can see there's somebody the one who does some very good slogans with the pictures. Can we have some that we can try and create like a viral effect? I mean, every day, just somebody do 1, 2, 3, or all of them a couple of times a day, because I think they're very effective. And I was thinking of something like I've seen Ruto must go, Ruto owns corruption, Ruto owns corruption, Ruto must go today. I've written free education, Ruto must go. Something like that. Stop selling Kenya, Ruto must go yesterday. Free healthcare, Ruto must go. You know, things like this. And then also stop killing us, like this one we have today. Ruto must go, but with a picture behind of like the ones that they were pulling our poor boys from in sacks. I think these are very effective because they're easy to spread. They're easy to upload. Poof, everybody just sends them and keep them running all the time. Then the last thing, I was just thinking about a radio station. It doesn't necessarily have to be in Kenya, where people can dial in, easy number, and they just talk about why Ruto must go. Just the same way as we do here, but something on the radio so that people can tune in, people who, for example, don't have phones. It's just an idea. I'm thinking about it, and once I crack that, I'll let you guys know. Thank you. That's all from me today.
Thank you very much, Faith. Thank you. That's a very good input. Let's have Wild North. Wild North, then Eriko. Wild North, then Eriko.
Hello.
Yes, you are loud and clear.
Okay, I'm
3 minutes.
I'm from Marsabit. I think I'm happy. It's a privilege to get an opportunity to speak here. Yeah,
Perfect. Tell us what is going on up there.
I think, up here, I think the youth, their priorities are kind of, different from priorities of the youth in other towns in Kenya because, there are a lot of challenges for youth here and like some of them who have dropped out of high school and all this. And so we're trying to create maybe youth assemblies so that they can try and air their views and maybe try and hold the politicians into account because, and you understand here in northern Kenya, there's a lot of illiteracy. And during elections, when they choose their leaders, mostly the people are assisted voters. And it's very easy for politicians to manipulate the elections and win, using bribery and all this. So a lot needs to be done in terms of civic education in order to bring people to the same level.
Wild North, tumekupoteza. Tumempoteza. It's really nice to hear people from different areas. I was really interested in his submission. It's really nice to hear also people from those marginalized area. Let's go to Eriko. I think we'll get back to him later. Eriko.
Hello.
Yes, Wild North.
Yes.
We lost you.
Am I clear now?
Yes, you are.
Yes. So I think a lot needs to be done here so that, also people here can, move with the movement because some of us believe in, the blood that was shed of the Gen Zs is not in vain. And what they are fighting for, we stand with what they are fighting for because I think it's time maybe we can start the fight at the county level to try and ask where our billions are disappearing to and the lives of people here don't change because there are a lot of challenges. The healthcare is kaput, education, there are no schools in some areas. Some areas are inaccessible, no roads, and there are a lot of billions coming in, and most of these politicians own, apartments or have used the money to enrich themselves. in Nairobi, buying estates there at the expense of the poor Mwananchi at the ground here. So I think this is a wake-up call for all of us, and we support this movement, and we hope that people don't tire up, no giving up. It's a fight that we have started, and I think you have to finish it, and
tumekupoteza tena, but I think your point is home. Maybe I want to request something from you, Wildnorth. Kindly usichoke, and you are not alone in this. Even if you feel alone, you are not alone in this. Wewe, do your part, record, and we shall push it. Once you do, you whether ni wewe na watu wengine wawili, you call for that accountability, you do a simple match, record, posts on this platform. We are going to follow you, and we will amplify. We will amplify for you. It won't be in vain. Usikufe moyo. You do your part na upost na tuta amplify until ifike penye inafai kufika. Thank you, Wildnorth. Next in line was Eriko alikata ku come up. Eriko, are you on now? Watu wanaitisha mic alafu wanalala. Let's have Esther. Esther, then Brainchild. Esther, then Brainchild.
Thank you so much. Nimefurahi sana for this chance. I had one of the speakers before me saying that we are not angry enough. And I think that's where I come in today, because I've been doing some research. And I want us all, by the end of these 3 minutes that I have, to be angry. Please, if you have a notebook, a pen, or use your phone, get on the notes and please write down the following things that I'm going to say. Number 1, the flying and lying President Ruto has spent 18 billion on trips, billion Kenya shillings in 9 months. That was on the Daily Nation. James Smart actually tweeted it on the 3rd of June 2024. So in the last financial year, in 9 months, he spent 18 billion. 12.3 billion was in domestic travel. Yani within Kenya, 12 billion. Ata my brain, kichwa yangu inakatanga kufanya hiyo hesabu. How? 12 billion within Kenya. Okay. Foreign travel, 5.85 billion. Number 2, his deputy in the last budget that we have just rejected, he had been budgeted for 1.8 billion for nothing but luxury. And again, the Nation on 16th of July 2024 wrote about it. Gachagua is the biggest casualty in luxury budget cuts. They literally wrote down in our budget, this is for luxury, 1.8 billion. They also allotted him 600 million to renovate the house that William Ruto built for 400 million. The spouses, if you add up the spouses' budget, it also goes to 1 billion. But let's just put that aside. So Gachagua luxury alone was 1.8 billion. The president in 9 months spent 18 billion in 9 months. Okay. Let's put ourselves in the shoes of a child in a slum. I grew up in Wiruta Satellite, which is today in Kabiria, actually, in Dagoretti South constituency, which is today a big slum. So let's say I was being born today instead of being born in 1983. I'm an older millennial. So if I was being born today, number 1, my mom would hope that there is Linda Mama so that she can get free maternity care, and I can also get free care after I'm born. But Linda Mama was cut down. Why? Hakuna pesa. But we have 18 billion for travel. Linda Mama was cut down, and it was 1.something billion. It was cut down so that we have money for travel and luxury. Okay. The children of the poor who are being born today, without Linda Mama, the childhood mortality rate is going to skyrocket. Children without Linda Mama will not be able to survive the first 5 years of their lives, because that's what Linda Mama was for, to make sure they get to that crossing line of 5 years alive and healthy, ndio waingie shule. Haya, we also know that today there are no vaccines in hospital. The vaccines that babies need, zenye tulidungwa without even thinking about it. We never even imagined that there would be a day where there would be no vaccines in Kenya, but here we are. Linda Mama is gone, the vaccines are gone. Number 3, in the healthcare sector, Edu Afya is gone. Edu Afya was the insurance health scheme for students in primary and high schools and secondary school. So if a child is born today, hakuna Linda Mama. Akipata malaria ama hepatitis, hakuna vaccine. Haya, if that doesn't kill that child, akiingia primary school, malaria imfuate huko, hakuna Edu Afya. Money is gone. And these people are telling us they have to raise taxes, walipe loan, si ati wa provide for healthcare and education. Walipe loan na waendelee kutravel na kuendelea na luxury zao. They are spitting in our faces. They are spitting at our constitution. And I want us today to get angry. Please write down healthcare. The number 1 subject, healthcare. Linda Mama is gone. Edu Afya is gone. The vaccines are gone. And now NHIF is gone. Huyo mtoto akiingia amezaliwa, si ndio? Hakuna Linda Mama. Ametafuta vaccines, hakuna. Edu Afya ameingia shule, amesurvive somehow. Akaingia shule, hakuna Edu Afya. Haya, Mungu ni mkubwa, amesurvive hiyo high school bila Edu Afya. Akuwe adult, NHIF imeenda. Akuwe mkubwa NHIF, Mungu ni mkubwa zaidi, asurvive, aende retire, no pension. All that is gone. Are you guys seeing what I'm saying? This government has stripped the rights of Kenyans from birth to primary school. Yani wanafuata mtoto kutoka birth, wana strip. Wanaenda to the next stage, wana strip. Wanaenda to the next stage ya high school, wana strip. They're stripping us in every level. Okay, that is healthcare. Let me go quickly on what they're doing in education. Please write down on your phone notes, education. Number 1, the school feeding program. And that is why I feel so much pain, because I came from a slum. The mothers in slums and mothers in those arid areas, Masabit, Isiolo, Ushago, kwenye hakuna chakula. The school feeding program that the national government was paying for was the reason they were taking their children to school. And it was the reason their children could sit and concentrate. Because mtoto kama hakuna chakula kwa tumbo, hakuna kitu inaingia kwa kichwa. Now, parents who tuseme wako na kuku na tungombe, lakini anasikia kuna chakula wapi? Shule. Mtoto ina encourage mzazi kuambia mtoto enda shule, utakula huko. Hata zile anaona hakuna chakula nyumbani, iko chakula shule. How many parents today after they give birth to their children, and I've explained to you all the rights that were there in that the Constitution has guaranteed. This is what I want. This is why I want you all to be angry. The Constitution and the letter of our Constitution demands and enshrines the right to healthcare and education. If there is no school feeding program, the poor will not get their children to school. That is a guarantee. And that is what this government has done. They're not stupid. They know that the moment they remove the school feeding program, hizo pesa zinaenda kwa travel ama luxury. 50-60% of our population will struggle to get into school. And that is primary school. Higher. So let's go to high schools. School feeding program, it has taken 60% of our children out. Because we don't think about the poor, and they are the majority. Higher. JSS, junior secondary school teachers, 46,000 of them are not on permanent, on pension and pensionable positions in terms of their employment. 46,000 teachers of our high school students. Can you imagine 46,000 teachers missing from Kenyan classrooms? Tusijidanganye, hakuna masomo inaendelea Kenya. Hakuna masomo inaendelea Kenya. The school feeding program is gone. So children are hungry. They're not making it out of their homes because there's no food at home. There's no food at school. The ones who survive and get to high school, they're no teachers. 46,000 of them are being fired by this government. Wanasema kuna pesa ya kuandika. This week, not even until last financial year, this week, they've cut the budget of the TSC that was supposed to go to the JSS teachers. They're kicking teachers out of classrooms, not 2 or 10 or 100 or 1,000. 46,000 teachers have been kicked out of our classrooms and we are quiet. Kenyans are not angry. Every parent should be in the streets, should be knocking down the doors of government. What do you mean? Teachers can't learn, but there's 18 billion for traveling and there's budgeted corruption for luxury. I don't know if you guys can hear me. Are you understanding what I'm saying? Today we must get angry. Write that down. JSS teachers. The next thing, university fee hike. Tumetoka secondary. If a child survives secondary school, they get into university. Courses that were 20,000, 30,000, today they're 300,000. The minimum cost today is 300,000. My brother went to Jomo Kenyatta, to KU, Kenyatta University, and he paid 14,000. Na ilikuwa time ya Moi. Hata Moi hakuguza masomo. Tunasemanga Moi ndo mbaya. Moi hakuguza masomo. Uhuru hakuguza masomo. Kibaki alitupea free education. Huyu Ruto ameguza masomo, atikuguza. Amestrip masomo, amestrip healthcare. This is the first government that has touched HELB. HELB is now I'm so angry, hata mimi naweza kuwa mgonjwa, lakini wacha tugonjeke sababu ya nchi yetu. HELB is gone. University hike has been hiked so high that only the very rich, even the middle class will struggle to pay these fees. What about the people in the slums or in Marsabit? Today we have to get angry. Write that down. Healthcare, from Linda Mama to vaccines, Edu Afya, NHIF, all gone. Education, the feeding program, JSS teachers, university fees, HELB, all gone. But there's 18 billion shillings. Can I submit this to you? The 18 billion shillings that was used for travel last year alone. The previous year, according to the Nation, he used 14 billion. Akaona the next year, there's more money. There's 4 more billion. Akatumia 18 billion in 9 months, not 12. 9 months. Higher.
Esther,
Let me just land. 10 more
summarize.
seconds. Let me just land.
Okay.
The amount that is set aside for luxury, not just for Deputy Gashagwa, for their wives and for the state office of the president, plus the luxury budget can cover everything that has been stripped off from healthcare and everything that has been stripped off from education. I want you guys to go and do your own research and please join me to make noise. Let's fight for that child being born in a slum or in Marsabit, Moyale, Mandera today. Because someone fought for us to get the education we got in Kibaki's government. Even Moi's government gave us help. They fought, someone fought and died and bled to give that to us. Let us be willing to do the same for the next generation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Esther, for painting those pictures. I hope what we're now is a bit. There are sometimes, this information don't sink down to people when they are reading them. Wakisomewa, it sinks better. Let's have Brainchild. Brainchild. Brainchild, going once. Watu wanaitisha mic alafu wanalala. Washira, your hand is up. Washira.
Hey, niaje?
Fiti sana. Go on, you have 3 minutes.
Yeah, good. I'm here. Thank you so much to KOT for this space. Nimeingia saa hii tu majoni jioni. And I was here yesterday night that actually. So my point is one, and I'm bringing solution to the table. All the issues that we are going through, they can only be handled, most of them can only be handled by our MPs. Tukishika ma MPs wetu makende vizuri sana, sorry to use that word, we'll have them where we want them. For example, we know the CDF is illegal. I had them debate the other day about the CDF. Support sana, and that's where they steal money, and we know it. And they are going to support it. Lakini tukisukuma hawa watu tuonyesha hatuna mchezo, like the way we have done, we've been doing, wataona hatuna mchezo. So tukifinya MPs wetu vizuri, waatilie CDF, wati hiyo CDF irudi kwa Ministry of Education, irudi kwa Ministry of Interior, we will be able to track that money, because now we cannot be able to tell where the CDF is going, where that money is going. It's a lot of money. 130 million for every constituency, 290 constituencies, ni pesa mingi sana. It's going to waste. Na inafanya watu wengi sana, our parents, wakuwe beggars, waone my MPs ni kama they are the gods. So tufinya my MPs vizuri. MPs kuwafinya, history ya expiry ya ID card watasort. Tukiwafinya vizuri sana watasort. Tutafinya my MPs aje. Let us occupy the MPs. We occupy their offices. Every MP in every constituency has an office. Every MP in every constituency has a rural home. Let us occupy their offices. Let us occupy their rural homes. Tusiende kwa street tena. We occupy their rural homes. Hawa watu tutawaumiza. Hawa watu watasarenda. Wataambia president kama maneno ni hivi, sitaki. Wacha ni vote namna hii vile watu wanataka. Even before we recall them, let us occupy them. Unaona vile watu walioccupy vile watu walioccupy kule kwa huyu jamaa chairman wa finance, huyu nani Kemani huko Nakuru. Vile watu walioccupy Kemani Ichung'wa's office. Huyu jamaa alitulia. Alianza kuita watu sijui watu wa Uber na what have you, na minofu sijui nini. Alitulia. We occupy these people, and I'm not inciting anyone. Let us occupy them. Because if we occupy them, they will tell us, or they will enforce that 30% ya tenders za counties zinafaa ziende kwa kwa youths. You see? So kwa nini 30% iende kwa youths, yet the youths make up the 75% of the population? Kwa nini tupate 30%? Wataanza kufikiria. There are so many things that these people need to do in those offices, in the parliament, so that the youth, the young people can feel that they are accommodated in this government. You see? So tukiwasukuma sana, they even reduce their salaries and their allowances through SRC. Tutawasukuma, tutawanyonga, tutawafanyia hizi mambo zote. That's my point. We occupy these MPs, their rural homes, their offices in constituency levels. Tutakuwa sawa. So let us profile them. Let us profile the MPs kidogo tu. We profile these MPs that are involved in vetting or vetting committees. We know them. They are around 12. Yeah, they are around 12 or 10. Let us profile them to awashie moto. This is what we need in the immediate, because in the next week too. The next week, tuwawashie moto, tuwaambie this is what we want as youths, as the young people of Kenya, so that we can drive our agenda home. Sina mengi KOT and the co-host, asante sana for this space. Tuko pamoja sana. Mimi Wachira hapa kutoka Kirinyaga na wakilisha vibaya sana. Asante.
Thank you very much, Wachira, for representing Kirinyaga. For me, what I advocate for is whatever it takes to take down this government, we find so long as it's within, so long as it's safe na haitakuweka kwa shida. That's why we try to play by the books. Tunaenda streets, tuna occupy their offices because those are public offices. Their homes, the occupying their homes, I think hiyo inaweza kuweka kwa shida, but if it's what it takes, we gotta do what we gotta do. Let's have Brainchild. Umelala, I'm giving you this last chance. Brainchild, kama hauko tutakutoa. Ministry. Hatukusikii. You are trying to speak but hatukupati. Okay. Let's go to Mohammed Ad while ministry is working on his speak. Mohammed Ad, I've kept you here for so long. You're not responding. Magzik.
Sema ni aje?
Fiti sana. 3 minutes.
Thank you. First off, I just want to say thanks for giving me the chance to speak. Nashukuru sana. Second, I'll just get straight to my point. First, we need to start pushing that Nane. Hashtag, just push it every time, manze. Just start making it known. And then KOT, I don't know if you guys already, we need somewhere centralized where we can send, where people can send money, and then that money can be used that time, And I want to tell people that time, if they're coming to Nairobi, if you guys are planning to come to Nairobi, mkuje mapema. Hiyo time Ruto atapull zile za colonialists za kufunga barabara ama kushika mayouth wanatembea kwa magari wakikaa. So it's better ukuje mapema. Let's set up this centralized place where people can start sending money. Unasikika Hanifa anashikilia health, kukuwe na mse anashikilia saa logistics hapo hivi, saa kukuwe na hiyo hata, and I would even suggest we even open a kitty for LSK as well, because those guys are coming through for everybody. Mazee nimesikia kitu Esther alisema imeniuma kwa roho, you know, like she's described a life which is supposed to be a full life, lakini unachiki venye tunanyimwa, yani at every stage, even yani unanyimwa even in death, yani unacheki even in death body yako inapatikana kwa magunia, you know. I mean, kuna wase wengine mpaka nikawa walikuwa wanachukua body ya mtoi makarao, mtoi akaenda kuzikwa. Yani these guys are traumatizing us, and that's why we have to change. Anyway, Koti, sitaki kuweka wase down, but nasema tu manze, keep it up, tuzidi. Nane is the hashtag. Let's do this manze. Thanks Koti.
Wazi sana Magzik. Just to be clear Magzik, hizo umeuliza swali ya story zako. I think LSK have their contribution kituka mchanga wako na yao, so whoever wants to support them, me I always support them na kitu kidogo nikipata, because they have really come through for our guys, especially sisi wenye tuko kwa ground. The best we can do is to support, kununulia wase placards, kutuma bail. So that's for us who are not on the ground, but wase kwa ground wanna show up, so we need to show them support. In regards to all other contributions, affairs, I was saying nini, unaweza ni reach out DM, I'll connect you to people. We don't hii kitu ya ku collect, even you saw umeona challenges Hanifa amepitia. Hanifa is one strong lady. Challenges amepitia where people are calling for accountability. She's all of a sudden watu wanajua mchanganyali bring up iko na 30 million and everyone is attacking her from all sides. If you can bear me witness, amekuwa very strong on that move. So we don't want to put that responsibility on one person. For since 18th June, watu wamekuwa kituma do. For those who don't know, wasa wamekuwa kituma do. You just send money to the people's, kuna wase tu, you'll find them kwa TL. Unatuma do, they mobilize. Neza wa link, just DM ya link you. Wase wa Kisumu, there's someone who is there who always represent. Ana akitumiwa do, once umetuma do, utapata receipt ya accountability, utapata ilitumika kwa fair, ilitumika ku print hii na hii na hii. It doesn't matter, haifai kuenda kwa mzee mmoja. Umeona hiyo responsibility ya Nifa amewekewa, and all the fights, kina Mutai wanamfight, kina Ala, kina these government bloggers, they are fighting, alafu pia inaleta wars in between, no pesa sijui imetumika aje. So ikitumwa kwa different people, kuna wase wa Mombasa wenye wanatumiwa do, wanalipia wase wa Mombasa fair. Kuna wase hata wase wako tu within Nairobi, unasikia mse yako Thika anatumiwa do, anaeka wase kwa basi, wase wanafika tao. Wase wako LD wanatumiwa, wana print vitu zao. So just reach out, kama ujui ku identify au wase TL, just reach out and then I'll direct you to them. Let's have kwa Magzi, Baba Annette ulirudi. Baba Annette, naona ulirudi. I don't know if you have something to say. Ndakupatia strictly 3 minutes because you had already spoken. So ndakupatia 3 minutes ufungue hiyo roho, then we leave space for people who haven't spoken.
Thank you so much, Davis. Mine will be very straight. One is that I still insist, kama baba ya Gen Zs wanne, mmefanya kazi mzuri. Keep it up. In terms of self-defense, wakati wa procession na nini, ningetaka kusuggest kwamba kupangwe watu ambao wanaweza kuwa na mayai na used oil, ambayo in case kuna yale magari hawa jamaa wanatumia, usually huwa inarushwa kwa kioo and then it inhibits visibility, na hiyo inasaidia kuslow down hiyo gari. Kama kuna mtu amewekwa pale, mnamchomoa. Kitu kingine ni kwamba kwa procession watu wanahitajika kuwa na firimbi almost as a rule for kila mtu. Ndio hiyo ni kwamba ukiepeshwa mahali fulani Unajua hata wakiwekwa wapi kwa gunia, at least it's very easy to reach out kwa firimbi yako upige na watu wanaweza kukusaidia. Chinginecho ni kwamba hao watu wote wanategemea kwamba wakishika mtu yeyote watamkimbiza police station. Nyakati zetu vile tulifanya na my own idea Moi, tulikuwa tunahakikisha kwamba wakati tunaenda procession kuna ile timu tumeposition ya kwamba kama kuna lori Mariamu ni ya watu 60, kuna move watu kama 100 kwenda kujaza hiyo gari. In the process inajazika kwamba umejaza na watu ambao hawana pingu, hawana nini. Wakijaa ndani, askari wanashtuka watafanya nini. Kule kwenye station gari inaenda, mnahakikisha kwamba strategically mna position kwa kila station watu 100 ama 200. Hiyo cell haiwezi tosha watu 200, ikijazwa pia hiyo huwa ni mzigo. Quickly back to the winning card. Ili jambo la school fees, it will touch so many Kenyans. Mukisukuma kupitia kwa makanisa, WhatsApp, vitu kama vile TikTok, hiyo msaada ieleweke kwamba no jobs, no income, no free education, no school. Ieleweke vizuri kwamba school fees ni tax, na serikali inatumia hiyo njia kufanya watu maskini, kwa sababu watoto wa wakubwa hawalipii gharama zozote, kwa sababu wao mababa zao tunawalipia kupitia kwa njia fulani. So we need to put that campaign mapema, kitambo ifike 8 iwe imewaka moto. Nafikiri walimu watatushika mikono kwa sababu waliona ikifanya kazi free education wakati wa Kibaki. Wazazi watatushika mikono, and that way we can win on that edge. Last, please Gen Zs, keep setting the agenda. Saizi mlikuwa mmesukuma vizuri na tunafurahia Kenya mzima, ukienda kwa TV, ukienda wapi ni Gen Zs. Hawa jamaa politicians wao wana survive na kuset agenda, kushift. Cha maana ni kuhakikisha kwamba kila wiki, kila month kuna new agenda which is relevant for the media na wananchi, alafu hao jamaa they will become irrelevant. Thank you so much. Over and out. Keep it up.
Asante sana mzazi. Samuel.
Yes, thank you, Davis.
3 minutes, yeah. All right.
You said how many minutes?
3 minutes.
Okay. So I'm just going to speak about a quote that was made by Plato that said, "And you choose not to involve yourself in politics, you are ruled by your inferior." We cannot continue being ruled by inferiors when we have very well-educated generation that can lead this country into a better world. I'm just going to talk about few points, just 4 of them because of time. And these points are my opinion that I think we should focus on, even after we get freedom and we manage to get rid of what we are getting rid of. Because the impunity, counterproductive leadership, and all that, those are the things we are trying to get rid of. We need to make sure that every able Kenyan can be able to run for any seat they want. We have to do electoral reforms. We have to implement reforms that reduce the cost of elections. Unaona, we can adopt like a mixed member electoral system, kunayo hiyo ya Germany, which combines direct representation with proportional representation. Then we also need to do digital voting. We have to explore electoral voting systems. Kuna nchi inaitwa Estonia, I don't know if you guys know it. Ni kanchi kadogo sana huko Europe, but they have an online voting platform. And that voting turnout, that increased turnout, we really need to look into that. And to make sure that the more our country is developing, the more watu wanapata internet, they can be able to choose their leaders from there. Digital voting, we can ensure that. We can definitely ensure that. Then we have to regulate campaign finance. Like we have to establish a strict campaign finance regulations. Unaona kama zile zinakuanga huko United States kwa Federal Election Commission, and that limits individual contributions to candidates. We need to have those things. Ndio tumalize hii wizi, ndio hata leaders, hata Gen Z akisimama, akina anasimama na mtu amekuwa kwa politics for a long time, these people will have a fair election. This thing will compensate that. Hizi vitu zitasaidia hivyo. Then we have to advocate sana sana kwa public funding. Akiwa unapenda chama, you have to contribute for that party. You have to contribute for that. We cannot be having ati watu wanapeana pesa kwa campaign, then wakati president amewin wanarudishiwa mkono na public office. That is unacceptable, and it is one of the things that are keeping us behind. We have to introduce that, and then we have to do voter education. Like, we really need to invest in a lot of voter education. Unaona, I think tuko na ile inaitangwa voter education and training. Sijui if the program is still running, and that program, it aims to create voter awareness and participation. Juu tunajaribu to create a country that works for everyone. Our katiba gives us that freedom to participate actively in our politics. Nikimalizia, we have these consolidated elections. We need to hold multiple elections. Like unaona venye US wanafanyanga, inakuwa ni either president iko kando na ile ingine, and others and local elections na za counties iko the same. Tujaribu kuziseparate. We try to do that. Finishing ya mwisho kabisa. Right now, as Gen Zs and millennials, because Gen Z as a spirit is not age, we already know who are our allies. Tumejua watu ambao wamesimama na sisi. And when we are talking about politicians, let us remember that even in politics we have allies. Juu hata nyinyi siku moja mtakuwa politicians. And if you want to be scapegoated for speaking the truth, I'm sure you wouldn't like that. There are people who have been saying no, this one, and especially I'm going to give one example, which is Mother Karua. Mother Karua has made her stand, and the people who still hold on the things from 2007, those are people who have not educated themselves, and they need to educate themselves. We also have Getombui Manyara and others, good people. Tafadhali, we can have politicians who are our allies. Let us not bully this, because this is bullying. This is female bullying in politician. When you hear someone saying that Mother Karua hasn't done anything for our country, or accusing him of something that the judge clearly wrote a report of what happened. Tafadhali, we are moving on from that. And thank you so much, KOT and Ayo, for hosting this, Davis also. And tafadhali, follow each other, because this is how we get information. Huwezi kuja tu kukaa hapa kusikiza information and you are not following the people ambao wanapeana this information. Hiyo pia is not so good. One follow won't cost you, following someone like KOT. In case you see something, you post it, this thing goes widely. That is our benefit. And sorry, about the political party. Nimesikia watu wakisema we have leaders, ati tukuwe na leaders kwa hii movement. Mimi sikatai, but I'm saying this is not the right time to have leaders. Hii movement mkileta leaders right now, watanunuliwa. Ruto can afford to pay them even $1 billion. Mnajua huyu ni mzee ambaye hatujui 6 trillion ziko wapi. No, you guys, stop joking with this guy, man. Mukisimama tu if they are kidnapping akina Mwangi and all other people who activists, what do you think they will do to our leaders? They will arrest them, they will call them, and every man has a price. Usikuja kudanganywa na mtu ati juu mtu ako na 1 million follow hawezi nunuliwa. This is not the right for us to have a leader. Hawa wanagawanya serikali because they are criminals. Ukiona wakiendea akina Joho kusema ati ni broad based government, it's because of criminal. And these people, mtu kama Wandai, if Wandai can be bought, no, tafadhali. Right now is not the time kusema tukue na chama. Chama tutakuwa nayo. Even hata hiyo ya Naki Kenya, ya Kalonzo Musyoka, ya nani, whoever would come and mwenye anashare our values. Because I do not want us to isolate ourselves that, oh, yes, we cannot. No, we need those people because they know things that we don't know. Yes, we are armed with the constitution, but those people know how the politics is. Unaona, we need those allies. Kwa hivyo, right now, we cannot have a leader. Let's remain leaderless, formless, contribute what you are contributing. Because, in fact, if you are abroad and you cannot come, tafadhali to me, those who can go ticket, 50 bob. Although, tafadhali, because this is the country we are trying to build is a country that stands together. And we have never been this together as a Kenyans. So thank you so much, guys, and the revolution is still on. The war is still on, and the battle is still on until Ruto falls with his whole administration and everything he represents. They have been fired by the people of Kenya. Thank you.
Asante sana. Father of the great something. Father of the great something.
Yes, good morning, Gen Zs and my fellow millennials. I hope mnanisikia.
Loud and clear.
Yes, so one, I want to say that I'm actually a civil servant, and there have been a misconception that the government are not supporting Gen Zs and what they're doing. That is very far from the truth. In fact, you have a very big part of government employees who support what is happening. Because if anything, we suffer more than anyone else. Every other tax that is introduced goes to our payslips first before it hits anywhere else. So if we are able to tap into these people, because they have a lot of information, we have a lot of knowledge, we know everything that is happening, then it would really boost this movement, and it will bring change to this country. Secondly, I want to say that we need to change the approach. We need to find a way. There's something that happened during the Occupy JKIA that we can really build on, and that is decoying or sending the police in the wrong direction. If during 8/8 we can be able to master that,
Father of great nation, tumekupoteza. Father of great nation, we've lost you. All right, we'll come back to you once you're ready. W. Mungadi. W. Mungadi. At Yahoo. W. Mungadi at Yahoo. Kindly, oh, sorry, I muted everyone. Yeah, kindly go ahead. W. Mungadi.
Well, thank you so much, David. James William Mugeni, although I go by that name. I'm from Busia, Busia, Uganda. I'm a Ugandan, and I listened to Dr. Henry, and he encouraged me to pick the mic because I was like, can I even have a chance to pick a mic on the Kenyan space? But he talked about you people giving Africa hope. And that's why I got the courage to pick the microphone. Remember, we try to replicate what you are doing. And Museveni has just crushed us. Because if Uganda is watching you and then you guys are destroyed, then you'll have killed us. That's the thing I can tell you. Because we are warned, don't emulate Kenya. Don't emulate Kenya. So which Kenya do you want to emulate? We want to see the Kenya that successfully carries out a revolution to the end. And then maybe we'll say, yes, we're emulating them because it is an example to see. So you remain a big example for Africa because I even saw Gen Z protesting at the Olympics, saying we don't want corrupt officials here.
We want the athletes, the Kenyan athletes, to benefit. So you people have taken this thing a notch higher. And if you remain steadfast, you don't know how much you're inspiring. You don't know how much people are following you. Because now it remains the revolution to watch. If it is similar to the Arab Spring, it should be the East African Spring. I hope that's a good use of my 3 minutes. Thank you.
Hey, can you hear me now?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mugandi. We hope that you guys succeed in your fight. We'll give you support once we are done with ours or whenever you need it. Just know that the war has to start from within. You guys need to know what you're fighting for first. I know at some point kuna time I think some Kenyan bloggers were paid to push for your hashtag, which was not a good idea because it needs to start from within. I think that's when it came out that the fight is not from within. But anyway, we support you guys and we wish you all the best, and we shall support you on the online battles. The father of the great nation, kindly finish. Yeah, kindly finish your point.
Thank you. So find a better way of getting into town. And one of the ways is to young people to get into town as if they're going to work, they're going to offices. Once we're in town, we can get into shopping malls and hang out until the time that we know we have enough people in town. Then now we move out and start demonstrating. But once we start coming out in smaller groups early, then the police will not give us time to congregate and demonstrate. But we can give ourselves time, people to start getting into town as early as 8. They get into the matatus, come to work, to town with their parents as they're coming to work, and just hang out in town, in the shops and all that, until at a time that we feel that we have enough crowd in town, then we move into the streets. That way, now even the others can catch up with us without necessarily being dispersed by the police. We need to find a way of getting into town if it's demonstration. The other idea that was really
Father of great nation, we lost you again. Ni kama wanakunyongea mic, unatupea series, unatupatia inside information. Wanakunyongea mic.
I think so, because I have very good network.
Yeah, we lost you again. Kindly just round it up alafu malize before wainyonge kabisa.
So nasema kama tunakuja town, let's find a way of getting into town. These people will not allow us to congregate early. So to get town, let's find a way of getting in slowly, quietly, then move out into the street when we have the numbers. And we can just be checking online until when we are comfortable of the numbers. Secondly, we can think of the sit down in Uhuru Park, basically camping there. That one is easy because we can start small and people keep coming slowly and slowly as the numbers grow. Eventually, they will have no option, but they will not be able to move us out of Uhuru Park. And people, the good well-wishers will be able to bring food, bring water, dry foods, and all that. In fact, it is a very easy way of attracting support, because people will be seated there permanently. You are not rioting, you're not demonstrating. Police will have no reason to throw tear gas at us. And the well-wishers, the people who are at work on offices or businesses, will be able to send food and supplies, because it's one location and the people are congregated in one place. It is easy to support such a movement. In any case, I'm saying we need to re-strategize. Let's see what the police have been able to learn.
We've lost you again. Let's go to Teja. People are dropping. I had put a list here now. What am I drop? Yes. Faith, kindly give us. Atuna madem kwa kwa request. Faith, kindly give us a briefly, then we give the clan. Yeah, Faith, then the clan.
Actually, on the night, we stayed up very late, I think, until 4 o'clock in the morning. The day you guys were supposed to march to the airport. I had a feeling that while we were talking, those early mornings, those police were already being dispatched. For some reason, I had a very, very strange feeling that, and it happened like that. Even though successfully, people did enter the airport. Huh? It's just it was not televised because there's a gag order on the press. Yeah. But I have also this strange feeling because, you know, everybody is listening here. Not everybody, we don't know everybody who is here. Huwezi jua ni nani yako hapa. Kwa hivyo hata hii ya State House lazima tukuwe na plan B. Kama tutaweka pali pengine tuseme tu polepole, kwa sababu wakinyonga hapo pia kuna pali pengine ofisi yake, nyumba yake, somewhere. Anyway, that's what I'm saying. That's all. I was just taking over because people had dropped off.
Yeah, well in. Plan B tunakwanga nazo, and plan Bs are always, funny thing is plan Bs are not planned for. So hawezi jua plan Bs hutokea kwa ground. Tukifika tupate kumefungwa, we just reroute and go somewhere else. Tunaweza sema tunaenda State House alafu hiyo ndio siku wanatupata JKIA.
Exactly. Itakuwa mzuri sana. Haya. Kama nimeona a few hands up, so I'll put up my mic.
The clan. Esther, tupe maoni.
Asante sana. Nataka tu encourage a past speaker, the brother that said wanted to strip mpaka in death. I want to encourage him and every other Kenyan that's listening, every other African. Our constitution, the very first line, inasema we the people. The sovereign power, all sovereign power belongs to the people, not to the man who was given the sword, not to parliament, not to the police. And there's one power they cannot strip us, even in death, which is why the blood of Dedan Kimathi, is still speaking. The blood of our forefathers and the blood of our comrades will speak even for the next generations. We, the people, have the sovereign power in Kenya. It does not, Article 1 of our constitution, it does not belong to the politicians. So even if they do evil to us, there's one thing they cannot strip from us, and it's a sovereign power. So as long as we understand that, as we come together, that unity and coming together is the most important thing. Let's be there for each other. Let's love one another, check on one another, as we spread the word, let's take care of each other, because that is the one thing they cannot take from us. Thank you very much. And then there's one more thing I wanted to say. Is there someone else wants to speak? I'll yield the mic. Unless...
Just finish.
Thank you very much. There's someone I want us to follow, who is doing an amazing job. Wanajita Bunge la Mayut. Bunge, Bunge LA, Bunge la Mayut. I'm going to pin them on my profile. Please follow them. What they have done, they have looked for lawyers who can help us submit to Parliament, because objections to this cabinet, and they have explained to us exactly how it needs to be done. They've provided lawyers who will help us to submit the affidavits to the National Assembly contesting the appointments of cabinet nominees. This is on the 26th July, or that was today, Monday 29th July, Tuesday 30th July. So we still have time, and we want to get this word out to as many people as possible. They need to get lots and lots of submissions from all of us on Twitter, on X, on TikTok, on Instagram. So please, eka kwa WhatsApp, eka kwa Facebook, spread the word. Let me pin it right now. It's very important. I'm just going to say that this is very important. Submit your affidavits to the National Assembly contesting the appointment of cabinet nominees. We have that voice, that sovereign voice of the people. Let's exercise it. Follow the instructions and let's do this. Thank you very much.
Asante sana for reminding me that thing. I saw it during the day. Bunge la Mayut.
Yeah.
Let's flog these people's who receives the emails in parliament. What's the name? The clerk. Let's flog his email at Shanghai, because they always say we don't participate. Let's flog his email at Shanghai. We write all, send to them. Those people will format it in the way that it's supposed to be done, and then they will send it and copy you. So because every email you send, they have to respond. They have to respond that you sent an email. So they will send on your behalf, and then they copy you so that you get a response. I had Jojo, naona Jojo, I had added you, umetoka tena. Kingpin.
Niaje?
Fiti sana Kingpin.
Okay, mine is gonna be very quick. Mi umekigizi ngoma za TikTok hizi zinaongea kuhusu whatever is going. Sometimes kuna ma youth of course ako Tinder, TikTok na this other platform. So napata vitu kama art, music, nini vitu kama hizo ndo zinaweza kuresonate now. So nimekuwa nikifanya hizo till account yangu kwa band kwa sababu of course ilikuwa na gain traction, it was like spreading the message. But point yangu ni kwamba I think Gen Z na tuseme millennials kidogo ndo tumekuja kwa hii realization kwamba we have been hit economically, na I think ilianza 10 years ago, na hasa vile ufanyaga ni kama unajua kama country na iko prosperous, iko na resources, ni lazima itachapwa vibaya sana na wasi kutoka west, because at the end of the day there's a lady alikuwa anaongea vile mashule zimekuwa deprived, hospitali, infrastructure. Tuna collect the highest amount of taxes in the region, combined 8 countries. Hiyo pesa huwezi iona. 6.4 trillion imepotea. Hiyo ni kama hata hiyo expressway kama kutoka Mombasa mpaka Nairobi ni 330 billion hiyo ambayo inataka kujengwa. So imagine do kama hiyo mara 20. So unaweza imagine expressway kwenda mpaka Lamu, Laikipia, kila mali 8 lanes, 6 lanes. Ndio ezekole hiyo pesa imeibwa ni pesa mingi. But the intention is kufanya debt ratio iwe too high. Na kuna kitabu ningeinsist wasie wasome. I think guys hapa ukikuwa free, tafuta kitabu, imeshinda ikisema kwa, it's a big book but if you read it uta understand what is happening in the country. Inaitwa Confessions of an Economic Hitman by Parkins. Inaeleza vile hawa wasie wanakujanga, wanapeana hizi ma loans, hawa ma politicians na hawa ma leaders mpaka president, hiyo team yote, cabinet, MPs wote wanaruhusiwa, na hao wasi ambao wanapeana hizi do wanaruhusiwa kuiba do. Like according to them, politicians na elites wanaruhusiwa kuiba hiyo do. Hata 50% wakiiba, no problem, because hiyo pesa wakipeana na iko invested, we will see it, the country will prosper, tutailipa. But they don't want us to prosper. Wanatakiwa deni iko mingi zaidi. Of course hizo pesa wakiiba, wanabuy resources, wanabuy lands, wanadestroy economy, because at the end of the day hao ndo sasa kama shareholders ya hao wadosi, so that when our economy collapses, which seems like we are the ones holding our country from collapsing, because unaweza imagine kama huyo prezo angekubali kureadjust hizo madebt, hizi debt zote ambazo tuko nazo, apatiwe 30-year payment plan, akuje na hiyo finance bill 2024 na next year akuje nayo, revenue ya country ionekane imeongezeka, we will be given a leeway to borrow even another 10 trillion by IMF na World Bank. So long as you're able to demonstrate unaweza collect pesa, unaruhusiwa kuchukua so much money, because at the end of the, imagine hii 10 trillion inatumiza hivi. So imagine ikifika 20, guys will cry. Guys will cry. Nakwambia, whatever we are seeing right now is nothing. Hii ni preview. If you don't stop it, tuseme tume give up, tuseme let them do whatever they want to do. Na kumbuka hii happen very fast, haijachukua 30 20 years, hii imechukua less than 5 years. So in the next 5 years tutakuwa tuna regret vibaya sana. So in closing, my point is information power of what is going on ni muhimu sana through art, articles, media, documentaries, kamukunjis, hizo crusades, gatherings. The spirit should never ever die, because it slows these devils from implementing their policies. Unaona hiyo maisha namba imezuiwa, like we can delay. I don't know if you can avoid, but we can delay and help ourselves reach the next milestone, which is 2027, to try see if we can change the status quo by putting in a new political leadership. Lakini system yote ambayo tunaona saizi mbele yetu 100% been bought. And one thing, last statement, one thing that they like people who they can control. So you have to be a murderer, a robber, a criminal, drug baron. Hiyo shetani yote, hiyo ndo criteria ambao wanataka, because that means that you are very easy to be controlled, you are greedy. These are the people they want, and of course those are the people you have in government. So at the end of the day, I know the frequency imepungua ya maandamano and stuff, but the spirit should never die. Now whatever they're doing it in accordance to what they think the youths are going to react to and what the international media wataona. So keep on keeping on. I'm going to try to set up a new TikTok tena. I distribute the information kama kawa. Hii TikTok, ya Twitter si rahisi na videos because it's mostly for text, but I also appreciate some support, and that's it. I'm out.
Thank you very much, Kingpin. Weka hizo vitu kwa Twitter. They will reach the right audience na tutai propel. You put them. It doesn't cost you anything kuipost kwa Twitter also. So just post it. So yeah, just post it. Then we shall share and reshare whenever it hits our tier.
I'll appreciate the love.
All right. The clan. You are here na huongei. The clan, if you are on, kama unatusikia, kindly unmute. If not, let's have Peter Kinaro. Peter Kinaro. Ayuko pia yeye. Let's have Jojo, nilikuona tena umetoka. Paul Isuba.
Yes, am I clear, audible?
Yes, very audible.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, good evening, good morning, wherever you are. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Things that we must do. I'm going to start and not waste any time. What must we do? We must stay on purpose. We must not be diverted. Don't be diverted. Don't lose hope. We are winning. We already won. Okay, we already won, but we need to take home. We haven't taken home yet. Ruto must go. There is no option like we must fail. There is failure. No. So there are 25 alphabets, I think, letters in the alphabet. See, 25 or 26. So if A fails, then B. If B fails, then C. There are so many ways we can win as long as we are still united and we're not being divided. Because now what is happening? You know Baba. Baba is very, very well known for handshakes, and if for him, he puts the bloodshed aside and puts forward his own interests. And what is disappointing is that these politicians, they feed on blood. They just feed on the suffering of the people. And the politicians, they have a disease. They never get satisfied. Even though they have accumulated lots of wealth, they keep on trying to keep the status quo. So they are protecting their interests, and they want to take advantage. They want to take advantage of our sufferings, and we must not allow that. We must stick on purpose, and we must win. Winning is the only option, because what's the point of losing so many lives just like that, taken by the people we pay taxes to protect us? These William Ruto swore on the Bible to protect the Constitution and protect the citizens. However, under his leadership as the commander in chief, is overseeing unnecessary loss of life by those we pay, that those who wear our uniform, those we pay taxes to do so. And it's now becoming very dangerous that those people who are supposed to protect the citizens, they are firing to kill, you know? And who is responsible for this is William Ruto. He has the power to say no citizens must be shot dead under any circumstances, because we have all the necessary mighty military equipment to stop anyone doing any violence, and we can thwart them and can stop anyone being violent. But the peaceful protesters, if we are protesting, what's the need for throwing tear gas at peaceful protesters? What's the point at firing at the peaceful protesters? Where are we heading? So these people cannot be trusted, and they gang up together. And Ruto is a great student of neighboring Museveni. No, Ruto has got a lot of business in Uganda. Ruto has Starbucks. Starbucks is a fuel company. They own lots of petrol stations, and they are doing this because they don't care, because they have got a lot to lose if people rise up and get rid of them. So that's the scare they have. So it's very important that we know what we are fighting against. What is happening in Kenya right now is great news for the entire continent of Africa. And all these countries must emulate from what is happening in Kenya. So the momentum may be slowed, but we must continue to be steady. That's all I want to add on this platform, unless you have any other question. Unaweza kuniuliza swali lolote.
Thank you very much, Isoba. You are speaking from?
I'm speaking from Germany right now. Yeah.
And your nationality is?
I'm Ugandan, but I have family in Kenya, in Mtwapa, in Mombasa.
Perfect. Yeah, that's the spirit. Spirit of Africa is alive.
All I can say is I'm a proud East African, and what happens to Kenya is home. What happened to Tanzania and Uganda is all home. We want peace, and we want, most importantly, we want our safety. Our safety is more important than anything else. That comes number one, and then everything will be successful.
All right. Thank you very much for the support. Continue supporting from where you are. Tutashinda. Guevara. C. Guevara.
Yes, thank you, KOT. I hope everyone can hear me. Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I'm here to represent all the tech team, and I think we have been underutilized. I don't feel like we have participated enough in this. Why am I saying this? Let me come back to today's theme, Stop Abducting Us. Why are these people abducting us? Because they need information. And because they need information and they can't get it, now we need to go deeper and hide the information. How should we go about it? Okay, my points are classified into 3 categories, of which one category is the structure of the movement, second category will be funding and facilitation, and my third point will be follow-up sessions. Let me start with the structure of the movement. Okay, for your information, this thing, because it's leaderless and it is tribeless and stuff like that, on tech we call it a blockchain movement. So this thing is running under blockchain movement, and on blockchain movement, we have got nodes, something we call nodes, of which everyone is participating and taking part on his own capacity. And a blockchain is a decentralized system that is runs under integrity and stability of a system. And if a system is going to run under stability, it has to have set rules and regulations which will run it. For instance, Bitcoin. And what brought about something? What brings about blockchain? It is brought about by idea, and it's run by idea. That's why when they say there is no leader, there's no. It's true. A blockchain does not have a leader, but it has ideologies that run the system. So I think that will be a topic of another day. So what I wanted to say is we need to formulate a structure on this thing, and then form like a few rules and regulations of which will guide us. Like for instance, someone has mentioned that we need to have like funding, a kitty or something like that. A blockchain provides all those mechanisms and anonymity. No one will even know who has transacted this, and it will give each and every accountability because every transactions are recorded. Let me go to my point number 2. My point number 2 is about funding and facilitation. I think I've mentioned that under blockchain we can use something we call decentralized crypto, whereby each and everybody who needs to fund the organization can even chunk in and chip in. How does it go? It goes under the organization must be under blockchain decentralized autonomous organization. That is a kind of a system of which if you have time, you can go ahead and do research on it. And the financing is done on a cryptocurrency of which fiats or the ordinary money, someone with ordinary money like Bitcoin, PayPal can chip in. Someone with M-Pesa can still chip in. Like when you go to Coinbase, they have such kind of account of which is multi-signed. Different people can sign on a particular account of which no one can be able to do a transaction as a single person. I think that is a point of research, and that one can be even easier for someone who is even abroad can fund the system. And despite that, we are saying there is no leader. A blockchain runs under nodes. There are super nodes. Like here we have a super node like KOT Sonko and other people who are hosting this as for us who are just coming in and going, we are called we can call ourselves like just relay nodes. Relay nodes are participants of blockchain which are not so much active. So these super nodes, we can classify them as secretariats. These secretariats can have their own group of which they will be giving us guidelines, because we need those guidelines. Yes.
Usiende into details.
Oh yeah.
Because I know this. We had a space blocked and the guy took almost 2 hours to explain.
Oh,
so you would probably need a whole space for explaining this. So usiende into details.
Yeah. Let me not go into details, but I think everyone has gotten the point. Like we are heading into the right direction, and about the My point number 3, as I wind up, is the follow-up sessions. I find that people are coming here with good ideas, but I wonder whether there's anyone who is noting down, like a secretary or someone like that, or how is the space going to follow up on some of the things that are being put forward that need a follow-up? Like, for instance, someone needs to come here and tell us, hey, last time we discussed about this and this, and this is what we did. I think every space need to have someone who is noting down this point, and then sessions which will continue on where we left. That one was just my recommendations, and thank you very much for giving me this time. And as I said, I'm representing the tech. We tech people, we don't talk much, and when we are given time to talk, we can talk like hours. But let me drop the mic.
Asante sana. That blockchain thing, I think is already a group. I think if you are not part of it, kindly tafuta some guy called Web3, Web 3.0. I think there's a group already that is so that it will come out as a proposal at the end when they are done. But you can look for them, and if you are not part of it, I assume you should be. But if you are not, look for Web 3.0. I'm trying to reach KOT anisaidie na kitu hapa, but I think alilala. We need to put a time to this and probably close, ndio isikue people isikue to I'll have faith and then roho moja. I'll have faith then roho moja.
I was asking, I think I've written, I've inboxed you, if we can send me the names of all the fallen people from the movement, and we create like a pop-up page. I'll create it. I'll create a pop-up page for them, just so that it's running and we don't forget.
All right, I'll send you that.
Okay. And then I think that's all I wanted to say. I have quite a lot, but we're always up and it's almost late. I think I'll talk another time.
Roho moja, mic is yours.
Ruto must go. Tulisema hiyo ndio
Ruto must
salamu.
go.
Thank you. Sasa mimi ni older millennial, and I just want to say thank you guys, my Gen Zs, na cause manze mi nilitoka Kenya nikuwa 21 years old, nikakuja majuu, na after some times nilikuwa nafikiria mimi ndio nilijileta majuu, but after some time nika realize this shit was choreographed nikuje huku even before I was born. Hao watu wanatucheza, wanatupanga hata kabla tuzaliwe. Cause nimekuja all my youth, nimespend hapa States, nimewafanyia job, wamenipatia mapeni. Ukiangalia hapa States, immigrants wanaambiwa wako na some sort of energy, ni kama wase ni mavampire. So wanataka kama immigrants wakuja hapa, wanasaki hiyo power, wanasaki hiyo youth yako. Wewe unasema unasaidia wase home, unataka kuinvest kidogo, lakini hawa wase wanajua kinyo wanafanya, wanasaki hiyo energy. Anyway, besides that, mimi nataka kusema Gen Zs manze, muendelee hivyo hivyo.
We lost you, roho moja. We've lost you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Nasai?
Tunakusikiza sasa.
Okay, so yeah, manze mika umse Jojo Shokali, huyu tulikuwa na yeye, tuko na dunga maklabu huku. But anyways, waseendeleeni hivyo, si wenye tuko huku tutafanya kuwa support financially because this is this is active citizenry and I can sponsor it using my finances. So hakuna mtu yote mwenye anaogopa ati sijui nikipatikana nikipea ase do nini, hiyo asiwasahau. It is your right, you can do it. Another thing, nilikuwa nimeandika speech hapa lakini manzina sikia tu yani kuna venye. So hii vita yenye tuna fight sio vita ndogo. Ruto na ma politicians hawa ni vibaraka tu. Na vile tunakuwa taken advantage cause mafala
We've lost you again. Tumempoteza tena. Let's give it to Robbie and then Esther. Robbie and then Esther.
Can you hear me?
There's a background noise.
What about now?
You could try, but there's still some background noise, but you could try.
Yeah, what I'm saying is the movement as it is right now, it is just been shaken, but it is still doing something. What we have done as a movement is we have been able to shake corruption of 50 years plus. It's not a small deal. It's a very big deal. And they know it very well. They know it. So, my first point I will start by saying we need to re-strategize. We need a plan. Kenya needs a Tahrir movement, a Tahrir movement. We need now to start identifying these hearts, other various places, like you see the UN there, that UN place there, they have a very good space that can accommodate about 10,000 people. If people go there, nobody will even shoot or fire a tear gas. And people can stay there for all the entire time they want. And that time, Ruto will have no choice than to step down. That's the way to go. So the other next thing is I'll try to look for an avenue whereby you see like right now we have text, like there is a guy who talked there about the blockchain and all that. We need now to start having to identifying these people, to tap them in the movement. Let everybody bring whatever contribution they have, not about money. Yeah, we need money. That's number one. We need money. But we need everybody. If someone is a doctor, bring your doctorship there. Tech, bring your tech there. Logistician, we need them actually, because the why we are being mastered is that we don't have logisticians, people who are planners. We need good planners because we need to get to the bottom of all this. Why are we getting infiltrated and all that? All right, the last thing, I don't want to talk much because there are so many people waiting. We have these goons. We need to send a very good signal, and I'm so happy for whatever happened last Tuesday. Those guys with motorbike, they were taught a very good lesson. We need more. We need to get them. There is no way 20 people would be going loud with motorbikes, whereas we know they are not among us. So we need to take them down. No goons. The other thing is, and I know I'm not beating drums of war. I'm not trying to incite anybody. But guys, when people start abducting people with masks, faces hidden, cars with no number plates, man, that's a war. And we need to start doing something about it. It is not normal. That one is abnormal. And actually, that is the thing that has made this movement to slow down because people are feeling about that. So we need to tackle that. That is one of our biggest undoing. I yield the mic.
Thank you very much. Esther, kindly hold on, nipatie mtu ajaongea bado. I had Kingdom Billionaire, kindly have the mic. And then I'm still trying to reach KOT because we are getting to a point where I think the speakers, the request naona ni repetitive, and we would want to also end it back to, we water down what we've said. I wanted KOT to end. He's the only person who can end the space.
I've been listening to this space for the last 2 hours. Sijasikia kwambi sijui kuna issue nini. So I'm here. Ni venye tu siwezi ongea. I cannot be speaking each and every time, but niko hapa ya. So
Good.
Mniambie. Anyway,
nilikuwa nimekupigia. No, we I think we close it at 4.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a few new speakers. Ama sasa kuna watu ndio wanaamka. Anyway, we can continue. Tutachapa tu shift alafu utaendelea. Pia mimi nipumzike. I'm saying sasa kuna watu ndio wanaamka wanajoin. All right.
Sawa. So just in case Jumia kidogo tujue, hata mimi huku side yangu sina mic, co-host mimi hata siwaoni, but najua space inafanya. Anyway, kuna tip ja hapo juu bwana. Hiyo data tafadhali, hii space isianguke. Anyway, tuendelee bro.
All right. Kingdom Billionaire. We can't hear you, Kingdom Billionaire. No, me unmute, but we can't hear you. Kingdom Billionaire hayuko. Esther, kindly go ahead while I add nimeona some new requests.
Yes, thank you very much.
Esther?
I'll be very brief. Thank you again. I've heard about Nane and the march to State House, and there's a part of me that is to do that. We need meticulous planning. We need all hands on deck. We need to bring in a cross section of players from different sectors. You need lawyers. We need insiders from the media. We need insiders from the police. People need to talk to their relatives who work in government to be on our side. We need to be so thorough to reduce the number of fatalities, because we've already lost 60 people another 60 are missing. There's so much pain in our communities because of how many young people have died. So my request is this: let us come up with a proper plan. Let us also reach out to these different sectors and come up with a meticulous plan. I can help. I have some free time. I can help if you guys need some help. But I wanted to focus on the constitutional right to education and health that is being denied as people travel and budget for luxury. I want to push LSK to go to court to fight that. But if you guys need help reaching out to different people, I'm willing to help, because you need all hands on deck and make such good plans that we can cover and make sure we know what we're going to do if this thing turns lethal, if they turn the guns on you. Even if there's 1 million people, what if they turn the guns? What are our plans? How do we minimize the number of dead? Thank you.
All right. Worry not about Occupy State House. Watu watatengeneza vitu wakifika kwa ground. Last time we didn't go. People know the risk. So if it's only ripe, people will only go there when we know it's ready to go. So I believe, but yeah, we need a plan, and tutakaa chini tupange. This nane, we have to plan for it properly. Mr. Shem.
Ruto must go.
Ruto must go.
Okay, I will be brief. Nitaongea kidogo sana. There's this English saying, the harder or the tougher it becomes, we are almost to the success. So my plea with us millennials na Gen Zs ni maze, I'm seeing the numbers dropping down, and they're continuing to drop down as we are moving ahead. We should not be giving up. This Akai is trying to use some techniques or some formulas that we are sitting back, but we are watching. I had my brother, was it Ronnie or something? I think Ronnie talked about us going towards the United Nations headquarters. I think that one should be done even as fast as we might think. I'm a little bit sleepy today, acha nilale, but I had to say maze, let's keep up, let's keep the fire burning. Tusiachane na hii kitu. We are almost there. Thank you.
All right. Umekatika katika hapo katikati, but I hope the message is home. Big kahunas.
Ruto must go.
Ruto must go.
Let me skip now. Let me keep on listening. I'll come back later. Yeah?
All right.
Cheers. Cheers. Talk to you.
Suyanka.
Hey, Ruto must go.
Ruto must go.
Lazima aende nyumbani. Now is about the issue the nane. We need to try and find out how people can get hosted in Nairobi, because now that is the main point ambayo watu wote wanastahili kukua. At least you try and we need to try and see how people can get to Nairobi and then also get hosted, because it can take 2 or 3 days, because hii sasa si kurudi, they don't care about nobody. And the main thing is we need to have numbers. We need to make sure, like people like us who are in the diaspora will be able to make sure that we can be able to support at least one person can even support 10 people. So if you have 100 of us, we have 1,000 people who will not be sure of anything. And we know we have people who are going to be there. We need people who are serious and people who are into the cause, and people who are ready to make things happen, because the only thing we can do from this end is make sure we support you guys and support you fully. Okay, the other thing, there's this, I think a little bit about these people. If it gets to the worst, we can use the Molotov cocktail bottles and try and, shatter these people who are trying to abduct people. Let's counter these people. It doesn't matter what weapons they have. We can use what we can get. We can have the Molotovs, and we can use that even to petrol bomb these people, because we have nothing to lose. There's one thing that we need to know. If we have nothing to lose, then we have to save our country. That's the only way we can go. And it doesn't matter what it takes for us to liberate the other generations that are coming up. I mean, I'm a millennial, and I'm a dad to a Gen Z, and I know how it really pains. The kind of education that we're paying for down there is too expensive. We have so many people we are supporting. We have families we are supporting. We have friends we are supporting. We have societies that we are supporting. We have also to make sure we do civic education. Do your best. Doesn't matter how you do it, because now everybody is on. Because the big problem in the village is data. Don't send somebody money, buy them data, because there are ways that you can buy them data, and inform them that I just bought you. If it's 1 GB of data, that person is going to utilize that for at least a week. I mean, kama anaangalia kabisa, kama anaangalia mtandao. Let's make sure we give out that information, because that is what we lack. You saw the other day in Mombasa, Ruto on top of his cars, trying to celebrate how he's done something great to the Jaws and whoever. You can see those people are so desperate. They don't have the knowledge. They are poor, and then also they don't have the civic education of what is happening. They are being lured with 500 shillings, and at the end of it, unapatia mtu mileage ambayo hastahili kukua nayo. So let's do what we can to our people. Let's talk to them. Let's make sure that they are well informed, because I know most Kenyans are not stupid. If there are people who are bright in this world, these are Kenyans. They conquer anything. We've conquered even in this country that we are in. We've made sure that we make a mark in everywhere that we go to. In everything that we do, we make a mark. So let that be noted. Make sure everybody is educated, not just in the X space or in Facebook or in Twitter. And also about the infiltration in our systems. We need to work on that and make sure that there is a way that we are going to get people on board who are rightfully the people who are in this movement, because we have so many people even here in this space who are listening. They are government paid, they are spies of the government, and they're just useless people, because they have families, they have people out there, but they are not ready to do what is right for their countries. Because tomorrow, when a politician is out of that seat, what will you be eating? What will you be having in your pocket? Because once they go, then everything that you're getting from them is going to be cut short. So you just need to also put that input and look at the future that you're trying to also emphasize on. Because if there's no future, then there's no Kenya. So we have to make a future that Kenya Kenya is included, because it is is only to steal. We're being robbed on daylight. We just need to make sure we mobilize people down there. We will support you. We will always support you as we've been supporting you, and that doesn't have to stop with that. So, guys, Nane should be something that should be reckoned all over the world. It should be was shut. So nobody knew what was happening, because people rely more on those media platforms that are there. Government paid media. We need to avoid those government paid media and now stick to whatever that we have. If it's TikTok, let people go to TikTok. If it's the X space, let people go to the X space. Let's do that, because that is what people are most familiar with. Let's educate people. Let's get people get informed, and we'll be there. I think I dropped the mic, and thank you.
Davis, are you there? Anyway, nimeona Thomas akiinua mkono juu. Thomas.
Okay, good morning, colleagues. Am I audible? Thomas, yes. I'm a millennium, but I must identify myself with the current situation. Not that I'm trying to cross the line, but the issue is, for how long have we had this kind of situation in this country? For me, I'm very categorical. Way back when I was a young man, way back 1986, I remember confronting to Kenyans. We have lived through hard times, through the days of 1991. This Sabasaba thing that today we are celebrating was quite a turning point for our nation. So you guys, what you have done again for us as millennials is we are very proud of you people. You may not be aware, but the truth is, persons who lived through the Kanu regime for 24 good years, the best thing we ever celebrated, yes, it came at a price. Just like now we've lost over hundreds of you people. It wasn't easy even to talk to your neighbor. Such were the times. It wasn't easy even to approach a church. It wasn't easy even approaching a public building. I remember acquiring my national. I'm 54 years old, but I want to tell you the truth. Stand for your rights. Don't go back. Yes, it requires that you are peaceful, but be determined. And for once, I have seen some of the comments there. I'm going to add that you need to structure. You need to structure. I know we have put across our voices, and everybody has heard within and beyond Kenya. The truth is, nothing comes easy. Some of us are very painful. I'm a government worker. Let me tell you the truth. I'm a government worker. And maybe, given the criteria, one doesn't get. But the truth is, how many more deserving persons that are being left literally because they are not able to come across such opportunity right from the village level? How many of us are honest in this committee? So I'm going to urge you people, the ideals you are fighting for are what are going to make Kenya what it is to be. Don't stop. Put your case. I've even come across your Gen Z a channel that's quite good. I would urge many more to join that channel. I'm part of you people. But I want you people to be determined. Mine is about determination. Don't fall back. I don't expect such bloody confrontations. I know you guys, you are provoked, but I want you guys to remain steadfast. I've seen several of you going to the radio stations, the TV stations, discussing very eloquently, putting across key issues. I'll be very happy to call upon the host that is now caught at that number. I'll share with you some information which I think is quite critical for all of us. But I'm sorry that we lost lives, and that one surely forever. We are very sorry. But I'm happy. I keep following these spaces. I know for quite some time my speaker, my microphone could not work up. But for once, this space have allowed me. I'm very thankful to all our young men, to all our Gen Zs. I'm very proud of you people. Thank you for the chance. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much. Mike, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, sure, loud and clear.
Okay. Nice. Revolution has reached a point of no return. We can't go back, and I feel like the government has reached a point where, when they consolidated with the opposition, it showed how much these guys are willing to go to protect their interests, and the Kenya we envision won't come easy at all. Like we protests. I think the organization has to be spot on, so we can make a message. But yeah, I personally, I think everyone has something they're fighting for, but I think the overarching goal is that we want a just do it at all, because if we do not go all in, we know Ruto is a very vengeful and and very bad person, and he will hunt down everyone one by one who was outspoken in this movement. And as we've seen, people are already disappearing. So for this upcoming protest, everyone has to show up, and we need yeah, that's all I have to say, and thank you for giving me the mic. I think I can drop.
Hello, colleagues. Everyone is going to sleep. I think democracy is not an easy issue. Our economy has been on the dive. I've seen over the years how since President Kibaki left presidency, there has been so much
I'm actually from
0
Kakamega.
seconds.
Okay, let me finish up. I'm from Kakamega County, and I saw some people celebrating this simply because Governor Oparanya has been given the position of CS. Actually, the big question you should ask yourself, when will Oparanya's child get employment? When I say Oparanya's child, I mean this generation. When will they get these opportunities? So I urge you guys, let's fight, let's keep pushing. And I love the strategy of 8th of Nane, of which we shall hold a mega protest. And I urge everyone to come out and let's actually fight this war together. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam, and KOT. Thank you so much.
Asante sana the blind. Let's have Les Brown, and then we may raise our hands so that I know we are present, and then we will go with the order of raising hands. Go ahead. Les Brown, are you present? Let's have Karani.
Hello guys. I'm sorry.
Can you guys hear me?
I'm sorry. Hello.
Les
Hello
Brown,
guys. I'm so
hold,
sorry.
and then we'll have let's
Okay,
have
okay, okay.
Karani, and then Les Brown will be next. Let us just be ready for speaking. If you're a speaker, kindly.
Mnanipata?
Vizuri sana. Go ahead.
Yeah, first of all, condolences kutoka kwangu hapa Texas, Diaspora. KOT, kama kawaida, thank you so much for setting up this and many other guys ambao mnatengeneza hizi spaces for people to share. My condolences to the comrades ambao wamepoteza maisha and their families. Kumekuwa na issues nyingi since yesterday. I was at work, but I was just listening in. And some people have suggested about the party. I want to give an example. If you look at Usman, Senegal, alafu President Faye, those are the guys that were persecuted, but because they had a plan and they had a structure and they were organized politically, those guys are now ruling Senegal, and they have policies that will bring to pass the dreams that they had for generations and generations. So we can make our voices heard, especially if we have people ambao unaona zile sehemu zenye watu watakuwa naenda watu wenye wamekuwa appointed kukuwa ministers, those seats are going to be vacant. If there are very strong candidates ambao tunaona kwamba wako na values zenye tunataka, let's start learning those things. It's very, very important for us, because there's no way we are going to fight these guys if they keep on hijacking the movement the way and opportunities the way they are hijacking like this. There is a song by Banuela. It's called Liberation. And if I can just quote one of the verses that he says, like, if you're living in a marketplace and you are a buyer and you are not a buyer or a seller, you'll find yourself left in space, subject to be bought or sold. So we are living in a country thinking that we actually own the land, but we don't. People have mentioned about imperialists taking over. Guys, we have to make them understand that we know what is going on. It is high time Africans say no to foreign military bases in our countries. We are not gaining anything. In fact, we are selling our birthright with all these people around. So we need to make them know that we do not need them in our countries. That is why our leaders can't even control anything. They are being controlled because they can't make their own decisions. Look at what is going on right now. Have we even, known where our money was taken to? Have we known our national debt and how our revenue was spent? We haven't. So we have not solved the core issues that we wanted to solve. And our fight must continue. We need to know how our revenue was spent. We need to know our national debt. And we need to know where our taxes are going. Like those are very important things if we want to liberate ourselves. And we should not walk away from that. We need to push those buttons every time. Because 6 trillion, can you imagine 6 trillion? We can't even account for 6 trillion up to this point. So that is an area that, as on the political side and on like right now, economic emancipation is the biggest thing that we need to have. So politically, we need to be organized, and at the same time, we need to press. We need to continue pressing on this thing about where 6 trillion was taken to and whose pocket did that money end up in. I just want to take back the mic. Thank you so much.
Asante sana Karani. Let's have Les Brown. Les Brown, are you in? And then we have IAB. Okay, let's have IAB. I don't know whether that's the correct pronunciation. Go ahead, and then Nation. Oh Lord. Are we present? Nation, are you in? Nation?
Yes, I'm in.
Go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. I'm quite privileged this evening because I've been wishing to talk to the young generation of our country. I'm slightly older. I'm now headed to my 50s. And I feel I've witnessed firsthand some historical developments in our country, which I would want to share with the young generation. First and foremost, I want to say I'm quite impressed because for once, you've come out and you are saying you want people will be leading this country in the next 40 years. Unfortunately, you've not had the benefit of mentorship like what people like Mike Kibaki had. He was lucky that Jaramogi fetched him from the classroom at Makerere University and they brought him, nurtured him up until he finally became the president. Unfortunately, the young people now, the kind of leadership in this country is all tailored on selfishness. And therefore, you are not going to have that privilege of someone who is going to hold you people. So that even long after they have left, there will still be a crisis in this country where we will not be having people who take over to lead this country in the next generation. And that is why I'm addressing you. I'm addressing you first and foremost to tell you, don't fear. Because I have a feeling when I'm listening to you for the last 3 weeks, you are developing some sense of fear. Please don't be fearful. This is your motherland. You are not begging anybody to live in your motherland. You just have to live here without any fear or any kind of intimidation. That having said that, why am I saying that there is an element of fear I'm seeing in the young people? It is because that element of leaderless, that's where fear, tripless, good. But leaderless, I want to tell you, you are not going to achieve much. Because this is a very vast country. You must have a mechanism to coordinate yourself from the grassroots. Because once you have a mechanism to connect yourself properly across the country, that's when your impact will be felt. And I was there as a young boy in school, in primary, in 1992 when Ford started. Ford started in the similar manner, the way these
0
3 weeks have
seconds.
happened. They were agitating for multipartism. And that's when we had people like Paul Mite, James Sorengo, they were being called young Turks, Mitobi Manyara. Those people, they were your age. And they caused an impact in this country. And eventually the Ford transited into a political party. That is a bullet you must be able to bite. And as you go about it, you need now to start developing your think tanks. People will now be thinking, as people will be doing the other activities, there should be a group of people who are walking around behind the curtains to develop some blueprint on what you want for your generation, what political system you want to bring in as a new generation. And that's when you would make a major impact, and so that you can now start developing structures for the future generation of our country. So I wish you well, and may God bless you. We will talk, we'll keep on talking. And when you need advice, have intergenerational allies. Don't think that there are people in other generations whom you cannot work with. Please start identifying those people who can work with you so that you move forward. I wish you well. Thank you so much, and may God bless you people.
Asante sana Nation. That was great. Okonko, and then next will be Solo. Go ahead, Okonko. Are you in?
Yeah, yes, I'm here, but I think you had called Nation first, so I think Nation should go in all fairness.
Nation is done with speaking.
Okay. So thank you so much for having me here. And I think kidogo I'll try to stick to what you have said is the topic, to stop abducting us, even though I might digress from time to time. Now, when it comes to issues of abductions, you'll forgive me. I'm going to mix a lot of English and Kiswahili pamoja. My English is very good, but I prefer to use the language that we all understand. Ikifika issues of abductions, there's a lot that we can say about that. But for them to stop abducting us, I want you to do, hawa say wanatu abduct kwa sababu wanajua hiyo ndo weak point yetu. Hapo ndo penye watatuuzia uoga. Lakini ndo hawa say waache kutu abduct. Me, the first thing yenye nitasema ni obviously tunafaa tukue pamoja. Msee mmoja akiabductiwa, the level of noise yenye inatoka, whether ni msee anajulikana ama si mtu anajulikana, inafaa ikuwe the same. But discrepancy yenye imeonekana huku sahii utakuta kuna msee mwenye akiabductiwa noise itakuwa made kushinda ule mwingine. So hiyo discrepancy ndio yenye inafanya hawa wase wanaabduct wase. And then unaona wase wenye hawajulikani. Unaona msee mwenye unajua hauna page ya X ama hauna followers, unajua ukienda kwa streets hawa wase wakushike utateseka peke yako. But then there are other guys wenye unajua msee hata polisi wakifika tu kwa gate yake akitweet already LSK imeshafika huko, tutakuwa tushachanga do, lawyers wanamngoja mpaka judge ashapatiwa kabla ya kumfikisha mpaka kwa koti angoje hiyo kesi imfikie. But guys, I think that we need to have this togetherness na hii mentality ya msee mmoja akichukuliwa, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. Msee mmoja akichukuliwa inafaa to affect sisi wote. So hata ukipitia TL uone kuna msee mwenye ameandikwa missing, ni repost, quote that thing, at least ikai kijulikana. Kuna jamaa mwenye alichukuliwa na haikuwa imesemekana, the moment TL ilianza kupiga kelele huyo chali aliachiliwa. I think 3 weeks later alikuwa hapa Inda. But kuna wase wengine wenye akichukuliwa kelele inapigwa wanaachiliwa sayo. So hawa say they respond to noise. Wakiona kelele inapigwa wana react. The other thing ni kuna page yenye ilianza ya wase wenye wako missing. I don't know the owner of that page, si ati namuadvertise, but that was a very good idea. Na naweza nikasuggest wote to follow hiyo page. Saa ingine pitia tu hiyo page. Ukiona wanasema msee hajapatikana, repost that thing. So that page was a very good idea, and hiyo ndo inaweza kuwa epicenter, and I understand there's also a website ya missing people. So we should focus on those things, hizo areas, we should make noise about them na tuzipublicize. The other thing that I would want to say ni wase tunafaa tukue pamoja. Historia tuko kwa TL, lakini unaona kama msee amenunuliwa, let those who've been bought, them with their peanut brains na hiyo propaganda yao wache wakae kando. Wenye wamenunuliwa wasonge kando. Sisi wenye tuko kwa TL and we know the cause and we know the mission, we stick to it. So we should be together, tuko na unity. Hii story ati sijui nani ana attack nani tuache. Utakuta sijui mwingine anasema twende tu occupy kwa Cairo, mwingine anasema sijui twende tufanye nini, vitu zenye hazi make sense because we are not united. Na hizo divisions ndogo ndogo ndo these guys are going to seek to exploit. So those small divisions, let's take care of them. If you see somebody, hata kwa Bible, there's a place yenye Paul anasemanga, wase wengine wana preach gospel different, but as long as they are preaching Jesus, wachana nao. Usiseme ati whether Boni amelipwa ama hajalipwa, kama kosi yake ina align na kosi yetu, kama yeye anataka kutoa nabii venye sisi tunataka kutoa nabii, we have the same target. However he approaches that target, as much as pia mimi na approach the same target, that should not be the issue. So tusiseme nani amelipwa, au tuseme ati wacha kwanza tuache kutoa nabii to focus na nani analipa huyu, ama ati ule kwa sababu walikuwa na different idea, hakuna tolerance, tunataka kwenda kumwattack. Tuache hiyo story. We should, the fact that tunasema tuko leaderless inamaanisha we should tolerate all points of view. So msi akikam na point of view yenye hatu agree nayo, tuache kumbash, si tuendelee, tunajua target ni gani. We kama point of view yako inasema utatulia kwanza, sawa, we tulia, wachana na wenye wana match on wa match on. But si ati jumsi amesema kona different point of view, tayari tushaanza kumcastigate na kusema hizi akafanya anything. Tuachane na hiyo wase, we should be together. As long as sisi wote target yetu ni a better country, we should be together. Tuachane na story mob. So whether we agree with somebody's opinion or somebody's view of the next step or not, as long as ultimately all of us want to get rid of this guy, let us try and accommodate each other. And finally, wase,
0 seconds.
give me just 15 more I finish. KOT nini wase wote wenye tuko hapa, nataka tu amplify Nane as much as possible. To amplify Nane wase, ndo hii Nane happen. The same way we had a target the first time ya Occupy Parliament and that was the only thing. Tuache hizi side shows zingine zote, to focus on Nane and we will make this country what we want it to be. Thank you so much.
Asante sana Okonkwo. Solo the Wise, are you present? You're the next.
Yes, I'm here.
Sorry, Esther this case. Before Solo, you go ahead. I would like to amplify your message on missing persons and abductions. Yeah. Okonkwo, that was a very nice and great submission over there. It's Victor, yeah, Victor, I like that. History ya missing persons, kuna watu wengi sana wana miss, a lot of them, and because hawana click or because they are not big on Twitter or because they don't have accounts or they are small wigs, message haifiki. People are not working on it. Let me tell you something. If somebody like Kesh was arrested today, people will make noise. If somebody like any other person, what wata make noise. But when it comes to people who are unknown on X, or to small wigs, ndio maana unapata when it comes to siku ya maandamano, small wigs wanauliza nyinyi big wigs muende, kwa sababu nyinyi mkishikwa LSK wanakimbia kuwatoa. Mkishikwa 1 minute, the next minute you are out. But sahi kuna mtu alishikwa last month 18th, hadi sasa hajaachiliwa, bado ako ndani. Tumejaribu kuita all lawyers, no one ameshughulika. Tunajaribu kupush missing persons, no one anashughulika. Pia nyinyi mkiona kuna mtu like they are ignoring someone mwenye ameshikwa, try and amplify the message, try and amplify all the tweets of missing persons. Ndio even that day of 8/8 ikifika, usiogope kutokea, because the more you make noise, the more they will release the person. If you ignore, you stop making noise, watamuua. Ama ndio maana unapata watu wametupwa kwa rai or sijui in dumps because mumenyamaza. Wataona kumbe huyu hajulikani, wanamuua, wanamtupa. But if you make noise, hata wao wenyewe wana tense. There was that girl Shalmith Nyawera mwenye alishikwa sijui Thika. She was found in Migori. Again, she was found in Uganda. Na ni kama alikuwa anamuoniwa, alikuwa anaambiwa waambie wache kukupost, tell them to stop making noise. Walikuwa wanaten. So you can clearly see that how watu wana abduct watu, they have an evil motive. There's something they want to do with those people. Juu kuambia huyu dem at don't call your mother, mwambie you are safe and tell people to stop posting you, that means they were up to something else. So mtu akishikwa, make noise as much as you can. If you have TikTok, if you have Facebook, if you have Instagram, post them there. We are trying to find them. Let's work together. Maybe there's anyone who comes in my DM kuniambia mtu ameshikwa na post. I have not ignored anyone. Even in my tweets, in my comments, I will post and post and post. Even siku ya maandamano, we made placards of missing persons. Zitumike siku ya maandamano to see if we can find them. Luckily, like 5 were found. Still, like 13 more are missing. Those are people's children. Wazazi wanalia, wazazi hawalali. Wameenda mochari, wameenda police station, wameenda kila pahali. The whole mtoi hayuko. Unajua, it's better you know that someone was killed. Ako hapa amelazwa. Instead of you living in fear, where is my child? Ako wapi sasa, you know? So whenever you find any post, any tweet about missing person, share as much as you can. Hata kama ni WhatsApp status, hata kama ni anywhere, just share. Share widely.